Chapter 1, Breathe and Become Stronger. Dragon Ball World. On the planet Wampa, the most remote place in the northern galaxy, a shirtless young man proudly stands on the top of a mountain. This young man is unusually burly, but his eyes are empty, as if the power of life has disappeared. His name is Su Chen, a time traveler. When he first came to this world, Su Chen was excited about his successful time travel. But when he figured out his situation, he instantly had the idea of restarting his life. So what if he is the legendary Super Saiyan? He is still trapped on the planet Wampa and cannot leave. According to the original plot, he has to wait for 20 years before he is discovered by the Frieza team and can leave the planet. 20 years. Living on this god-forsaken planet for such a long time, Su Chen feels a headache just thinking about it. What's worse is that Paragus, the only one who can talk to BROLY, also died accidentally when BROLY lost control last time. So far, BROLY is the only one left on the entire planet Wampa. Tired, let's restart. BROLY looked at the desolate land in front of him and sighed helplessly. Just at this moment, a voice came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully crossing the Dragon Ball world, and the unlimited combat power system has been successfully bound. System. Hearing the voice in his mind, BROLY's eyes suddenly widened. Then, a light blue light screen appeared in front of him. Host, BROLY. Age, 24. Height, 195 centimeters. Basic combat power, 180,000. System, unlimited combat power system, LV1 combat power +1 per breath. Combat power +1. Combat power +1. Combat power +1. Damn! Looking at the system light screen in front of him, BROLY was not excited at all, but cursed directly. Although with this unlimited combat power system, even if he does not practice, his combat power will increase as long as he sleeps every day. However, even if the Scion's combat power is strong, if the genetic defect that makes it impossible for Scion to survive in the universe is not changed, he still cannot leave Wampa Star. Therefore, even if his combat power exceeds 100 million, he can only be trapped here, anxious but helpless. I'm tired, let's restart. Su Chen sighed. Ding! The host's desire to restart has reached its peak, and the system has given him a free random teleport. The host can freely choose the location to be teleported. Hey! Hearing the system's prompt sound, BROLY couldn't help but look stunned. Okay, so this is how it works, right? System, teleport me to Earth. BROLY chose Earth without any hesitation. According to BROLY's age, he simply calculated the time, and the current Earth should be in the Namek chapter. As long as BROLY's calculation error is not large, then with his current combat power of 180,000, he should not encounter too much danger. Start teleporting. As the prompt sounded, BROLY only felt a burst of white light in front of his eyes. The next second, his body disappeared from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, BROLY came to the place that was so familiar to him, Zidu. Looking at the city in front of him, BROLY showed an excited smile on his face. It's Zidu for sure. BROLY would never be wrong about the familiar architectural style. Swish! Then, BROLY flew directly into the air, searching for the breath of the powerful people on Earth around him. Soon, he found something among the many Earthlings. The owners of these breaths not only gathered together, but also the breaths of 3 people fluctuated, obviously fighting. At this time, could it be Raditz? BROLY frowned slightly. If his guess was correct, these 3 people should be Raditz, Son Goku and Piccolo. I thought that the Earth was now in the Namek chapter, but I didn't expect it to be the Scion chapter, but it was just right. With his current strength, BROLY might not be confident that he could defeat Frieza in the Namek chapter, but the Scion chapter was completely different. In the Scion chapter, whether it was Nappa or Vegeta, they could not be his opponents. And most importantly, Bulma had not met Vegeta during this period. The current situation can be said to give BROLY enough opportunities to intercept Bulma. They have all traveled to the Dragon Ball world, and BROLY does not intend to let go of any Dragon Ball goddess, and intercept them all. With this thought in mind, BROLY went to the destination without hesitation. Kame Island. Son Goku is no match for Raditz. Even if Piccolo came and the two of them joined forces to deal with Raditz, they still couldn't get any benefits. They were completely suppressed by Raditz. Haven't you figured out the situation yet, Kakarot? Even if you join forces with that rubbish, you can't be my opponent at all. Looking at Son Goku and Piccolo, who were already breathing heavily, Raditz looked proud. Although 1000 combat power is nothing in the Frisia Corps, it is completely crushing against the scum on Earth who only have a few hundred combat power. Damn, the gap in strength is too big. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Although he didn't want to admit it in his heart, he knew that Raditz's strength was far superior to him and Son Goku. As the other party said, even if the two of them joined forces, they were still no match for Raditz. Gohan, and everyone, hide quickly! Son Goku shouted to Bulma and Krillin behind him. Although he knew he was no match for his opponent, he couldn't possibly wipe out all the people on Earth as Raditz said. Oh! I almost didn't notice that this guy who looks like you should be your child. Raditz glanced at Son Gohan hiding behind Bulma. Swish! His body flashed and he grabbed Son Gohan directly. Krillin wanted to stop him, but was kicked away by Raditz. Gohan! Seeing his son being caught, Son Goku immediately rushed towards Raditz excitedly. Bang! But he was hit hard in the abdomen by Raditz's punch. Kakarot, I've taken your child away. If you want him to live, just listen to your brother's orders. Raditz held the crying Son Gohan in one hand and looked at Son Goku, Piccolo, and others with a smug look on his face. Swish! A sound of breaking through the air was heard. Then a familiar figure appeared in the sky above Kame Island. BROLY folded his arms across his chest, looking down at Raditz and others on the ground. Is it the helper called by Kakarot? Looking at the BROLY who suddenly appeared, Raditz subconsciously thought that he was a helper called by Son Goku like Piccolo. But when he noticed the tail wrapped around BROLY's waist, Raditz's eyes suddenly bulged, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Tail! Tail! Is it a scion? How is this possible? Although he was extremely shocked, Raditz soon reacted and hurriedly pressed the detector worn on his eyes. 3000, 5000, 8000. Bang! In the end, only a muffled sound was heard, and the combat power detector exploded directly on the spot. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 2, A Scumbag with a combat power of only 1000. It's off the charts. How is this possible? Who is he? Raditz's face was extremely ugly, and he was obviously scared. The combat power detector he was wearing could detect combat power within 10,000 at most. Now it was off the charts. This means that the combat power of this guy in front of him is at least more than 10,000. Compared to 10,000 combat power, Raditz would rather believe that his combat power detector was faulty. Is there another one? Looking at BROLY in the air, Piccolo's face was also extremely ugly. Although it was unclear whether the other party and Raditz were in the same group, it was not difficult to see from Raditz's horrified reaction that this guy who suddenly appeared was probably stronger. You? Who are you? Raditz clenched his fist and asked tentatively. Hey! It seems that I came at the wrong time. BROLY landed, but ignored Raditz. Instead, he looked at the girl Bulma not far away. Being stared at like this by BROLY, Bulma's face immediately turned red with shame, and she covered her cheeks in embarrassment. Damn, BD, I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Seeing that he was ignored by the other party, Raditz was immediately angry. You! A scumbag with a combat power of only 1,000. BROLY shook his head with disdain. Even if he didn't transform into a Super Scion, his basic combat power was 180,000, and he could kill Raditz with a slap. BROLY naturally didn't take Raditz's threatening words to heart. What? A scumbag with a combat power of only 1,000. Raditz was almost vomiting blood because of BROLY's words. When did a combat power of 1,000 become a scumbag? He was a senior warrior of the Scion clan, but in BROLY's mouth, he became a scumbag with a combat power of only 1,000. Although he didn't know how the other party made his detector explode, at this moment Raditz basically determined that the other party was deliberately making a mystery. Good, very good. You are a trickster. No matter who you are, you have completely p'd me off. Raditz roared, then raised his hands. Countless energy bullets shot out at BROLY at a very fast speed. A boring trick. BROLY snorted coldly, and with just a slap, he directly deflected all the energy bullets that were coming towards him. Ah! I'm done. As luck would have it, one of the energy bullets that were deflected happened to be shot in the direction of Bulma. Danger! Son Goku shouted, trying to rush over and block the incoming energy bullet with his body, but the pain in his abdomen made him unable to stand up at all. Just as Bulma closed her eyes in fear and was full of despair that she was doomed to die, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Then he stretched out his palm and easily crushed the incoming energy bullet. Don't be afraid, it's safe now. BROLY said softly. Bulma's heart was instantly filled with an unprecedented sense of security. Looking at BROLY's tall and straight back, her heart was like a fluttering deer, and she couldn't help but think, this man is so strong and reassuring. How happy it would be if he could always protect me. Then BROLY walked towards Raditz, who was already in a daze, without looking back. Looking at Su Chen's handsome profile and tall figure, Bulma's face flushed again, and her admiration for him became stronger. You, what do you want to do? I'm a soldier of the Frisia Corps. Before Raditz could finish his words, BROLY grabbed his throat and lifted him up. Damn, BD, I'm. Stop talking nonsense, you scum with only 1,000 combat power. Looking at Raditz, who was almost scared out of his wits, BROLY immediately clenched his right fist and hit Raditz's abdomen. Bang! A dull sound came out. Raditz's eyes suddenly bulged, and then his body quickly stepped back a few steps, and began to spit acid water crazily. BROLY controlled his strength, otherwise this punch would be enough to penetrate Raditz's body. Get out! I don't want to kill anyone now. BROLY glanced at Raditz, who had completely lost his combat power. Seeing this, Raditz fled into the distance without looking back. So amazing! He defeated Son Goku's eldest brother with just one move. Who is he? Piccolo looked at BROLY, clenched his fists, and looked unwilling. He had been practicing hard to surpass Son Goku over the years, but he didn't expect that there was such a powerful guy in this world. Compared to them, his strength was really too weak. This made Piccolo very angry. Raditz, with a combat power of 1,000, did not pose any threat to BROLY. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Chen had just come to this world and was not used to killing people. Goku, are you okay? Eat the beans quickly. After making sure that Raditz had left, Krillin hurriedly took out the beans. After eating the beans, Son Goku finally recovered. Then he bowed to BROLY with gratitude, although I don't know who you are, thank you for helping me. My name is Son Goku. BROLY. As you can see, I am also a scion like that guy just now. A smile appeared on BROLY's lips, and then he raised the tail wrapped around his waist and said without hesitation. Go. Goku. After hearing BROLY's words, Krillin's nervous body trembled involuntarily. Don't worry, Krillin. Mr. BROLY must be different from other scions, after all, he saved us just now. He heard the conversation between Raditz and BROLY clearly, so he naturally knew that BROLY was also a scion. BROLY and Son Goku were not worried. After all, if BROLY was the same as Raditz, he would not have saved them just now. Yes, Goku is right. Mr. BROLY just saved us. If it weren't for Mr. BROLY's help, we would have been killed by the evil scion. At this time, Bulma also stood up and said, "Hello, Mr. BROLY, my name is Bulma." Bulma looked at BROLY, blinking her big eyes, with a slightly shy expression. Obviously, Su Chen's behavior just now has made her feel a lot better. Reading books every day is fun during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3, Bring BROLY Under Your Wing? Hello, Miss Bulma. Su Chen stretched out his hand. Bulma, though a little shy, still stretched out her hand and held BROLY's hand tightly. Son Goku, that guy just now will not give up. I advise you to find a way to improve your strength as soon as possible. Piccolo said this and flew away directly. Both Raditz and BROLY shocked Piccolo. He decided to practice harder after returning. He really didn't want to encounter the feeling of powerlessness in the face of a strong man again. Anyway, I still have to thank you for this matter, Piccolo. Son Goku shouted loudly in the direction where Piccolo left. How could he not understand this in his heart? Raditz's strength made him realize his insignificance. If he wanted to protect the important people around him, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Son Goku, the reason why I didn't kill Raditz directly is that I hope you can use this as motivation to improve your strength as soon as possible. BROLY looked at Son Goku and said lightly. Well, thank you Mr. BROLY, I will definitely work hard to become stronger. Son Goku bowed to BROLY again. Oh, I almost forgot, you still have 1 year. 1 year. What does Mr. BROLY mean? Hearing this, Son Goku frowned and his expression became nervous. Originally, this should be told to you by Raditz, but in this case, let me explain it. Then BROLY told Son Goku and others that Vegeta Nappa will arrive on Earth in a year. What? 20,000 combat power. Son Goku widened his eyes in shock. Although he didn't know what 20,000 combat power was, according to Raditz, his current combat power was only about 500. Facing Vegeta with 20,000 combat power, he might not be able to take even one move. Even though he knew it was difficult to defeat Vegeta with 20,000 combat power, he had no choice now. So he had to do it. Mr. BROLY, thank you for telling me. No matter what, I won't let anyone destroy the Earth. Son Goku said seriously. In an unknown galaxy far away in the solar system. On a gray life planet, 2 scions wearing Frieza Corps combat uniforms are eating the creatures on this planet. It is the Scion Princes Vegeta and Nappa. Originally, Vegeta didn't care what Raditz did. One is a waste with a combat power of only 1000, and the other is a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2 at birth. Even if they grow up to this day, their combat power will not change much. It will only be useful when the giant ape obtains a 10-fold combat power increase. But now Vegeta is interested in this place called Earth. The reason is naturally the content monitored by Raditz's combat power detector. Vegeta, are we going to Earth to help Raditz? Nappa naturally heard the conversation between Raditz and others, an unknown scion who let the combat power detector report directly. To be honest, if the other party is willing to join Vegeta, it will definitely be very helpful for them to resist Frieza in the future. Let's not talk about the other party's combat power, but the fact that the combat power detector can explode is enough to prove that the other party's combat power is definitely not weak. It is even very likely to be on par with his own combat power. Hey! Vegeta's mouth seemed to think of something, and suddenly sneered. I didn't expect that there are surviving scions besides us. and the opponent's strength seems to be much stronger than Radit's, that waste. This is good news. Nappa, set off now, I want to see who that guy is. Vegeta has his own plans. He has long been plotting to resist Frieza and replace the other party's position as the Emperor of the universe. However, the only ones left alive in their Scion clan are him, Nappa, and Raditz, who has a strength of only 1000. But now it's different. I didn't expect that in addition to Kakarot, that waste, there is actually a living and powerful Scion on Earth, so Vegeta must take him under his command. In this way, when he rebels against Frieza in the future, there will be someone to help him share the pressure. Earth. After being reminded by Broly, Son Goku directly found the Earth God, and with the help of the god, he went to the underworld to practice. The Earth God was also deeply afraid of the terrifying strength of Scion, so he left Tien Shinyan, Krillin and other Z warriors in the temple of the god to practice. After all, there are not just one Scion, but 3. Goku's strength alone is obviously not enough. Son Gohan, with Broly's help, was still handed over to Piccolo for training as in the original work. As for Broly, he was invited into Bulma's home. Broly naturally would not refuse this, after all, who can refuse to live with the Dragon Ball goddess? Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4, Piccolo who overestimates his own abilities. A year passed in a flash. During this year, Broly, who lived with Bulma, created many opportunities to get closer to her. With the various skills of flirting in his previous life, he finally won the Dragon Ball goddess Bulma in just 3 months. During this year, Broly indulged in the pleasure of S*X with Bulma almost every day. As for training, Broly only trained his waist and hips. But even so, with the help of the infinite combat power system, Broly's combat power has still been amazingly improved. Host, Broly. Age, 25. Height, 195 centimeters. Basic combat power, 8,589,600. System, Infinite Combat Power System, LV1 Combat Power +1 per breath. With a basic combat power of more than 8 million, Broly does not think he will lose even against the strongest form of Frieza. After all, this is only Broly's basic combat power, not the combat power after transformation. Will those evil scions really come today? Bulma snuggled in Broly's arms, looking worried. She knew that Broly was very powerful, but thinking that Broly might have to face 3 powerful evil scions next, Bulma couldn't help but worry. Yet, Broly nodded, looked at Bulma's worried expression, and continued, "Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you. I'm not afraid, I'm just a little worried that you will get hurt." Bulma bit her lip. With Su Chen by her side, she didn't worry about getting hurt at all. Compared to this, she was more worried that Su Chen would get hurt in the battle. Haha. Don't worry, no one can hurt me. Su Chen smiled. Even if Vegeta turned into a giant ape, his combat power was only 200,000. And now his basic combat power alone has reached an astonishing 8 million. Even if he stood there and let the opponent attack, he might not get hurt. Swish! At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. Then a familiar figure appeared in front of Broly and the others. The person was Piccolo Daimao. When Piccolo noticed Broly who arrived earlier, a look of vigilance immediately appeared on his face. "You?" Piccolo narrowed his eyes and looked Broly up and down. But he did not get the answer he wanted. He wanted to see through Broly's true strength, but he couldn't do it at all, which made Piccolo very uncomfortable. "Your strength has improved a lot, but this is far from enough." Broly glanced at Piccolo casually, and then stopped looking at him. Piccolo combat power, 3,500. With the help of the system, Broly saw through Piccolo's current combat power level at a glance. It has indeed become much stronger than a year ago. But it is still no match for Nappa and Vegeta. Humph! Faced with Broly's contempt, Piccolo snorted coldly. Although I don't know how strong you are, I am no longer the same person I was a year ago. Even if I face Raditz, I can defeat him with one move now. From the tone of your voice, are you trying to challenge me? Su Chen naturally understood the meaning of Piccolo's words. After all, he defeated Raditz with one move. The reason why Piccolo said this is obviously to prove to himself that his current strength is not weaker than his. But is it possible? So what? After all, there is no difference between you and Raditz, they are all Scion. As he said this, Piccolo's mouth suddenly raised a provocative smile. Then he twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. The aura on his body also rose suddenly at this moment. The ground under his feet was slightly shaken by the powerful aura emanating from Piccolo. Haha! Interesting. Piccolo's behavior made Broly sneer. Stop talking nonsense, just do it if you want to. Broly didn't even look at Piccolo. Piccolo thought that after showing his current strength level, he would definitely be taken seriously by Broly. Unexpectedly, Broly didn't take him seriously at all. This made Piccolo a little angry. Arrogant. You asked for it. The moment the voice fell, Piccolo's body suddenly flashed. He came directly to Broly, and his clenched fist was merciless, and he hit Broly's chest fiercely. Your attack is too slow. Su Chen raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Then he stretched out a finger and easily blocked Piccolo's fist. No matter how hard Piccolo exerted, his body could not move at all. What? Piccolo's body retreated again and again, his green face almost twitching with shock. He blocked his attack so easily. In order to prove his strength to Broly, he did not hold back in that punch just now. He had imagined many results, but he did not expect Broly to be able to block his attack so easily. With just one finger, he blocked his full-strength attack. What is the point of his training for this year? Broly, how strong is he? Piccolo's heart was very complicated. Do you know the difference in strength between us now? Su Chen snorted coldly, and then lightly tapped his finger. Piccolo's body flew backwards instantly. Boom! 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 After his body pierced through several mountains in succession, Piccolo finally stabilized his body. Although the injury was not serious, it greatly frustrated Piccolo's heart. He thought that after a year of hard training, his current fighting power would definitely be able to close the gap between himself and Broly and Raditz. However, the opponent defeated him completely with just one finger. Swish! At this time, a sound of breaking air came from the distance again. Son Gohan staggered over. Please don't hurt Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo is not a bad person. Son Gohan stood in front of Broly and said timidly. Don't worry, I just made a move to make him recognize the reality. Broly looked at the somewhat cute Son Gohan and said lightly. Although Piccolo's face was extremely ugly, he did not continue to refute. He defeated himself with just one finger. The gap between them was too big. He was not an opponent at all. Are you okay, Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan looked at Piccolo, who was covered with scratches, with an incredible look on his face. I'm fine, Gohan. As soon as Piccolo finished speaking, several more sounds of breaking air were heard from afar. Swoosh! 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 Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and others also arrived at this moment. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5, Nappa and Vegeta. When Krillin and the others noticed the wounded Piccolo, everyone's faces showed varying degrees of shock. They knew how strong Piccolo Daimao was. Among them, perhaps only Son Goku could compete with Piccolo. Ah! Mr. Broly, you're here too. When Krillin noticed BROLY not far away, he immediately understood what happened. The scene of BROLY defeating Goku's elder brother Raditz with one move a year ago is still vivid in his mind. Krillin knows very well how powerful the opponent is. So it's not surprising that Piccolo is in this state now. Your strength has also improved a lot. It seems that the training of the gods is still effective. BROLY glanced at Krillin and the others calmly. The combat power data of several people also appeared in front of him. Krillin combat power, 1700. Tien Shinyan combat power, 1890. Yamcha combat power, 1480. Dumplings, 810. Ah. Faced with BROLY's evaluation, Krillin scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. During the year of training in the Temple of Heaven, his strength naturally improved, but Krillin knew very well that even so he was still not comparable to BROLY. After all, BROLY defeated Raditz with one move, who Goku and Piccolo could not defeat together. Hey, this is Goku's son. I didn't expect him to be so big. Tien Shinyan looked at Son Gohan curiously. Although the other party was not very old, his aura was not weak at all. As expected of Goku's son, he is so strong at such a young age. Yamcha had a sad face. He felt that he had trained for a year in vain, and Gohan's current strength might be much stronger than his. Tisk, you guys should just go home. Your fighting power is not even as good as that of a child. You will only get in the way if you stay here. I can handle those scions by myself. Piccolo stood up at this time, looked at Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and others, and said angrily. He may not be BROLY's opponent, but he doesn't care about Krillin, Yamcha, and others at all. Don't say that, Piccolo. This time we are facing three powerful scions. One more person means more strength. Krillin said a little embarrassed. Their strength is indeed very weak, and even Gohan's strength may be much stronger than them. But Piccolo's words are still a bit too much. You are a self-righteous guy, it really makes me angry. Tien Shinyan clenched his fist and glared at Piccolo. If he didn't have to retain his strength to deal with Scion, he really wanted to have a good fight with Piccolo, the BD. At this moment, BROLY looked up at the sky. Two streams of light streaked across the sky, and at the same time, two powerful auras appeared on the earth. They are already here. The moment BROLY's voice fell, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Piccolo, Tien Shinyan and others all looked as if they were facing a great enemy, with their fists clenched and their expressions extremely nervous. Boom! Just as several people were about to leave, there was a loud noise in the distance, followed by a black mushroom cloud rising up. A city just disappeared completely. Too outrageous, right? Looking at the huge mushroom cloud in the distance, Klin couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It was so easy to destroy a city, what kind of opponent were they going to fight? Thinking of this, everyone's faces became gloomy. On the other side, two figures wearing the same combat uniforms as Raditz stood in the air. One was sturdy and tall. The other one was a little shorter, with a proud smile on his lips, his arms confidently folded across his chest, looking down at everything on the ground. These two people were Nappa and Vegeta. Hey Nappa! If the guy we are looking for is killed by your attack just now, wouldn't our trip be in vain? Vegeta frowned slightly and said to Nappa with a face full of accusation. Ah! Sorry King Vegeta, I was too excited just now. But with that guy's strength, it shouldn't be so easy for me to kill him. Facing Vegeta's accusation, Nappa quickly apologized with a scared face. Forget it, let Raditz come over and join us now. Vegeta said lightly. Yes, King Vegeta, I'll contact Raditz right now. Hey! King Vegeta, there is a fluctuation in combat power there. Nappa controlled the combat power detector, and then said with a look of astonishment, actually, there are actually several guys with combat power exceeding 1,000. Several guys with combat power exceeding 1000? Interesting, then let's go over and play with them. Vegeta still looked confident. This kind of garbage planet actually has several guys with combat power exceeding 1000, which did surprise him a little, but that was all. After all, his King Vegeta's combat power is as high as 20,000. A combat power of 1000 is just a bunch of scum in his eyes. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6, Yamcha volunteers to fight. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Piccolo and the others took the initiative to attack, Nappa and Vegeta had already found the Z-Warriors and the others. Found it! Found it! There are actually 5 masters with combat power exceeding 1000, and the other 2 have combat power of about 800. It seems that we can have a good time this time, King Vegeta. Nappa looked down at BROLY and the others on the ground, and said to Vegeta excitedly. Although among these 5 high school students with combat power exceeding 1000, there are 2 whose combat power has even reached more than 2500, but Nappa still didn't take it seriously. With a combat power of only 2500, it is still garbage in front of himself with 8000 combat power, and he is only worthy of playing with himself. Looking at their posture, it seems that they have known that we are coming. They are just a group of garbage natives. Do they want to resist our fighting nation Scion? They are really overestimating their own abilities. Vegeta had a confident smile on his lips, his hands folded in front of his chest, and he looked confident. They are just a few natives whose combat power has just exceeded 1000. They are not a big deal. Have you notified Raditz? How long will it take for that rubbish to join us? I have already notified Raditz. He should join us soon. Nappa explained. Is this Vegeta? He is still as petite as in the original. BROLY looked at Vegeta in the air and muttered to himself. Although he didn't know why Vegeta looked much taller in the later period of Dragon Ball, the Vegeta in front of him looked very short standing next to Nappa, a big bald man with a strong body. Are they the Scion you mentioned? Looking at the 2 people floating in the air, Tien Shinyan frowned and said in a heavy tone. Such a strong aura, and the same clothes as Raditz, there is no doubt that they are Scion. Krillin looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared in front of him. Whether it was the combat power detector worn on their eyes or the clothes on their bodies, they were exactly the same as Raditz who had met before. Obviously, they are the Scions that BROLY mentioned. Are they the opponents we are going to face this time? Such a strong aura, just looking at it, I feel as if my body is being pressed down by an evil spirit. Yamcha clenched his fists. Although he tried his best to keep calm, the strong aura of Nappa and Vegeta still made him sweat. This terrifying sense of oppression. It is far beyond any opponent he has faced before. If you guys are scared, stay away and don't get in the way. Although Piccolo was also shocked by the strong aura of Nappa and Vegeta, he had lost face after being easily defeated by BROLY before, so he would not retreat easily at this moment. Hey, you 2 Scions, come and fight. With that, Piccolo took off his gravity suit and got into a fighting posture. Although he knew that both of them were very strong, Krillin still didn't think he would lose. He even couldn't wait to show the results of his training this year. King Vegeta, this guy is a little too arrogant, please allow me to teach him a lesson. Nappa looked at Piccolo with a playful smile on his face. He had already used the combat power detector to see Piccolo's strength, which was just over 2000. He should be the strongest among the group, so he can play for a while longer. Haha. Before Raditz, let these inferior races feel the strength of our Scion race. Vegeta nodded and did not refuse Nappa's request. However, just as Nappa was excited to rush up and teach Piccolo a lesson, Vegeta spoke again. By the way, Nappa, don't you still have the seeds of the cultivator? Take them out. Vegeta felt that they didn't need to do anything to deal with the natives of these inferior planets, and the cultivators could handle it. Cultivators? King Vegeta, you really like to play. But in this case, let them see how powerful the cultivators are. Although Nappa was a little unhappy, he still obediently took out the seeds of the cultivators, planted them in the soil, and finally dripped the cultivation liquid. Cultivators. Faced with Nappa's series of actions, Krillin and others were all confused, and had never heard of it. But it is not difficult to see from the performance of the two that this is definitely not a good thing. Crack! Crack! A few seconds later, the land where the cultivators were planted suddenly cracked. One after another, green humanoid monsters jumped out of the soil, each with a hideous and terrifying smile on their faces, and their scarlet eyes flashed with bloodthirstiness. Ah! Ah! The cry of the cultivators was very sharp and piercing. Ah! What is this thing? It actually came out of the ground. Krillin and Son Gohan both showed expressions of fear on their faces, and their bodies even hid backwards. Gohan, don't be afraid, and don't retreat. Although these cultivators are strong, they lack combat experience. They are not your opponents. Seeing that Son Gohan hid directly behind him, Piccolo immediately said with a stern face. Piccolo knew that Son Gohan had great potential and had no problem dealing with a cultivator. It's the same number as the cultivators, how interesting. Vegeta glanced at Broly and others and found that there were 7 of them, the same number as the cultivators. As if he had thought of something fun, he smiled sinisterly. How about a one-on-one fight with the cultivator? It's a game. Game? Are you kidding me? No need to drag it out, just get it over with. Vegeta's tone of not taking himself seriously at all made Piccolo very angry. Wait Piccolo, this is just in our favor, we can just delay time and wait for Goku to come back. Krillin stopped in front of Piccolo and persuaded him. Son Goku was already on his way, although he could clearly feel that the strength of these two scions was far from being comparable to Raditz a year ago. But as long as we delay until Goku comes back, there will definitely be a solution. Okay. In that case, let me take the lead. Yamcha simply moved his joints, and then took the initiative to ask for it. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7, T-God, Art is Explosion. Ah! T-God, is it really okay? Krillin looked at Yamcha with some concern. Although the strength of all of them has been greatly improved during the year of training in the Heavenly God Temple. But the strength of these cultivators in front of him does not seem to be weak at all. Humph. No problem, let me go on stage. I want to let them know that this battle is over. Yamcha glanced at Krillin and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He has been training hard day and night in the past year, and now is the time for him to show his strong fighting power. Otherwise, let me take the lead, T-God. Krillin clenched his fists. Dragon Ball can only revive us once, and you have died once. If you die again by accident, you can't be resurrected even if you use the power of Dragon Ball, so let me do this first game. Leave it to me here. I want to deal with these 7 cultivators in one go. As he said, Yamcha directly took a fighting stance, and his momentum was rising at this moment. T-God, then you should be careful. Krillin stopped trying to stop Yamcha after all. After all, what the other party said was right. He had already died once. If he died again, he would not be able to use Dragon Ball to revive. Broly did not interfere. After all, he also wanted to witness the famous scene of Dragon Ball. When he thought of that classic scene, Broly couldn't help but reveal an intriguing smile. Ha ha ha! What a ridiculous friendship! Then you can defeat him. Nappa sneered and immediately ordered one of the cultivated people to deal with Yamcha. Ya. After receiving Nappa's order, the cultivated person immediately made a piercing and strange cry. Then he attacked Yamcha. Although the strength of the cultivated people was not weak, the combat power of 1200 was still much weaker than that of Yamcha. In addition, the cultivator lacked combat experience, and was soon completely suppressed by Yamcha. "Look at me, I'll get rid of you with this move." Energy bomb! Yamcha roared, and energy surged in his palm. The energy bomb hit the cultivator's chest at a very fast speed. Boom! Then the ground was directly blasted into a deep pit by Yamcha's energy bomb. And the cultivator was lying in it, and his life or death was unknown. Well, the strength of these natives doesn't seem as simple as it seems. Looking at the defeated cultivator, Nappa showed a surprised expression on his face. "I didn't expect that the cultivator with a combat power of 1200 would be defeated so quickly. Hee. Facing the defeat of the cultivator, Vegeta's face did not show any worry, but instead showed a sinister smile. "Hey!" Yamcha just glanced at the cultivator whose life or death was unknown, and proudly thought that he had won the battle. "These monsters are not as strong as we thought. Next, all 6 of you come together." Yamcha looked at the other 6 cultivators confidently, intending to kill them all in one go. "Haha! You underestimate the vitality of the cultivators." Facing Yamcha's contemptuous smile, Vegeta was not angry, and even showed a look on his face as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. What? Upon hearing this, Yamcha's face immediately showed a trace of horror. However, before he could react, the cultivator had already pounced on his back. "God!" Seeing this, Krillin hurriedly shouted excitedly. "Go to hell, idiot!" Vegeta snorted coldly. The next second, boom! The cultivator exploded instantly, and the powerful destructive force directly enveloped the bodies of the 2. On Krillin's side, except for Broly's calm face, the faces of the others showed varying degrees of shock. They never thought that the cultivator would choose to self-destruct in order to win. After a few seconds, the smoke and dust dissipated. The originally flat ground was blasted by the cultivator's self-detonation, and a human-shaped shallow pit was blasted out. And Yamcha was like a sleeping baby, lying peacefully in it. Sure enough, it happened just like the original. Broly smacked his lips, and a helpless look appeared on his face. To be honest, he didn't think Yamcha's death was accidental. With Yamcha's personality, he would probably die in the hands of the cultivator even if it happened again. Obviously, he had the strength to defeat the cultivator, but he didn't defeat the opponent in one go, and he had to pretend to be cool, and ended up dying. Who can be blamed for this? The Tea God, is dead. A hole, damn Scion. I will never forgive you. Looking at Yamcha's body, Krillin instantly felt a surge of anger in his heart. His round face was flushed, and the veins on his forehead were bulging because of anger. Tea God, I will definitely avenge you. Mr. Broly, please move aside. I am going to show you the results of my training this year. After Krillin finished speaking, his hands turned directly into claws. Gritting his teeth, a powerful breath began to gush out from his body. Then all of Krillin's energy began to gather towards his palm. Combat power, 2100. The strength of this breath even surprised Broly on the side. P.S. Please support, please vote for flowers and comments. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8, Raditz arrives with the Dragon Ball. Because he saw through the system before that Krillin's combat power was only 1700. And now he can burst out 2100 points of combat power in anger, which has exceeded Krillin's physical limit. Ha! Spread! Kamehameha wave! Along with Krillin's shout, the energy cannon in his hand also shot out at Vegeta and Nappa at a very fast speed. "King Vegeta, let me deal with it." Before Nappa could finish his words, the energy cannon that was originally shot at him and Vegeta suddenly turned around and went straight up into the sky. Looking at the energy bottle that suddenly turned around, Nappa's face showed surprise. He didn't understand why Krillin's attack suddenly turned around. Spread. However, at this moment, Krillin's hands suddenly separated. Then the energy cannon shot into the air instantly spread into 7 energy cannons of the same size, and blasted towards the 6 cultivators and Nappa respectively. Boom! 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 Under the bombardment of Krillin's diffuse Kamehameha wave, the 6 cultivated people were instantly blasted into powder. As for the energy cannon that blasted towards Nappa and Vegeta at the end, it only raised some smoke and dust, and failed to have any effect on Nappa and Vegeta. Boring trick! Nappa, it's time to end this game. Vegeta looked at Krillin and others with contempt and said coldly. Ha ha ha! Is it finally my turn? After receiving Vegeta's order, Nappa immediately stepped forward and sneered. He had been unable to bear watching the cultivated people fight just now, and now it was finally his turn. Nappa. Looking at the big bald Nappa who was slowly walking towards him, Krillin felt as if his body was pressed down by an evil ghost, and even his legs became heavier. The result of his 1 year of training. His strongest attack, even when it hit the opponent completely, could not even hurt the opponent. Facing such an opponent, how can they win? No. Impossible. Krillin's attack just now clearly hit them completely, but they are not hurt at all. Looking at the unharmed Nappa, Tien Shinyan couldn't help but feel nervous. If that attack had landed on him, he would have been killed instantly, but the 2 scions in front of him were not hurt at all. Although Piccolo was very confident in his own strength, he was also shocked by this scene at this moment. They are too powerful. Is this the strength of Scion? Swish! Just before Nappa was about to attack Krillin and others, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from a distance. Then Raditz appeared in front of everyone. It's Goku's big brother. It's over. Looking at Raditz who suddenly arrived, Krillin immediately recalled the scene when he was hit by the opponent. The whole person was completely dominated by fear. Another scion has appeared, damn it. Can we really hold off until Goku arrives? Tien Shinyan clenched his fists, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He could clearly feel that the auras of these 3 scions were very strong. Facing such a powerful opponent, he really couldn't think of any way. Everyone's faces were filled with varying degrees of worry, only Broly's expression was completely the opposite. Not only was he not worried at all, but he became even more excited. In his opinion, the real good show has just begun. Raditz, you are so slow, you idiot. Nappa looked at Raditz who came in a hurry and said with a sneer on his face. King Vegeta. Sorry, the mission failed. Raditz ignored Nappa and knelt on one knee in front of Vegeta, saying with a panicked look on his face. He knew Vegeta's temper. He failed such a simple mission, which would definitely make Vegeta very angry. Waste. You can't even do such a small thing, what use is there for a waste like you in my team? Vegeta said, and kicked Raditz on the shoulder. Wait, King Vegeta. Although I failed to complete the mission successfully, I got very useful information during the year I was lurking on Earth. Raditz, who was kicked away, didn't care about the pain in his shoulder at all, and knelt in front of Vegeta again and said. Information? What information? Seeing that Raditz was kicked by him, he could still show such an excited expression, Vegeta immediately became interested. King Vegeta, look at this. As he said that, Raditz took out a Dragon Ball directly from his arms. Dragon! How could the Dragon Ball be in Goku's hands? The moment he saw Raditz take out the Dragon Ball, Krillin's eyes suddenly opened, and his expression became horrified. That was the thing that resurrected Yamcha, how could it fall into the hands of Scion now? Could these Scions already know the power of the Dragon Ball? Thinking of this, Krillin was in despair. The Scions are already so powerful. If they get the Dragon Ball and make some weird wishes like Piccolo Daimao before, then the Earth will be really finished. Dragon Ball? What's the use of this thing? Vegeta glanced at Krillin in the distance, then raised his eyebrows and carefully played with the 5-point ball in his hand. Although this thing looks a little beautiful, it doesn't seem to have any special use. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9, The Dragon Ball That Can Grant Any Wish. King Vegeta, I got this thing from a native of this planet named Pilaf. According to him, this thing is called Dragon Ball. There are 7 of them. As long as you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon Shenron to fulfill any wish. At the end, Raditz' expression became excited. At first, he was a little suspicious whether Pilaf was deceiving him, but after Pilaf's various materials proved it, Raditz finally confirmed that what Pilaf said was true. Collecting 7 Dragon Balls can really make wishes come true. Originally, after Raditz got this news, he had the idea of collecting 7 Dragon Balls alone and summoning Shenron, and then living the life of the Emperor of the Universe. But later, Raditz discovered a very important problem. That is, his strength is too weak. If he rashly collects Dragon Balls, BROLY will definitely find out. Then not only will he not be able to summon Shenron smoothly, but he himself may be in danger of his life. Whenever Raditz thought of BROLY's terrifying strength, his legs felt weak. So he had to give up the plan to search for the Dragon Ball and wait for King Vegeta and Nappa to come to Earth before thinking of a solution. After all, as long as King Vegeta's strength becomes stronger, he can naturally share some benefits by following behind. Any wish? Vegeta shook the Dragon Ball in his hand, and his expression became extremely greedy. He didn't expect that there would be a divine object that could fulfill any wish on such a remote Earth. If he could collect all 7 Dragon Balls, wouldn't he be immortal and completely replace that damn BD Frieza? Thinking of this, Vegeta's breathing became rapid. Are you sure it's all true? Yes, King Vegeta, it's all true, I can guarantee it with my life. Raditz stood up and said with certainty. He. Very good, Raditz, you have done a great job this time. Vegeta excitedly put away the Dragon Ball, and now he has a new plan. As long as he can collect all the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes, then he, Vegeta, will become the strongest in the entire universe. It's over. It's over, these Scions know everything. They even know the secret of Dragon Ball. Krillin collapsed on the ground, like a deflated ball. If they died in the battle, they might be resurrected by the power of Dragon Ball. But now that Scions know the secret of Dragon Ball, everything is over. King Vegeta, is there really such a thing that can fulfill wishes? Is what Raditz said not true? Nappa frowned slightly, still a little unconvinced. They Scions have been rampant in the universe for hundreds of years, and have never heard of any beads that can fulfill wishes in this world. He. Faced with Nappa's questioning, Vegeta just snorted coldly. Then he looked at Krillin and said, this little bald guy seems to know a lot about Dragon Ball. As for whether it can make wishes come true, I think he will tell us the answer. Scion, don't be delusional. I will never tell you the secret of Dragon Ball. Krillin subconsciously retorted. Seeing that Vegeta was not angry at all, but showed a cunning smile on his face, Krillin immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately shut up. But it was too late. He. It seems that what Raditz said is true. Dragon Ball can really make any wish come true. From Krillin's reaction, it can be seen that what Raditz said is true. As long as you can collect 7 Dragon Balls, there is a high probability that any wish can really come true. Don't be delusional, Vegeta. You have no chance to collect 7 Dragon Balls with me here. At this moment, BROLY slowly walked out. Hey! BROLY's words instantly made Vegeta's good mood disappear. Looking at BROLY's confident expression, Vegeta instantly laughed. He. You scum with only about 2000 combat power want to stop me. Obviously, Vegeta didn't take BROLY seriously at all. Although BROLY's momentum looked good, in his opinion, the opponent's combat power was at most about 2000, while his combat power was as high as 20,000. Ding ding ding. 2,500, 3,000, no. King Vegeta's combat power is still rising. What, 4,500 combat power? King Vegeta, this guy's combat power has reached 4,500. Nappa looked at BROLY with horror, and then said to Vegeta. How could there be such a strong man on this remote planet? How is this possible? How could there be a guy with a combat power close to 5,000 on such a garbage planet? It's really unbelievable. Oh? 4,500 combat power? No wonder you are so confident, it turns out that you have some strength. Vegeta still had a sneer on his face. Although 4,500's combat power is not weak, it is still incomparable to them. It is only slightly stronger than Raditz, the loser. It's him. Raditz looked at BROLY in the distance with horror. After confirming the other party's identity, Raditz's body trembled instinctively. Raditz's mind was focused on pleasing Vegeta, so he didn't notice that BROLY was also in the crowd. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10, Recruit Me? You are not worthy. Raditz, do you know this guy? Seeing Raditz's reaction, Nappa couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes. Raditz nodded. King Vegeta, the reason why our plan failed is all because of this guy. Then Raditz told Nappa and Vegeta about the combat power detector bursting and how he was defeated by BROLY in one move. After listening to Raditz's words, the two not only had no worries, but also laughed. Ha 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 ha. What combat power bursting? I think it's just that your combat power detector is too old. This guy's combat power is obviously only 4,500, but it's normal for you to lose to this guy, after all, your combat power is only 2,500. Nappa folded his hands in front of his chest and laughed triumphantly. So you are the surviving scion. Vegeta looked at BROLY and smiled. Then he continued, now this prince will give you a chance to live. If you surrender to this prince, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. I can even give you this planet under our feet. Vegeta's tone was very arrogant. It seemed that as long as he became Vegeta's subordinate, it would be a supreme honor. Hearing Vegeta's recruitment of BROLY, Krillin, Piccolo and others' faces instantly turned gloomy. Originally, they were counting on BROLY to protect the Earth. Unexpectedly, the other party actually planned to recruit BROLY directly. And how strong BROLY is, Krillin and others know very well. If even a strong man like Mr. BROLY joins forces with Vegeta and others, then even if they hold on until Goku arrives, they may not have any chance of winning. Br. Mr. BROLY. Krillin clenched his fist and said with a trembling voice. At this moment, the life and death of the Earth depends on BROLY's thoughts. You are worthy of recruiting me. BROLY shook his head and sneered. A year ago, his combat power was far superior to Vegeta. Now, he doesn't even take Frieza seriously, so how can he be Vegeta's younger brother? Haha. Very good, you actually said that this prince is not worthy. Vegeta's smile suddenly froze, replaced by a face full of anger. Damn guy, you take yourself too seriously, don't you? A low-level warrior with a combat power of only 4,500, it's your honor to be invited by this prince. Vegeta gnashed his teeth in anger. If he was not planning to deal with Frisia and needed some powerful cannon fodder, he would never waste time on a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 4,500. This guy obviously didn't recognize the situation. King Vegeta, please allow me to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Nappa also had a hint of anger on his face. But he was more excited. His combat power is 8,000, so it's easy for him to deal with a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 4,500. Yet, Vegeta nodded grimly and continued, "Don't kill him, he is a scion like us after all. Don't worry, King Vegeta, I will show mercy." Nappa licked his lips with his tongue, and a fierce look appeared on his face. He knew that King Vegeta intended to recruit the other party, so he naturally would not kill him. But for such an arrogant guy, if you want him to be honest and obedient, you must teach him a lesson. Nappa, don't be too careless. I always feel that this guy's strength is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Raditz reminded with lingering fear. The haze of being defeated by BROLY in one move a year ago still lingers today. And Raditz believes that the reason why the combat power detector exploded at the beginning may not be because it was broken. Tisk. You don't need to remind me. Nappa curled his lips indifferently. He obviously didn't take Raditz's reminder to heart. Mr. BROLY, thank you for your willingness to help us. But this scion is not weak at all. Why don't we fight him together? BROLY rejected Vegeta's invitation so straightforwardly and chose to stand with them to protect the Earth. This undoubtedly moved Krillin very much. Yes, Mr. BROLY, this guy has a strong momentum. If we fight together, our chances of winning should be higher. Tien Shinyan also spoke at this moment. Only Piccolo on the side curled his lips with disdain. He didn't believe that BROLY was really on their side. After all, BROLY, like Vegeta and the others, was a scion. That's not necessary. It just so happens that I haven't exercised for a year. Today I'll use these two to stretch my muscles a little. BROLY smiled faintly. His current basic combat power is more than 8 million. And Nappa's combat power is only 8,000. If BROLY wants to deal with such a guy, he only needs one finger to end the battle directly. However, BROLY doesn't intend to do so, because although he is powerful now, he is not good at combat experience and skills. And now is a good opportunity to hone combat skills. Well, Mr. BROLY, be careful. After being rejected by BROLY, Krillin and others also stepped back tactfully. He knew very well that even if he and BROLY joined forces, they would only be a burden. After all, his previous full-strength attack did not even hurt Nappa. Humph! You're using me to stretch your muscles? You're such an arrogant guy. But it doesn't matter. Next, I'll let you know how big the gap is between 4,500 combat power and 8,000 combat power. The moment Nappa's voice fell, he stomped his right foot on the ground, and the ground instantly broke into pieces. Then, Nappa rushed towards BROLY with his whole body. Swish! Nappa's clenched fist hit BROLY's chest fiercely. Although the speed was very fast, Nappa's attack was like slow motion in BROLY's eyes, which was not worth watching at all. Then BROLY's mouth corners slightly raised, and he easily dodged Nappa's fist with a slight sideways movement. While dodging the attack, BROLY bent his right leg at the knee and hit Nappa's chest fiercely. Bang! A low collision sounded. Then Nappa spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body hit the ground and slid for more than 10 meters before stopping. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11, Kill Nappa with one strike. This guy. Vegeta looked at BROLY with a serious expression. He didn't expect that Nappa, whose combat power was 8,000, would be defeated by a guy with a combat power of only 4,500. However, BROLY's speed was really fast, and even Vegeta was a little surprised. Is this guy's combat power really only 4,500? With this thought, Vegeta immediately used the combat power detector to detect again. What? 12,000? How did that guy's combat power suddenly reach 12,000? Vegeta said in great shock. He was very sure that Broly's combat power was only 4,500 before the battle with Nappa, so why did his combat power suddenly soar to 12,000? Could it be? This guy's combat power is 12,000? The data detected by the combat power detector before was just deliberately hidden by that guy. So that's it. Hey! Nappa! This guy's combat power suddenly soared to 12,000. You are no match for him. Come back! Vegeta warned. Although it is now basically certain that Broly's combat power is indeed 12,000, Vegeta still has no worries. Although 12,000 combat power is not weak, it is not strong enough to scare Vegeta. After all, his combat power is 20,000. 12,000? Are you kidding? Isn't this guy's strength 4,500? How can it be 12,000? Don't worry, King Vegeta, it's probably that the combat power detector has a problem. Just now I was just careless for a moment. This guy is definitely not my opponent. Nappa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked disapproving. He felt that he had suffered a little loss because he underestimated the other party. But next, the thing just now would never happen again. As for Vegeta saying that Broly's combat power reached 12,000, Nappa didn't believe it at all. There were only so many powerful scions in the entire Vegeta planet, and those who could reach 8,000 combat power like him were already the elite among the elites. So he didn't think that Broly, an unknown scion, would be stronger than him. This idiot! Vegeta curled his lips and cursed inwardly with a gloomy face. King Vegeta, or let Nappa come back, he doesn't seem to be the opponent of that guy. At this time, Raditz came to Vegeta and said cautiously. I have reminded him, since he wants to die, let him do it. Vegeta said indifferently. Regardless of whether Broly's real strength is only 12,000, Nappa can no longer be his opponent. However, in this situation, Nappa is still stubborn, isn't this looking for death? But Vegeta was too lazy to stop him. For him, Nappa and Raditz, these rubbish, are no longer useful. As long as he could get 7 Dragon Balls, he could make a wish for an immortal body, and then he would not need the help of these rubbish to replace Frieza. Raditz wanted to say something more, but seeing Vegeta's firm attitude, he did not dare to say anything more. You made me look bad in front of King Vegeta, you are dead. Nappa stared at Broly with a gloomy face. The moment the voice fell, Nappa clenched his fists, and white energy flames instantly gushed out of his body. The powerful momentum even made the gravel on the ground float in the air. Ha! As Nappa shouted, the energy in Nappa's palm surged rapidly. Go to hell! Big Bang Attack! The moment the voice fell, the condensed energy cannon in Nappa's hand instantly shot towards Broly. I wanted to continue playing with you, but since you want to die, I'll help you. Looking at the energy cannon coming towards him, Broly shook his head indifferently. Then he raised his right hand. He fired an energy cannon at random, which blasted away the energy cannon released by Nappa, and directly engulfed Nappa's entire body. Wow! Finally, Nappa completely dissipated in the smoke and dust with an unwilling wail. Dead? Dead. That bald scion just died like that. Looking at Nappa who was killed in one shot, Krillin's eyes suddenly bulged, and his face was full of disbelief. He knew that Broly was very strong. But he never thought that Broly's strength was so strong. He actually killed a scion in one shot. This guy's strength is too terrible. Piccolo also opened his mouth in shock. His face was full of shock. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? Broly looked at his right hand, and then at Nappa who was blown to pieces in the distance. Perhaps because of his scion blood, Broly didn't feel a bit uncomfortable. He was even a little excited. Then, Nappa just died like that. Raditz took 2 steps back, looking at BROLY in the distance with some disbelief. He knew BROLY was very strong a year ago, but he never thought BROLY could be so strong. Nappa, who has a combat power of 8,000, was so vulnerable in his hands. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Vegeta snorted coldly. He didn't even feel anything about Nappa's death. P.S. Please give me flowers and votes. 1 monthly ticket will add 1 more chapter. Please support all readers. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12, 20,000 Combat Strength Scum. Hey! Your name is BROLY, right? You are really strong enough to kill Nappa. I will give you another chance now. Be loyal to me, and I can spare your life. Vegeta said to BROLY with a slight arc on his lips. Although BROLY was not respectful to him just now, it didn't matter. After all, the opponent's strength was not weak. He was able to kill Nappa with 1 blow, which was enough to prove his strength. Nappa died, and Raditz was too weak. Now he really needs a subordinate with slightly stronger strength. Spare my life? Just because you are a scum with a combat power of only 20,000. BROLY looked at Vegeta with some sympathy. It seems that Vegeta has not figured out the situation yet. He. Very good, you have angered me for the 2nd time. Vegeta suddenly narrowed his eyes and said with a fierce expression, since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. After Vegeta finished speaking, his body suddenly flashed out. He attacked BROLY directly. Vegeta was very fast and arrived in front of BROLY in almost an instant. You should feel honored to be loyal to this prince. But unfortunately, you didn't seize the opportunity. After saying that, Vegeta punched BROLY hard. However, BROLY was not panicked when facing Vegeta's attack. Instead, he showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Your attack speed is too slow. After saying that, BROLY turned his body to the side and easily dodged Vegeta's fist. What? How could you dodge my attack? My combat power is 20,000. Vegeta was shocked. He didn't expect that his attack would miss. What's more terrible is that he didn't see clearly when BROLY's body moved. How is this possible? BROLY's combat power is only 12,000, while he has a combat power of 20,000. How could he dodge his attack? However, the next second, BROLY said to Vegeta in a blunt tone, face the reality, Vegeta, I've said it before, 20,000 combat power is nothing but scum in my opinion. Don't get too proud, isn't it just dodging my attack? I haven't used my full strength yet. Vegeta gritted his teeth, then raised his fist and smashed at BROLY again. This time, he directly released his 20,000 combat power completely without any reservation. He didn't believe that BROLY could still dodge his attack this time. Boring trick. Now I'll let you see what real power is. Vegeta's mouth corners rose. Then he clenched his right fist and went straight up. Although BROLY was still suppressing his combat power at this moment, the combat power he burst out was still as high as 50,000. It was not comparable to Vegeta's 20,000 combat power at all. Bang! The moment the two fists collided, the powerful shock wave directly blasted a huge semicircular deep pit under their feet. Crack! A crisp bone-breaking sound was heard, and Vegeta felt as if his body was hit by a train, and then his whole body flew backwards quickly. Boom! 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 Finally, his body stopped after piercing through several mountains. Wow! Vegeta spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his right arm was completely numb and he had no feeling. He looked even more embarrassed, and his face was no longer calm and composed as before. King Vegeta! Looking at Vegeta, who was punched hundreds of meters by BROLY, Raditz opened his mouth in shock. His eyes were as big as copper bells. King Vegeta, who had a combat power of 20,000, was actually defeated by one move. Shock. Nothing but shock. Damn BD. Vegeta's fists clenched and creaked, although he was very unwilling in his heart. But Vegeta knew very well that he was indeed no match for BROLY. Just one punch made his entire arm numb. Such a huge gap in strength made Vegeta have no intention of continuing to fight. Although he still had the last trump card to play, Vegeta knew very well that it would be useless even if he played it. Because BROLY, like him, is a scion. If BROLY rashly releases the artificial moon, his combat power will also be increased tenfold. Win, win. Looking at this scene, Krillin was stunned for a long time and finally jumped up excitedly. I thought the Earth might be doomed this time, but he didn't expect that these two powerful scions were easily defeated by BROLY in an almost instant kill. Whether it was Nappa or Vegeta at this moment, they were all defeated by BROLY in one move. Too powerful, Mr. BROLY is really too strong. But fortunately, he is on our side. Tien Shinyan also clenched his fists excitedly. Fortunately, BROLY is on their side. If BROLY is an evil scion like Vegeta and the others, I'm afraid the Earth will really have no hope. Great, Uncle Piccolo. This way, none of us will die. Son Gohan also clenched his chubby fists and said excitedly. He was originally afraid that they would die in the battle like Yamcha, but now it seems that this will not happen. In this way, there is no need for his father to take action, and the crisis of the Earth will be solved smoothly. Damn it! We have all worked hard for a year, but in the end, it has no effect at all. Piccolo gritted his teeth, feeling very unhappy. He had been working hard for a year, but in the end, he didn't even have the opportunity to show his strength. What's more hateful is that Krillin and Son Goku admired BROLY, which made Piccolo, the master, even more angry. Then Piccolo made a decision. His body suddenly flashed, and finally rushed directly towards Vegeta. Reading books every day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13, Piccolo gets carried away. Ah! Piccolo, what do you want to do? Seeing this, Krillin's heart tightened immediately, and he shouted hurriedly. Humph! We can't let him perform alone. Besides, Sion's strength doesn't seem to be as strong as we imagined. Now it's time for me to show the results of this year's training. Piccolo turned his head and raised a confident arc at the corner of his mouth. He had practiced hard for a year, wasn't it for today? So he had to show the results of his training today no matter what. Besides, Vegeta was obviously seriously injured by BROLY, and he thought that he would never be able to defeat a seriously injured scion. Piccolo, don't seek death. Although Vegeta is injured, you are still not his opponent. BROLY looked at Piccolo and shook his head with a sneer. Piccolo at this time was as proud as Vegeta, but this would hurt him. Although Vegeta was injured, his combat power was 20,000 after all, while Piccolo's combat power was less than 5,000. Even if Vegeta is injured, Piccolo will never be Vegeta's opponent. Besides, Vegeta still has the last resort. Don't underestimate my strength, Piccolo. You just watch carefully from here. BROLY's words made him feel underestimated. Piccolo, who was already in a very bad mood, was completely furious after hearing BROLY's words. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. BROLY shrugged and said indifferently. Piccolo is too impulsive. The battle is almost over. Krillin, Tien, Shinyan, and others all frowned. They admitted that their strength was not as strong as Piccolo, but they knew more about how terrifying Sion's strength was. Hey! Sion! I will take care of you from now on. Piccolo took a step forward and said arrogantly to the injured Vegeta. Namek! When did even this kind of trash dare to talk to me, King Vegeta, like this? Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Piccolo in front of him with disdain. There are two types of Namek people, one is the Namek people with strong combat power, and the other is the Namek people who have mastered some magic. Although it is not clear which kind of Namek this guy is, Vegeta does not take him seriously. According to the combat power detector, the opponent's combat power is only 3,500. Even if Vegeta is injured, he will not take this guy seriously. Namek? What do you mean by this? Hearing this, Piccolo showed a look of astonishment on his face. It was the first time he heard this name. Is he not an Earthling? He. What a waste, he doesn't even know that he is a Namek. At this point, Vegeta suddenly figured out something. No wonder the remote planet Earth actually has a Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish. It seems that these Dragon Balls were made by the mech people in front of him. In this case, it doesn't matter if BROLY can't be defeated. After all, if even Earth has Dragon Balls, then Namek's homeland. Namek must also have Dragon Balls. As long as he can get Namek's Dragon Ball, he can still make a wish through the Dragon Ball to gain powerful combat power. By then, he must tear BROLY, the BD, into pieces. So I'm not from Earth, no wonder I look different from them. Piccolo was stunned. He had suspected this problem a long time ago, after all, he looked too different from Earth people. And he doesn't need to eat, he only needs to drink water to survive. Swish! Raditz also rushed over at this moment. He might not dare to let him deal with BROLY, but he would have no problem dealing with Piccolo, his defeated opponent. King Vegeta, let me deal with him. Raditz crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Piccolo with a smug look on his face. In his opinion, Piccolo was just a defeated opponent. A year ago, he beat him and Son Goku without any chance of fighting back. Get out of the way, don't you realize that this guy's strength has surpassed you? Vegeta glared at Raditz coldly. Although Raditz's combat power has become much stronger than a year ago, his current combat power is only 2,500. Facing Piccolo with a combat power of 3,500, he has no chance of winning at all. What? Surpassed me? Impossible. Raditz looked puzzled. This guy's combat power was only 500 a year ago, and his current combat power is 2,500. How could he be surpassed? However, Raditz did not dare to refute Vegeta, so he clicked the combat power detector on his glasses. Beep beep. What? 3,500, how is this possible? This guy's combat power has increased by 3,000 in 1 year. How is this possible? Looking at the value on the combat power detector, Raditz's eyes suddenly bulged and he almost pushed the detector out. Humph! Scion is nothing special. Looking at Raditz's shocked expression, Piccolo curled his lips coldly. He was naturally very proud. A year ago, he couldn't shake the opponent even with all his strength, but now he has been far surpassed by himself. This feeling makes Piccolo very happy. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14, Return of Son Goku. Yes. I'm sorry, King Vegeta. Raditz shrank his neck and took 2 steps back involuntarily. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and ignored Raditz. It's just right to kill you now, so that guy won't borrow the power of Dragon Ball to continue to improve his strength in the future. Vegeta looked at Piccolo with a sinister look. He felt that the reason why Broly's strength was above his was definitely because he borrowed the Earth Dragon Ball. Otherwise, he would never be able to surpass himself, the Scion Prince. But it doesn't matter. As long as he can get Namek's Dragon Ball, he can also make a wish to Shenron to make himself stronger. Inexplicable. Although I don't know what you are planning, it's not that easy to kill me. The moment Piccolo's voice fell, the whole person jumped up and attacked Vegeta instantly. You're courting death. Vegeta curled his lips in disdain, then stretched out his left hand and easily caught Piccolo's fist. But his body still stood there without moving. What? Impossible, how can there be such a big difference in strength between us? The moment his fist was caught, Piccolo's pupils shrank in shock. He didn't expect that Vegeta would take his full strength blow so calmly. And his fist seemed to be sucked in and couldn't get rid of it at all. Piccolo is dead. BROLY shook his head. It has to be said that Piccolo is really good at seeking his own death. Humph. It's too late to be afraid now, so use your life to vent the anger in this prince's heart. Vegeta showed a cold smile on his face, and then his palm suddenly exerted force, directly pulling Piccolo's body over. Then the other hand quickly condensed energy and hit Piccolo's chest directly. Boom! The energy cannon instantly pierced Piccolo's chest. A bowl-sized hole was left directly on Piccolo's body. Then Piccolo's eyes gradually lost their color, and his vitality was fading away bit by bit. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Not enough. Vegeta sneered, and then fired more than 10 energy cannons at Piccolo's body again. Instantly, smoke and dust rose, and Piccolo's body completely disappeared into the air at this moment. Piccolo. Seeing Piccolo being killed, Krillin knelt on the ground with his knees weak. Piccolo and the life of the Earth God are one, and Piccolo's death also means that the Dragon Ball of the Earth can no longer be used. In this way, Yamcha really can't be resurrected. Uncle Piccolo. Looking at the Piccolo who was blasted to pieces, Son Gohan's eyes suddenly turned red, and the aura emanating from his body increased explosively. He rushed directly towards Vegeta. Get out of here, you overestimator! Vegeta slapped Son Gohan and sent him flying. Although Son Gohan's strength increased dramatically due to his anger, he was still no match for Vegeta. Krillin. Did you feel it? This is Goku's aura. So good, Goku is back. Tien Shinyan looked at Krillin with a fanatic look on his face. It seemed that in the minds of all of them, Son Goku had already become their backbone. As long as Son Goku came, all difficulties could be solved. That's right. It's Goku's aura, so good, Goku is back. Krillin was stunned at first, but soon he said excitedly. He would never be wrong about this familiar aura. It seems that Goku has returned from King Kai. The aura is indeed much stronger than a year ago. But it's still too weak. BROLY naturally felt Son Goku's aura as well. He could clearly feel the strength of Son Goku's aura. Although it is indeed much stronger than a year ago, it is still much weaker than Vegeta. But think about it, according to the original work, Son Goku, who has just completed training with King Kai, has a basic combat power of only 8,000. Only when he uses Kaioken can he compete with Vegeta. Whoosh! When everyone was extremely happy, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Then Son Goku, wearing an orange-yellow enlightenment uniform, appeared in front of everyone. Great, Goku! Goku, you are finally back. Dad! Dad! Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Son Gohan, and others looked at the familiar figure in front of them and shouted excitedly. Son Gohan even had tears in his eyes. Extremely excited. Dad! Dad! Son Gohan tried hard not to cry. Dad! Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Yamcha were all killed by this scion. Son Gohan clenched his fists, and his heart was extremely angry. Don't worry Gohan, I won't let them go. Son Goku frowned and said angrily. On the way back, he felt Piccolo's aura suddenly disappear. Piccolo was killed, which means that the old gods of the earth will also disappear. And in this case, Yamcha really can't be resurrected, so he can never forgive Vegeta and others who killed Piccolo. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15, Double Kaioken. Kakarot, how come you suddenly become so much stronger? Raditz looked at Son Goku in surprise. Although Son Goku hid his aura, Raditz could still feel that his current situation was the same as Piccolo, and his combat power was far superior to his own. Raditz, I didn't expect you to come too. Son Goku glanced at Raditz in the distance, and his expression became gloomy at this moment. Although the other party was his elder brother, Son Goku had no good feelings for this guy who wanted to destroy all humans on Earth. Raditz, is he Kakarot? It seems that his strength is not as weak as you said. Vegeta clenched his fists and looked at Son Goku with disdain. Although the aura exuded by the other party was much stronger than Raditz, it was still not comparable to his own. So Vegeta was not panicked at all. As long as BROLY didn't intervene, no one here would be his opponent. King Vegeta, I don't know what happened to Kakarot. He wasn't that strong a year ago. Raditz was panicked. He didn't understand what kind of training Piccolo and Son Goku had done in the past year to increase their strength several times. This is something that none of them, the fighting nation, can do. Mr. BROLY, thank you for protecting the Earth when I was away, but let me handle it next. Son Goku put Son Gohan down and looked at BROLY seriously. Well, be careful. Although that guy was injured by me, his combat power is still higher than yours. BROLY looked at Son Goku and said casually. Through the system, Su Chen can accurately see Son Goku's current combat power. Son Goku combat power, 9000. Son Goku's current combat power has greatly improved compared to a year ago, but without using Kaioken, he is still no match for Vegeta. Don't worry, Mr. BROLY. I've been training day and night for this year. After I deal with this guy, I hope to have a fight with you. Son Goku looked at BROLY and said expectantly. Let's talk about it later. BROLY waved his hand very casually. Now he is not looking forward to fighting with Son Goku. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. Kakarot, since you and I are both Scion, I can give you a chance to live. Submit to this prince, and fight BROLY with me, and I can reward you with this planet. Vegeta showed a gloomy smile on his face and said to Son Goku. Humph. Don't dream, I will never submit to you. And Piccolo was also killed by you, I will never forgive you. Son Goku rejected Vegeta's invitation without thinking, and then slowly walked towards Vegeta. Tisk. Don't be so self-righteous. How can a low-level warrior like you be a match for this prince? Vegeta curled his lips, feeling extremely annoyed. BROLY refused his recruitment, but now even Son Goku, a low-level warrior, dared to talk to him like this, which made him extremely annoyed. Since you don't want to submit to me, then prepare to die, Kakarot. Vegeta's face showed a cold look. Then he stepped out with his right foot. A gap was instantly stepped out on the flat ground. Swish! Vegeta's body instantly disappeared from the spot and shot directly at Son Goku. What a fast speed! Son Goku's eyes suddenly opened. Then he hurriedly crossed his arms against his chest to block. Bang! The moment the fist hit Son Goku's arm, a low collision sound was heard. Although Son Goku's defense removed most of the force of this punch, the power of Vegeta's punch still made his body retreat more than 10 meters. His feet plowed a ditch on the ground, and finally stabilized his body. What a powerful force! Son Goku shook his numb arms and said with a shocked face. Humph! Now you know the difference in strength between us, you low-level warrior. Vegeta raised his chin proudly, with a proud face. Vegeta, don't be happy too early. The real battle has just begun. Although he was indeed suppressed by Vegeta in the previous fight, this did not make Son Goku's face too much. Instead, it made Son Goku feel a little excited. He has trained with Lord Kai for a year, and now it is time to show the results of his training this year. Hey! Then Son Goku suddenly clenched his fists and shouted. Swish! White energy flares instantly gushed out of Son Goku's body. Although this did not substantially improve Son Goku's combat power, it made Son Goku's momentum stronger at the moment. Tisk, just a trick. Vegeta curled his lips with disdain. He didn't take Son Goku seriously at all. In his opinion, Son Goku's strength was at best a little stronger than Nappa, and he couldn't be compared with himself at all. Don't worry. Now I'll show you the new ability I learned from Lord Kai. Facing Vegeta's disdainful eyes, Son Goku's face remained calm, and then he clenched his fists again and shouted. Hey! Double Kaioken! As the voice came out, a stream of red energy gushed out of Son Goku's body. For a moment, even the white flares gushing out of Son Goku's body turned black and red at this moment. Son Goku's combat power instantly soared to 18,000. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16, Super Afterburner vs Kamehameha Wave. Wow, so awesome! Is this Goku's true strength? I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a year, Goku has grown to this point. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Son Goku, Tien Shinyan widened his eyes in shock. Although he knew that when he met Son Goku again, the other party would definitely leave him further behind. But when he really felt the powerful aura from Son Goku, Tien Shinyan was still shocked. Too awesome, this way Goku will definitely be able to defeat that Scion. Krillin clenched his fists excitedly, his face full of excitement. He could feel that the aura emanating from Goku was no weaker than that Scion. What? This guy's fighting power instantly doubled. Looking at Son Goku's fighting power that suddenly soared by 2 times, Vegeta, who had been nonchalant, suddenly became extremely nervous at this moment. Although even if Son Goku's fighting power doubled, it was not as high as his fighting power. But Vegeta could only use 80% of his strength at this moment because he was injured by BROLY. That is to say, Vegeta's combat power at this moment is only 16,000 at most. Facing Son Goku, whose combat power reached 18,000, even Vegeta felt a huge pressure. Take it, Vegeta. After Son Goku finished speaking, he stomped his right foot on the ground. Whoosh! His body instantly shot towards Vegeta, and his clenched fist slammed into Vegeta's chest. Damn! Damn! Vegeta gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Son Goku to be able to burst out at such an amazing speed. Even if he was not injured, his speed could only reach this level. In the end, Vegeta had no choice but to clench his fist to meet it. Boom! The moment the 2 fists collided, the powerful energy aftermath spread rapidly in all directions with the 2 fists hitting each other as the center. Both of their bodies were shaken in opposite directions by this shock wave. However, Son Goku only retreated a dozen meters to stabilize his body, while Vegeta crashed directly into the mountain behind him. Although he was not injured, he looked particularly embarrassed. Kakarot actually suppressed King Vegeta. Raditz' jaw almost dropped to the ground in shock. Is this still his brother who was born with a combat power of only 5? Why has he grown to the point where he can suppress King Vegeta now? Can Scion's lower level fighters really do this? Raditz's heart is very complicated. He doesn't understand what Son Goku has experienced in the past year. He can grow from a combat power of 500 to the point where he can suppress King Vegeta now. Damn, BD. Kakarot, you completely PD me off. Vegeta took his arm off the mountain behind him and yelled hysterically at Son Goku. Hey! Then Vegeta took a half-squat posture and shouted wildly. A strong breath quickly gushed out of his body. As the energy gushed out, Vegeta's mouth suddenly raised a strange arc. Super Afterburner. Finally, with Vegeta's shout, the energy cannon in his hand dragged a long tail like a comet hitting the earth, and blasted towards Son Goku in the distance. Facing the powerful energy cannon coming towards him, Son Goku did not get arrogant. Instead, he immediately put his hands on his waist to form a calyx shape, and then began to condense energy frantically. Kamehameha wave. As the sound came out, the two powerful energy cannons, Kamehameha wave and Super Afterburner, slammed into each other fiercely. In an instant, the mountains under the feet of the two were crushed by the powerful energy shock wave. Even Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and others who were watching the battle in the distance retreated under the continuous impact of this powerful energy shock wave. I couldn't open my eyes at all. Wow, so powerful, whether it's Goku or that Scion, their strength is so strong. Krillin clenched his fists excitedly. Although he wanted to rush to help Son Goku, Krillin knew that this kind of battle was not something he could intervene in. Vegeta lost. Looking at the two people who were still fighting in the distance, Broly shook his head calmly. Facing Son Goku with twice the Kaioken, Vegeta was almost unable to bear the pressure and chose Great Ape. And it was time for him to leave. After all, his tail was not cut off like Son Goku. If Vegeta really released the artificial moon later, he would definitely follow Great Ape. And Broly didn't know if he would lose his mind like Son Goku if his current body turned into a giant ape. If he also lost his mind, then I'm afraid no one on the earth could stop him. Let's go, Bulma, there's nothing to see here. Broly flew to Bulma's side and said. Before the previous battle, Broly hid Bulma to avoid her getting hurt. Honey, are Goku and the others really okay? Those Scions look very powerful. Bulma said with some concern. Don't worry, I've already severely injured that Scion, and Goku can handle it now. Broly touched his somewhat shriveled stomach. I'm so hungry all of a sudden, I wonder if Auntie has made cookies. Ever since he became Broly, his appetite has become unusually large. This may also be due to the special relationship of Scion's body. I'll ask my mother to make dessert for you. Then Broly directly left the battlefield with Bulma in his arms. After returning to the Capsule Corporation, Broly had a big meal under the warm hospitality of Mrs. Brief. Brief and the doctor not only did not object to Broly being with him, but treated him very enthusiastically. As for Mrs. Brief, she was even more enthusiastic, and her enthusiasm for Broly even made him, a veteran in the love field, a little overwhelmed. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17, Enthusiastic Mrs. Cliff, begging for flowers and votes. As for the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta, it also came to an end. The result was almost the same as Broly expected. Facing Vegeta who had turned into a giant ape, Son Goku finally risked his life to use the fourfold Kaioken, but the result was still no match for the giant ape Vegeta. Fortunately, Krillin used the Chi Yuan Zhan in time to cut off Vegeta's tail. Only then did Vegeta succeed. However, after defeating Vegeta, Son Goku did not choose to kill him and Raditz, but let them leave the Earth on the Universe spacecraft. Although everyone opposed it unanimously, Son Goku insisted again and again, and they finally had to choose to believe each other. Broly, who was enjoying afternoon tea leisurely with Mrs. Cliff at the Super Capsule Company, immediately looked away after feeling Son Goku's fast approaching chi. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and then Son Goku's figure appeared in front of Broly. Long time no see, Mr. Broly. It has been a week since the last time I met Broly, and during this period, Son Goku's injuries from the battle have completely recovered. Why did you come to see me? Even without thinking, Broly didn't know what the purpose of Son Goku's coming here was. Hehe. Mr. Broly, if possible, can you spar with me for a while? Son Goku rubbed his hands and looked at Broly with anticipation. Although his strength is countless times stronger than a year ago, Son Goku knows very well that he is still no match for Broly. Because according to the description of Krillin and others, Broly hit Vegeta hard with one blow. But even so, Son Goku still hopes to have a little fight with BROLY. Through the battle with Vegeta, Son Goku discovered a very critical problem. It seems that as long as he fights with a strong opponent, his strength can be improved. Sure enough, it's a sparring match. BROLY did not immediately agree to the other party, but instead checked Son Goku's current combat power again through the system. Son Goku battle power, 30,000. You are stronger than when you fought Vegeta. BROLY looked at Son Goku and nodded slowly. When Son Goku fought Vegeta, his normal battle power was only 8,000. Unexpectedly, his battle power had soared to 30,000 after the battle. This is without further training. If Son Goku enters gravity training for a period of time, I am afraid that Son Goku's battle power will exceed 100,000 without going to Namek. Hehe. So Mr. BROLY, have you agreed to spar with me? Son Goku said impatiently. It was because he found that his strength would be improved after fighting with a strong opponent that Son Goku thought of sparring with BROLY. Yes, I can. But I am afraid that fighting with me will undermine your confidence. BROLY smiled and said calmly. His current normal battle power is 8.7 million. Even if he does not become the legendary Super Saiyan, he can defeat Son Goku in an instant. It's okay, Mr. BROLY. Just go for it, I won't be hit. Seeing BROLY agreed, Son Goku immediately jumped back and took a fighting stance. Forget it, you should attack. BROLY said lightly. If he attacked first, I'm afraid Son Goku would have no chance to fight back. Okay, in that case, I won't be polite. Son Goku nodded and clenched his fists immediately. Triple Kaioken. This time Son Goku didn't act too arrogantly, but directly used Triple Kaioken. And powerful energy instantly gushed out of his body. Son Goku's combat power soared to 90,000. Swoosh! Almost at the moment of using Kaioken, Son Goku's body attacked BROLY directly. He was very fast, and the whole person almost turned into a stream of red light. In an instant, his body came in front of BROLY. Ha! Take off! BROLY sneered, and pressed Son Goku's head with his big hand, rubbing Son Goku's head on the ground in an extremely ambitious fighting method. Bang! 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 The tiles on the ground were all overturned by Son Goku's head. Finally, under BROLY's force, Son Goku's body flew directly to a huge statue in the distance. Boom! The moment it was hit, the huge statue collapsed instantly. And Son Goku was buried in it, and his life and death were unknown. Ah! Mr. BROLY, you are so powerful that you destroyed the house like this by yourself. Looking at the destroyed backyard, Mrs. Cliff hurriedly hugged BROLY's muscular arm, and her face was full of excitement and reverie. Wow! Wow wow wow! It hurts, Mr. BROLY, your strength is too strong. At this time, Son Goku slowly stood up and said with a bruised face. BROLY controlled the power, otherwise Son Goku would have already gone to hell. Now you know the gap between us. By the way, Son Goku, do you want to revive Piccolo and the others? BROLY looked at the embarrassed Son Goku and said. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, please give me a monthly ticket, dear readers. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18, Trying to Become a Scion Level 2. Of course I want to revive Piccolo and the others, but Shenron on Earth has disappeared. Son Goku's eyes dimmed instantly when Piccolo and the others were mentioned. How could he not want to revive Piccolo and Yamcha? But Piccolo's death caused Shenron to no longer exist on Earth. Although Shenron on Earth has disappeared, I know there is another place where Dragon Ball still exists. Looking at Son Goku's disappointed expression, BROLY said lightly. Really? Really? Mr. BROLY, where is the place you are talking about? As long as I can revive Piccolo and the others, I will go there no matter what. Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly, and he couldn't wait to find the Dragon Ball to revive Piccolo and the others. Namek Ball, which is Piccolo's hometown. But I only know that there is this place. As for the exact coordinates, you still need to ask King Kai. Broly did not lie. He really didn't know the exact location of Namek. And in the original Dragon Ball, Son Goku and the others also found the exact coordinates of Namek with the help of King Kai. Thank you so much, Mr. Broly. I'll go ask Lord Kai right now. After Son Goku finished speaking, he tried to contact King Kai to ask for Namek's exact coordinates. As for Broly, he didn't want to continue intervening, because he knew the plot would definitely develop according to the original work. Then Broly flew directly to the Temple of Heaven. That's right, he planned to enter the Spirit Time Chamber to practice a little. After all, the next person he had to face was Frieza, who had a combat power of 120 million. Broly planned to practice his transformation a little. Whoosh! When Broly appeared again, he had already arrived at the Temple of Heaven. Hello, Mr. Broly. As soon as Broly arrived at the Temple of Heaven, Mr. Popo came up to him directly. It looked like he had known that Broly was coming. You knew I would come. Looking at Popo, who was not in a very good mental state, Broly was full of confusion. However, the next second, Broly's eyes suddenly opened. Popo combat power, 1,200 billion. Although Broly had guessed about Popo's strength long ago, he was still shocked when the system detected Popo's specific combat power. 1,200 billion. No wonder Mr. Popo could easily suppress Super Saiyan 2 Son Goten and Super Saiyan 2 Trunks in the original work. Yes, Mr. Broly, I heard the conversation between you and Mr. Goku. Can you help Goku and the others revive Lord Celestial? Mr. Popo's round eyes stared at Broly, obviously looking forward to Broly's answer. He could see everything that happened underground in the Celestial Temple, so he naturally knew that Broly was very strong. If Broly was willing to help Goku, then the hope of reviving Lord Celestial would definitely be higher. Leave it to me. Broly hesitated for a moment, and then agreed directly. Namek was definitely going to go, so it was not a problem to help Son Goku. That's great, thank you so much, Mr. Broly. Popo Elena looked at Broly gratefully and said, Mr. Popo, I need to borrow the Spirit Time House here, is that okay? Broly looked at Popo and said directly. No problem, I'll prepare food for you now. Mr. Popo also agreed to Broly's request and happily prepared food for Broly to eat after entering. He hoped that Broly could improve his strength in the Spirit Time House. In this way, the hope of resurrecting the gods would be greater. Soon, Mr. Popo made enough preparations for Broly. You can go in, Mr. Broly, but everyone can only go in for 2 days in their lifetime. If it exceeds 2 days, the entrance will disappear, so you must come out before the entrance disappears. Mr. Popo explained patiently to Broly. Well, I know. Broly nodded lightly, and then entered the Spirit Time House. He was naturally very clear about the precautions of the Spirit Time House. The gravity in the Spirit Time Room is 10 times that outside. It is a natural gravity room, which is very suitable for training. Very good, next I can try to become a Super Saiyan. After adjusting his breath, Broly squatted slightly and began to try to transform into a Super Saiyan. Hey 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 hey! Accompanied by shouts, Broly came out of his mouth. His original combat power of 1 million showed a geometric increase at this moment. The grass-green energy flame burst out from Broly's body. At the moment when the energy flame burst out, Broly's muscles all over his body bulged inch by inch, and the whole person instantly became twice as strong. The originally black hair also completely turned into grass green at this moment. Yes, this is Broly's Super Saiyan form. Then Broly checked his current combat power value. Broly combat power. From the current combat power, the Super Saiyan bloodline is indeed stronger than the ordinary Saiyan bloodline. The maximum increase of an ordinary scion to super scion is only 50 times, while the increase of becoming a super scion is 100 times. Of course, this is only the initial combat power after the transformation. BROLY's super scion bloodline can continue to grow stronger as the battle time goes by. To put it simply, the stronger the opponent is, the faster BROLY will become stronger in the battle with him. It's a pity that he can't survive in the universe yet, otherwise, BROLY really wants to compete with gods of destruction. Hey! After a simple warm-up, BROLY felt that he could continue to transform, although he had not tried to directly become the second stage of Super Scion. But the powerful energy in his body made BROLY full of confidence. Then next, try to become the second stage of Super Scion. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, to Namek. BROLY thought of this. He clenched his fists again, and the powerful energy of the Super Scion burst out of his body again. Swish! The grass-green flame continued to pour out of BROLY's body. Hey 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 hey! As BROLY roared, the grass-green flame gushing out of his body also underwent subtle changes. The grass-green flame that originally appeared like a flame, now burst out of BROLY's body like a rocket. Crackling! Then blue arcs appeared around BROLY and swirled back and forth. Then BROLY's grass-green hair was completely inverted, like a spike. Ha! Finally, with BROLY's last roar, the originally flat ground in the Spirit Time House instantly sank into a huge pit. In the center of the pit, BROLY's body stood in it, like a killing god, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body. Hey! BROLY exhaled a breath of foul air, and carefully felt the powerful energy in his body that was about to overflow. This is the second stage of the Transcendent Scion. I succeeded. Feeling the huge energy in his body, BROLY's excitement was beyond words. Then BROLY simply moved his body. Although there was no opponent to fight him, he could still feel that his current fighting power was already very powerful to a very terrifying degree. Although he had never fought with Frisia, BROLY was very confident that he could definitely blow Frisia into pieces in one move. According to the original record, the strongest form of Frisia in the Namek chapter had a fighting power of only 120 million. With BROLY's current strength, he could definitely kill Frisia in one move. But even so, BROLY did not waste the next period of time. On the contrary, he worked hard to practice in the Spirit Time Room. As for the outside of the Spirit Time Room, Son Goku naturally got the exact coordinates of Namek from King Kai. Although the exact coordinates of the Namek ball were obtained, Son Goku and others soon encountered another problem. That is, they cannot survive in the universe, so if they want to go to Namek, they must use the universe ship. However, with the current technology on Earth, it is impossible to make a universe ship that can sail in the universe. Even genius scientists like Bulma and Dr. Cliff cannot make a universe ship that can fly in the universe. Just when everyone was at a loss, Mr. Popo brought good news. That is the universe ship that the old god of the Earth used. Although most of the parts in the universe ship have been damaged after too long, this is not difficult for Dr. Cliff and Bulma, the genius girl. Finally, with the unremitting efforts of the two, the universe ship of the old god was finally repaired. Great, this way we can go to Namek to revive Piccolo and others. Looking at the weird-shaped universe ship in front of him like a hedgehog, Son Goku said excitedly. With this universe ship, they can finally go to Namek. Now we just need to wait for Mr. BROLY to finish his training, and then we can set off for Namek. Son Goku looked up at the sky in the distance. Originally, Son Goku planned to wait for the universe spaceship to be repaired, and then go to Namek with Krillin immediately. But then Mr. Popo told Son Goku that BROLY would also come with him, so Son Goku planned to wait for BROLY to finish his training before entering Namek together. Let's calculate the time. BROLY will soon finish his training. Son Goku said with some expectation. looking at the direction of the heavenly temple. Mr. Broly is already so powerful. I'm afraid he will become even stronger after this training. Swoosh! At this time, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and then Broly's figure appeared in front of Son Goku and others. Husband. Bulma, who hadn't seen each other for several days, immediately threw herself into Broly's arms the moment she saw Broly. Mr. Broly, your strength has become stronger again. Although Broly hid his breath, Son Goku could still feel that Broly's strength had become stronger. That strong breath was definitely correct. Broly's strength was much stronger than a few days ago. Well, you are not bad either. Your strength is also much stronger than a few days ago. Broly looked at Son Goku with a satisfied smile on his face. A few days ago, when Son Goku fought with him, his combat power was only 30,000, but now Son Goku's combat power has reached 120,000. It is obvious that after being defeated by him, Son Goku's strength has also ushered in a huge increase. Hehe. After fighting with you, Mr. Broly, last time, I felt that my strength has become much stronger. I wonder when I can fight with Mr. Broly again. Son Goku rubbed his hands and looked at Broly with anticipation. The increase in combat power brought by fighting with Broly is much faster than his own hard training. Don't worry, there will be a chance. But before that, let's go to Namek first. Broly looked at the strange-shaped universe spaceship in front of him and said. Well, let's go. Son Goku nodded, and then took Krillin and Son Gohan into the universe spaceship. Originally, Bulma also planned to go to Namek with Broly. But Broly directly refused. Because he knew very well that this trip was very dangerous. Even if the plot developed the same as the original, Namek would be detonated at the end. If Bulma didn't leave in time on the universe spacecraft, she might be in danger of her life. Although Broly was very reluctant to part with Broly, under the strong request of the other party, Broly could only do it obediently. Old husband, then you must come back safely. Bulma is waiting for you to come back safely at home. Bulma snuggled in Broly's arms and said reluctantly. Don't worry. With a beautiful wife like you at home, I will never put myself in danger. As he said that, Broly touched Bulma's small buttocks hard. This action made Bulma's pretty face blush immediately. Then she said coquettishly, wait for you to come back, I will agree to your request and let you come from behind. Although Bulma's voice was as soft as a mosquito, it still made Broly stand at attention instantly. After a brief moment of tenderness, Broly finally stepped into the universe spaceship. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20, Universe Emperor Frieza. Namek's universe spaceship is very smart. It can drive itself as long as the coordinates are adjusted. And Broly also built a gravity room in the universe spaceship so that they can practice in the spaceship. Unfortunately, the speed of the spaceship is not very fast. It finally arrived in Namek after flying for nearly a month. This also made Broly realize the benefits of instant transmission. If he had mastered instant transmission at this moment, he could arrive in an instant by locking the breath of the Namek people. Click! The spaceship landed safely and the hatch slowly opened. However, Broly felt a familiar breath just after he walked out of the universe spaceship. It's Sion. After feeling the familiar breath, Krillin's face immediately showed a look of horror. Unexpectedly, Sion also came with them. When Krillin thought of Vegeta's powerful combat power after becoming a giant ape, he felt his scalp tingling. Fortunately, Mr. Broly also came with them this time. With Broly's help, they should be able to relax a little. It's Vegeta's aura. I didn't expect him to come too. Son Goku's expression was not as nervous as Krillin's. Instead, he was a little excited. Don't be careless. This time we have to face more than just Vegeta. He should also be accompanied by the Universe Emperor Frisia. BROLY naturally felt Vegeta's aura, but he also felt another powerful aura. This aura was the strongest aura BROLY had ever felt since he came to this world. It's obvious that it was Frisia's aura. Frisia? Although I don't know how strong that guy is, the guy who can make King Kai so afraid must be very strong. Son Goku clenched his fist. Before coming, King Kai reminded Son Goku about the Universe Emperor Frisia. And according to King Kai, Frisia is the overlord of the entire northern galaxy, and his strength is so strong that even King Kai dare not easily provoke him. However, this did not make Son Goku afraid, but made him more excited. Wait, someone is coming. At this time, Krillin suddenly looked into the distance and shouted loudly. Swoosh! Two sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and then two universe people wearing the same combat uniform as Vegeta appeared in front of BROLY and others. Aren't they Namekians? Who are you? One of the universe people with a big beard looked at Krillin with contempt. Just now, he had seen through the combat power detector that the combat power of these people in front of him was only in the single digit, so they naturally didn't take Krillin seriously. The same outfit as Vegeta? Are they in the same group with Vegeta? Son Goku scratched his head and didn't take the two people who suddenly appeared to heart. Just two scumbags under Frisia. BROLY also said with a nonchalant look. A hole. You actually called us two scums, you're really looking for death. Then I'll destroy your universe spaceship first, and see how you can escape then. Another universe man who looked like a lizard said, and aimed his weapon at the universe spaceship behind Son Goku. Looking for death? BROLY snorted coldly. Swish! Then his body disappeared instantly, and then instantly appeared in front of the two people. What? BROLY didn't give the two people a chance to react at all, and raised his hand and fired two energy cannons to directly blast the two universe people into scum. So powerful. Worthy of Mr. BROLY. Krillin looked at BROLY with admiration. Just now, he didn't see clearly when BROLY's body moved, but the battle was already over. It seems that Frisia has already brought his army to Namek. If we don't hurry up, the Dragon Ball may be taken by them first. BROLY glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and said lightly. According to the image displayed by the Dragon Ball radar, 4 Dragon Balls are gathered in one place. It is obvious that Frisia has obtained 4 Dragon Balls. Mr. BROLY is right. If they use the Dragon Ball first, it will be troublesome. Son Goku nodded seriously. Then BROLY and Son Goku and the other two split up. BROLY went to find the farthest Dragon Ball, and the closest one was given to Son Goku and the other two. On the other side of the planet. Inside Frisia's super-large universe spaceship. Frisia, who was sitting in the stroller, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Oh, I didn't expect that this remote Namek would be so lively. So many powerful guys suddenly appeared. Did Mr. Sabo contact Jinyu? Frisia looked at Sabo beside him. Captain Jinyu has been notified. They should be on their way. Sabo said to Frisia very respectfully. Well, very good, there should be something interesting to watch today. Also, how are the Dragon Balls collected? Frisia clenched his fists with a gloomy face. He has ruled the entire northern galaxy for many years, but he has not discovered the magical thing called Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish. If it weren't for the fact that he installed a monitoring device on Vegeta's combat power detector, I'm afraid he wouldn't have discovered the magical use of Dragon Ball until now. 4 Dragon Balls have been collected so far, and the 5th Dragon Ball is on the way back. Sabo still said respectfully. Very good. Mr. Sabo, you should go with me, and bring all the Dragon Balls to me as soon as possible. Yes. Sabo nodded, and then disappeared from the spot. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21, just a dog under Frisia. In a village of Namek, Dodoria, who looked extremely ugly, was looking at the three elders of Namek in front of him with an irritated face. "Hand over the Dragon Ball to me quickly, otherwise these two little guys will die." Looking at the two Namek children behind the three elders of Namek, Dodoria suddenly raised her hand and condensed the energy bomb instantly. "Don't dream, I won't tell you where the Dragon Ball is." The three elders gritted their teeth. Looking at the bodies of the Namek people on the ground, he was extremely angry. "Very good, then you can collect the bodies of these two children." After that, Dodoria suddenly laughed strangely, and then the condensed energy bomb in his hand was also shot at the three elders of Namek. Swish! However, just before the energy bomb was about to hit the three elders, a figure suddenly appeared and kicked the energy bomb away with one foot. "What? Who dares to hinder me, Dodoria?" Dodoria looked at BROLY with an angry face. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and showed an unbelievable expression. Scion. Dodoria would never mistake that tail, only scions have that kind of tail. But what makes Dodoria curious is that since they destroyed Vegeta's planet, aren't Vegeta, Nappa and Raditz the only scions left alive? But what's going on with this scion who suddenly appeared in front of him? "You! Dende, you two stay away!" The third elder Namek pushed Dende behind him, signaling him to take the opportunity to hide. Although the man in front of him did save them, the third elder is not sure whether the other party is also here for the Dragon Ball. Dodoria did not rashly attack BROLY, but turned on the combat power detector on his eyes. Beep beep. Combat power 18,000. Humph, I thought he was some powerful guy, but his combat power is only 18,000, not as good as Vegeta, that waste. After confirming that the other party's combat power is not as good as his own, Dodoria immediately changed his face. If BROLY's one move to knock away his energy bombs had made him feel a little scared, then at this moment, Dodoria didn't take BROLY seriously at all. After all, his combat power was 22,000. He didn't take 18,000 combat power seriously at all. "A dog under Frisia's command dares to talk to me like this." BROLY crossed his arms in front of his chest and said jokingly. A wild monkey with only 18,000 combat power dares to talk to me like this. I was going to spare your life because of your good strength, but since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish." Dodoria clenched his fist and shot out. He was very fast, and his fist was in front of BROLY in an instant. "You're dead." The fist blasted out. Dodoria had a cruel smile on his face. However, the next second, the smile on Dodoria's face suddenly froze. Then his pupils shrank, his eyes moved down, and he showed a look of horror. Because at the moment when his fist was less than 5 centimeters away from BROLY's body, BROLY's fist had already sunk into Dodoria's abdomen. "No. Impossible. Your combat power is only 18,000, how can you be my opponent?" Dodoria suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, still with a look of horror on his face. "Really? Then look at my combat power now." BROLY sneered. Beep beep. Then the combat power detector on Dodoria's eyes suddenly sounded an alarm. BROLY's combat power value also increased rapidly at this moment. 18,000, 20,000, 24,000. Boom. Finally, the detector exploded with a bang. 24,000, how can this be possible? Dodoria swallowed his saliva with a look of horror on his face, and his body kept retreating. Finally, he flew away like crazy. However, BROLY just sneered. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The next second, Dodoria, who had fled hundreds of meters away, exploded instantly, turned into a pink light spot, and disappeared in the wind. "Wow, so awesome!" Dende, who was hiding in the distance, looked at BROLY's back with admiration in his eyes. Why did you help us?" The three elders of Namek looked at BROLY and asked tentatively. I need to borrow Namek's Dragon Ball, but you can rest assured that I am not the same as them. BROLY said truthfully. He did come for the Dragon Ball, so there was nothing to hide. Although you saved us, Namek's Dragon Ball will not be easily lent to outsiders. If you really need it, I can let Dende take you to see the Great Elder. Perhaps because BROLY saved their lives, the three elders of Namek chose to believe BROLY. Because his aura is indeed different from Dodoria and others, BROLY's aura is very clear. But Dodoria and others' aura is very evil. Thank you very much. BROLY nodded to the three elders of Namek in front of him. Just when BROLY was about to go with Dende to meet the Great Elder Namek, there was another sound of breaking air in the distance. Whoosh! Then Sabo appeared in front of BROLY and others. Did you kill Dodoria? Sabo looked at BROLY with some doubt in his eyes. Although he also felt a strong aura just now, he saw through the combat power detector that BROLY's combat power was only 8,000. Such combat power is obviously not Dodoria's opponent. I thought it was Frisia who came in person. I didn't expect that it was you, an ugly thing. Looking at Sabo in front of him, BROLY shrugged indifferently. With his current strength, even if Frisia came in person, he would have to be slapped twice before leaving, let alone Sabo with a combat power of only 280,000. Tisk. Although I don't know how you killed Dodoria, you can never be my opponent. Sabo clenched his fists and didn't take BROLY to heart. To avoid wasting time, let's end the battle right away. After saying that, BROLY raised his index and middle fingers to the sky at the same time, and a touch of energy surged from his fingertips. Boom! Sabo, who hadn't figured out the situation yet, exploded in the next second. The death was exactly the same as Dodoria's just now. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22, How about making you 5 centimeters taller? We can go now. Looking at Dende who was almost stunned in place, BROLY reminded him. Oh. Okay. Okay. After being reminded by BROLY, Dende finally reacted and nodded hurriedly. He was really shocked by BROLY's powerful strength. The powerful invader that even their combat-type Namek people could not defeat was defeated by BROLY in such an easy manner. This brought a great shock to Dende. Be careful along the way, Dende, and be sure to tell the elder everything that happened here. The third elder of Namek instructed Dende. Yes. I know, the third elder. Dende nodded hurriedly. Then BROLY grabbed Dende and held him in his arms, and his body instantly flew away. Inside the large universe spacecraft of Frisia's army, Frisia's expression suddenly became gloomy. The other party is actually a scion. Oh, it's getting more and more interesting. Frisia rarely jumped out of his stroller and looked into the distance. Sabo's highest combat power is 28,000. He didn't expect that the other party could even kill Sabo, which made Frisia interested. Start the spaceship. I want to see what kind of guy can kill Sabo. Frisia said to the spaceship pilot beside him. Yes, yes, King Frisia. After receiving Frisia's order, the spaceship pilot immediately nodded heavily. Then, at Frisia's request, he went to the designated location. On the other side, BROLY, under the guidance of Dende, successfully arrived at the residence of the Great Elder. Great, Brother Niru, you are still alive. Looking at the young Namek who slowly walked out of the room of the Great Elder, Dende shouted excitedly. You've come just in time, Dende. The Great Elder has told me everything. He's already waiting inside. Go quickly. After saying that, Niru glanced at BROLY and made way. To be honest, he didn't trust BROLY, the alien. After all, his purpose should be the same as that of the Frisia Corps. But this was the order of the Great Elder after all, so he could only do it. Niru combat power, 52,000. BROLY also glanced at Niru and smiled faintly. Then he followed Dende into the Great Elder's room. "Great Elder, the people have been brought here." Entering the room, Nehru said respectfully to the Great Elder. "You must be the Great Elder of Namek, sorry to bother you." BROLY looked at the old and frail Great Elder of Namek in front of him and said respectfully. "Yet, although you are a scion, I can feel that you are different from those people. First of all, I still want to thank you for saving my child, Dende." The Great Elder said gratefully to BROLY. "It's just a small favor, you don't have to be polite, Great Elder." BROLY waved his hand. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The Great Elder of Namek was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that although the other party had never left here, he knew everything that happened outside. "Since the Great Elder knows everything, I'll tell you straight away. My purpose of coming here is the same as Frisia's army, both for the Dragon Ball. But I am different from them, I will not hurt anyone on Namek." BROLY felt that even if he didn't say it, the Great Elder Namek knew why he came here. "Yes, I know. I am willing to lend you the Dragon Ball, but I hope you can help Namek get through this disaster." The Great Elder coughed twice and finally spoke. "Don't worry, Great Elder. I will do my best." BROLY nodded very seriously. Whether it is to help the Namek people or for the Dragon Ball, he needs to face Frisia. "Well, thank you for your help." After the Great Elder finished speaking, he handed the planet behind him to BROLY. "You guys go quickly, they are here." At this time, the Great Elder rarely opened his eyes and looked into the distance with an angry tone. "Don't worry, Great Elder, leave them to me." BROLY naturally also noticed Frisia's approaching aura. "Dende, please keep the Dragon Ball for me first." As he said that, BROLY flew out directly. Dende and Nehru followed closely behind him and rushed out. As soon as he left the room of the Great Elder, BROLY saw the super-large universe spaceship flying towards him. "Frisia, are you finally here?" BROLY folded his hands in front of his chest, looking at the approaching universe spaceship, his face full of excitement. Soon the universe spaceship stopped. Then the hatch opened, and the minions of Frisia's army flew out quickly. And in front of them was Frisia in the stroller. "Tail. It's really a scion." Frisia looked at BROLY, and after seeing the slowly swinging tail behind BROLY, he completely confirmed his identity. "You are the one who killed Dodoria and Sabo. I didn't expect that a scion wild monkey could kill Mr. Sabo. It seems that you are not very different from other scions." Frisia looked at BROLY with disdain. Obviously, he didn't take it seriously. He destroyed the entire Vegeta planet, so how could he take this scion who survived by chance seriously? "Stop talking nonsense, Frisia, don't you want the Dragon Ball? It's here now, come and get it if you have the ability." BROLY pointed to the planet in Dende's arms behind him and said confidently. "Ah!" Dende hugged the Dragon Ball in his arms with some fear. At the same time, Nehru was also ready for battle. "I didn't expect that the Dragon Ball was also here. It was really easy to get it." Looking at the Dragon Ball in Dende's arms, Frisia suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Being able to kill Sabo and Dodoria proves that you are quite strong. If you are willing to work for me and be my dog, I can spare your life without any regrets." Frisia looked at BROLY, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and said in a feminine tone. Of course, he didn't really want to recruit BROLY. If that was the case, he wouldn't have destroyed the entire Vegeta planet. "How about this, Frisia? Give me all the Dragon Balls in your hand, and I will not only spare your life, but I will also make a wish to Shenron to make you grow 5 centimeters taller. What do you think?" As he spoke, BROLY's body slowly rose several meters into the air, looking down at Frisia. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23, Tyrannical Second Form Frisia. What did you say? Grow, grow 5 centimeters taller. Frisia looked up at BROLY in the air, his eyes almost spitting fire. BROLY's words shocked and angered him. How did this guy know his real purpose? Although he told his subordinates on the surface that the main purpose of collecting Dragon Balls was to gain immortality. But only Frisia himself knew what he really wanted to wish for. That was to grow 5 centimeters taller. Although his second form was very tall, his final form was the strongest form. And the final form made him look too short, so Frisia hoped to use the power of Dragon Ball to make himself grow 5 centimeters taller. Why 5 centimeters? Because it would be easy to be discovered if he grew too much at once. As for gaining powerful strength and immortality, Frisia had no interest in this at all. He knew very well how strong his talent was. If he just wanted to become stronger, he could do a few push-ups on the spot, and he didn't need permanent life. Because the frozen demons are very tenacious, not only can they survive in the universe, but their lifespan can basically reach thousands of years. He. How about it, Frisia, are you tempted? It doesn't matter. If you think 5 centimeters is too short, I can also let Shenron help you grow 10 centimeters taller. But that would be too big a change, and others might find out that you borrowed Shenron's power. BROLY stood in the air, with a smile on his lips, still looking down at Frisia. You ignorant wild monkey, you have completely angered me. Frisia's cold voice fell, and the next second his body jumped directly from the stroller. Go to hell! As the roar came out, Frisia had already arrived in front of BROLY. He clenched his fist and punched BROLY's chest fiercely. Just when everyone thought BROLY would be knocked away by Frisia's sudden attack, they noticed that Frisia's fist actually penetrated BROLY's chest. What? It's an afterimage. Looking at his missing fist, Frisia realized that what he had just hit was just the afterimage of BROLY's body. Amazing, he actually dodged that kind of attack. Nira's eyes were as big as copper bells. Looking at BROLY in disbelief. Of course, he had heard of the notoriety of Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, so he did not doubt Frisia's strength. But he did not expect BROLY to be able to dodge Frisia's attack. Frisia, you should transform. At this level, you can't even touch my clothes. Behind Frisia, BROLY still had his hands folded in front of his chest, with a confident look on his face. Frisia's combat power in the first form is only 530,000, which is really too weak for BROLY now. What? Frisia looked at BROLY with a look of surprise. I didn't expect that the other party even knew that he could improve his strength through transformation, which made Frisia panic for a while. Could this guy have become the Super Saiyan in Saiyan legend? Tisk. It's just a boring legend. How can such a thing be true? Frisia curled his lips with disdain. In that case, I'll show you my second form. After saying that, Frisia clenched his fists and a white light flashed. There were spider-web-like cracks on the ground. And Frisia's body was like a crack, with white cracks appearing one after another. The body seemed to have transformed, and the body suddenly became taller. 2 spikes like horns grew on the top of his head. What a terrible aura! His strength suddenly became several times stronger. After feeling the sudden surge of aura on Frisia, Dende showed a look of horror. He began to worry about BROLY in his heart. Is this all his strength? I am still far behind. Nira's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his clenched fists were completely released at this moment. If he was facing Frisia in his first form, he felt that he might still have the strength to fight, but facing Frisia in front of him, Nira didn't even have the courage to resist. You wild monkey can feel honored to see my second form. Frisia, who turned into the second form, looked at BROLY with a smug look on his face. His second form has a combat power of more than 1 million. In this universe, except for his brother Cooler and his father King Cold, there is no one who can be his second form's opponent. You want to defeat me with a combat power of just over 1 million? Frisia, it seems that you really don't understand the current situation, Looking at Frisia in the second form, BROLY's mouth still had a confident arc. What did you say? Just over 1 million. Looking at BROLY's still confident face, Frisia also began to doubt at this moment. Is this guy's combat power beyond 1 million? Now I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. As he said, BROLY suddenly stepped out. A hole was instantly stepped on the ground. Then BROLY's body appeared in front of Frisia almost instantly. What? Such a fast speed! Frisia's eyes suddenly opened, his pupils shrank slightly, and he didn't even wait for him to react. Bang! A low collision sound was heard, and BROLY's fist directly sank into Frisia's chest. The terrifying force directly blasted Frisia away. Boom! 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 Then Frisia's body smashed more than 10 large holes on the ground before stopping. Wow! Frisia slowly stood up, and the severe pain from his abdomen made his stomach churn like a river and sea. Finally, he vomited a mouthful of sour water. He looked so embarrassed at the moment, and even one of the horns on his head was broken. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24, Frisia's final form. What? Frisia was knocked away with one punch? How is this possible? How strong is this guy? Nell said with his eyes wide open like copper bells. The visual impact brought by this scene was too strong. Just now, he didn't see clearly when BROLY started. However, Frisia was already knocked away by his punch. King Frisia was defeated. Run for your life, that scion is too strong. Seeing that their king was defeated by BROLY, the minions of Frisia's army fled in all directions in an instant. Even King Frisia couldn't defeat the opponent, so what would it be if they stayed here? A hole. Go to hell. Frisia, with an angry face, waved his hand casually, and a super-large energy bomb directly destroyed all the minions who were fleeing. He actually killed his companions directly. Dende's eyes widened, and he pointed at Frisia in the distance with an unbelievable look. Don't worry about it, Dende. This is a good thing for us. After all, our people were killed by them. Neru clenched his fists excitedly. This can be regarded as revenge for their people in disguise. Killed all his subordinates in one breath. Frisia, so are you going to beg for mercy from me now? BROLY looked at Frisia and sneered. Unforgivable. You damn wild monkey, now I will let you see my true power. Frisia was completely crazy at this moment. No one had ever been able to hurt him, but now he was so embarrassed in the hands of a scion wild monkey. This was simply the shame of his life. Hey! Frisia clenched his fists, and roared from his mouth. Then red flames swirled around Frisia's body. Countless cracks appeared on his skin, as if his body was about to break. Swish! The powerful air wave spread in all directions like a hurricane. Dende and Neru, who were watching the battle from a distance, covered their eyes with their arms. That demon, he seems to have transformed into Brother Neru again. Can Mr. BROLY really defeat him? Dende hid behind a rock and said to Neru beside him with a worried look on his face. I don't know. Neru said with a serious expression. Now this battle is no longer something he can evaluate. The strength of both sides far exceeds his by far. This huge gap in strength makes it impossible for him to see the direction of the battle clearly. Your transformation time is really long enough. BROLY hugged his arms in front of his chest, looking at Frisia who was still breathing in the distance with some impatience. It has to be said that the transformation time of Frisia's ultimate form is really long enough. A hole, you'll regret this later. Frisia glanced at BROLY with a look of resentment. Soon, it was completely over. Frisia's body became petite again, with only white and purple colors on the whole body. The red pupils made Frisia look even more indifferent and oppressive at this moment, like a demon from hell. However, this petite body, compared with his nearly 2-meter height, BROLY immediately understood why Frisia had to grow taller. He. Are you ready to die? Wild monkey. As the red flames around him disappeared, Frisia in his ultimate form slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Is this your strongest form? It looks really petite. BROLY completely ignored Frisia's threat, and instead said to Frisia with a teasing look on his face. Although Frisia has become the strongest form. But Frisia's initial combat power in this form is only about 4 million. Only when Frisia's muscles burst and exert 100% of his strength, the combat power will reach 100 to 200 million. So BROLY is naturally not afraid of any threat from Frisia. Because there is absolutely no need for that. You can still say such stupid things when you are about to die. I have to say that you scions are really a group of brainless wild monkeys. I thought that BROLY would be shocked by his powerful momentum after he turned into the strongest form, but he didn't expect that the other party would not take him seriously at all. This also made Frisia angry again. On the other side, Son Goku and others who had successfully dealt with the Jinya force also felt this huge and suffocating aura. Then all of them showed shocked expressions. Wow! Such a powerful aura, is this Frisia's aura? Compared with this aura, the opponent we just defeated is really too weak. Krillin looked at the direction where the aura came from in the distance, and the whole person took 2 steps back in fear. Frisia's aura was too strong. This was the strongest aura he had ever felt. Dad, are we going over there? This aura is really strong. Son Gohan looked at Son Goku with a worried look on his face. Son Goku was already injured in the fight just now. If he rushed over to help immediately, Son Gohan was really worried that Son Goku would be in danger. Yet, the owner of the other energy should be Mr. BROLY. It seems that Mr. BROLY is dealing with Frisia now. No matter what, we have to go over there. Even if we can't help, we must not let Mr. BROLY deal with it alone. Son Goku clenched his fists and said with a firm face. Although he knew that he was no match for anyone, Son Goku still wanted to go over and see with his own eyes what the battle between real strong men was like. Well, okay. Seeing that Son Goku was so determined, Son Gohan and the others could only nod and agree. Not long after the 3 of them left, Vegeta and Raditz also followed. Too terrible, this energy is too terrible, is this really something that people can do? B. King Vegeta, are we really going to follow? Raditz looked at Vegeta with a look of extreme horror and said. Stop talking nonsense and catch up. Vegeta glanced at Raditz and said in a cold tone. He really wanted to find out who else could force Frisia to this extent besides himself. With such a strong aura, Frisia might have already transformed into the 3rd form. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25, Frisia is horrified, is he the Super Saiyan? You ignorant wild monkey, you have no idea how strong I am in this form. The reason why I show myself in my 1st form is because my power is too strong in this form, and sometimes I can't control it, so I can only turn into my 1st form to seal my power as much as possible. It's been a long time since anyone has forced me to turn into this form, and in return I will break your bones inch by inch until they are broken. Frisia licked his lips and showed a cruel smile on his face. Such a weak power still needs to be sealed? It's ridiculous. The moment BROLY's voice fell, his body instantly rushed towards Frisia. Even though BROLY only used less than 1/10 of his power at this moment, his speed was still ridiculously fast. In almost an instant, his body had already arrived in front of Frisia. What? How could your speed be faster than mine? Looking at BROLY who was already close at hand, Frisia opened his eyes suddenly. His expression was a little dazed. This is too outrageous. I have clearly become the ultimate form, so why can this scion monkey in front of me be faster than me? Could it be? Has his combat power reached 5 million? How dare you be distracted while fighting with me? BROLY snorted coldly, and then clenched his fist and punched Frisia's chest fiercely. Facing this oncoming heavy punch, Frisia had no time to dodge. He could only passively cross his arms against his chest to resist. Bang! A low collision sounded. BROLY's fist hit Frisia's arms hard. Even though Frisia had made sufficient preparations, facing BROLY's fierce punch, his arms that were originally against his chest now hit his chest hard. Then Frisia's legs rubbed against the ground, and he plowed for more than 10 kilometers before he stabilized his body. Puff! The last mouthful of purple blood spurted out of Frisia's mouth. Although his defense blocked most of the damage from the punch, it still made Frisia feel stuffy in his chest and numb in his arms. Swish! At this time, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard in the distance. Son Goku, Son Gohan, Krillin, and others appeared in front of BROLY one after another. What a terrible aura, is he Frisia? Krillin said as he looked at Frisia with a shocked face. This should be the strongest aura he has ever felt. Although the opponent was injured, the aura he exuded was still terrifyingly strong. Mr. BROLY, do you need our help? Son Goku glanced at Frisia, then looked at BROLY and said. Although he said this, Son Goku knew very well in his heart that there was no chance for him to intervene in such a battle. There is no need for that, just hide aside and watch. BROLY shook his head and said confidently. Frisia, since you don't intend to use all your strength, I will send you on your way. BROLY's eyes turned cold. The moment the voice fell, his body disappeared directly from the spot. Almost instantly, he appeared in front of Frisia. Bang! Another punch hit Frisia's cheek, and the power of this punch was even stronger than before. This time, Frisia was directly knocked out. The whole person's body pierced through more than 10 mountains in succession and was finally buried in the rubble. This? How is this possible? Aren't scions a group of wild monkeys? Why can this guy suppress me so much? Is it possible? Is he really the legendary Super Saiyan? Frisia stood up, covered with dust. At this moment, he had completely lost his previous calmness, and there was only endless panic and anger. He actually made himself so embarrassed. Regardless of whether BROLY was the legendary Super Saiyan or not, he would tear him into pieces. Unforgivable. Go to hell. As soon as the words fell, countless red death rays shot out from his fingertips. Boom boom boom. The death rays exploded the moment they hit BROLY. In a few seconds, a huge crater had been blasted out at the explosion site. Smoke and dust rose, and flames surged. It was like hell on earth. Frisia looked at the flames of the explosion, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, oh, oh. What Super Saiyan, you are just a wild monkey in front of this king. Frisia's smile was as creepy as a devil. Krillin and others who watched this scene trembled involuntarily. The gap in strength was too big. Facing a powerful opponent like Frisia, he had no idea of resisting. Even his legs began to tremble involuntarily. Dad! Dad! Is Uncle BROLY really okay? Son Gohan clenched his fists, and his face was also full of worry. Don't worry Gohan, BROLY is stronger than us, he can definitely defeat that devil Frisia. Son Goku clenched his fists, ready to take over BROLY's battle at any time. As for the other side, Vegeta and Raditz also rushed over. Looking at Frisia who was madly firing death rays, neither of them dared to act rashly. Is this his final form? Frisia, this monster! Vegeta clenched his fists. He wanted to rush up to challenge Frisia, but he completely gave up the idea. The gap in strength was too big, and he had no idea of resisting at all. It's really a bargain for you to die like this. Looking at the huge crater in front of him caused by his own death ray, Frisia stopped attacking with satisfaction. Just when he thought BROLY had been killed by his own firepower, the smoke slowly dissipated, and BROLY's body appeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, BROLY stood in place, with no damage at all except for some smoke on his body. Even his body didn't move a step from beginning to end. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26, Frisia at 100% power. What? How is this possible? My attack has no effect at all. Frisia's eyes widened, and he looked at BROLY in the cenote with horror. He was so frightened that he took a half step back involuntarily. What's wrong? Are you surprised, Frisia? BROLY smiled slightly. The next second, the voice came directly to BROLY's ears. Is this all your strength? You are so weak. What, you are. Bang. Before Frisia finished speaking, BROLY punched Frisia in the face again. At the moment when Frisia flew backwards, BROLY quickly stretched out his arms and grabbed Frisia's ankles, and threw him left and right crazily. Bang. 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 BROLY's attack method is very simple, and also very rough. Facing BROLY's crazy attack, Frisia screamed and was finally kicked away dozens of kilometers by BROLY. This scene made Vegeta, who was far away, drop his jaw. What? BROLY completely crushed Frisia in his final form. Could it be that he has become the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta's expression kept changing. There was excitement and anger. Why? Why did BROLY become a Super Saiyan instead of himself, the Saiyan Prince? He was unwilling. Wow, so awesome! Krillin and Son Gohan were also shocked. They originally thought that Frisia's strength was already very terrifying, but they didn't expect that Frisia's strong attack not only failed to hurt BROLY. Even now, BROLY repeatedly beat him. Son Goku took a deep breath and was also extremely shocked. Frisia stood up and looked at BROLY with an extremely gloomy look. Purple blood continued to seep out from the numerous wounds on his body, and this scene made Frisia completely crazy. As the Emperor of the Universe, how could he have suffered such humiliation? Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. You actually made my lovely body look like this now, I must kill you, the damn wild monkey. The moment Frisia's voice fell. Swish! Suddenly, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and blue lightning fell from the sky. Then Frisia's eyes suddenly bulged. As his mouth opened wide and roared, Frisia's aura soared at an extremely fast speed. His combat power instantly reached. Ho ho ho! I admit that as a Super Saiyan, you do have some strength, but it is not enough to defeat me, the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. Next, I will use 70% of my strength to kill you in one breath. Frisia, who was originally angry, suddenly sneered at BROLY. The powerful fighting power of 84 million made Frisia confident again. Did you lose your mind after I beat you up? How could you say such nonsense? And I never said that I am in the form of a Super Saiyan now. BROLY looked at Frisia as if he was a fool. He really couldn't understand Frisia. He was beaten so badly by him, but he could still laugh. What did you say? You are not in the form of a Super Saiyan now. Hearing BROLY's words, the smile on Frisia's face suddenly froze. Then combined with BROLY's calm expression, Frisia seemed to think of something extremely terrifying, and the smile on the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. What are you kidding? You mean, you are not using all your strength to fight me now? Frisia clenched his fists and looked at BROLY with a cold face. Use all your strength. Sorry, you are not worthy of me using all my strength. BROLY shrugged and shook his head with disdain. He had been training in the Spirit Time Chamber for a whole year, and with the combat power increase brought by the system, although BROLY's combat power did not directly exceed 100 million, it made his combat power reach. So as long as he was not facing Frisia with 100% combat power, BROLY did not need to become a super scion to easily crush him. Good, very good. I am not worthy of you to use your full strength, you are the first person who dares to say that in front of me. Get ready to die, damn wild monkey. Frisia's fists clenched and creaked, and the anger in his heart was beyond words. Then Frisia's body suddenly jumped high. With his right hand raised high, a terrifying super-large energy ball condensed from his palm. The energy contained in this energy ball was extremely terrifying, and even BROLY felt a hint of danger. But soon BROLY's mouth corners showed that confident smile again. Go to hell, wild monkey! Frisia roared almost crazily, then slapped his arm, and the super-large energy ball in his palm also blasted towards BROLY at this moment. It's finished, this terrifying energy, Frisia is going to destroy the entire Namek. Feeling the powerful energy contained in the terrifying energy ball, Krillin sat down on the ground with his buttocks. Son Goku gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, ready to use 10 times Kaioken at any time. However, just when everyone was almost desperate, BROLY's body suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Then he actually came directly in front of the huge energy ball. He raised his right leg, and the next second, the super-large energy ball that was enough to destroy everything was kicked away by BROLY. Boom! The super-large energy ball flew out of Namek directly and finally exploded in the universe. But even so, Namek still trembled violently, and the ground was directly explored hundreds of feet. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, like the end of the world. Gurgle. Great, so powerful, Mr. BROLY kicked away Frisia's attack with one kick. Son Gohan widened his eyes, clenched his fists and said excitedly. Yeah, great, it was a very wise decision to let Mr. BROLY come with us. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief, also excited. He actually kicked away my planet destroyer, how is this possible? Frisia's eyes widened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. My strongest attack was kicked away by BROLY? You know, my planet destroyer can easily destroy a planet. But now it was kicked away by BROLY. How strong is he? You better show your full strength, Frisia. If you keep going like this, I will really kill you. BROLY looked at Frisia with a cold face, revealing a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. BROLY had had enough of this one-sided battle. If Frisia still didn't intend to fight him with 100% strength, BROLY would definitely kill Frisia in the next move. Ah! Damn wild monkey! Frisia was completely furious. The purpose of coming to Namek was to find the Dragon Ball and wish to grow 5 centimeters taller. I thought this kind of thing should be easy to handle. Unexpectedly, there were so many twists and turns along the way. Even if you kneel down now, I will never forgive you. Frisia roared as if he was controlled by anger. Then Frisia suddenly shook his arms. Sizzle. Then purple lightning instantly appeared around Frisia. Goo. 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 At the same time, Frisia's muscles began to swell rapidly. Although his height did not change at all, he became extremely strong. This is my 100% strength, wild monkey, you will not have any power to fight back next. Frisia clenched his fists and roared at BROLY, and the purple lightning around him crackled. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27, Growing Like Crazy in Battle. Frisia, who had used 100% of his strength, was so powerful that his aura was terrifying. Even the entire Namek was shaking. Is Frisia a monster? Just the aura he exudes has made it difficult for me to breathe. Vegeta, who was far away, looked at Frisia with horror, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Vegeta now found it ridiculous. He actually wanted to defeat a monster like Frisia. How could he do that? Even watching from a distance, he was already scared to the point of being breathless. If he faced Frisia directly, he would probably not have the courage to resist. King Vegeta, why don't we escape now? If this goes on, Frisia will definitely kill everyone on this planet. Raditz was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. His face was full of despair. Yet, Vegeta nodded almost subconsciously. However, just before he was about to leave, Broly's sneer came to his ears. He. Frisia, you finally showed your full strength. 120 million combat power, I am inexplicably excited. Broly raised his lips and looked at Frisia, whose muscles were bulging. Although Frisia's aura was very strong at the moment, there was still no fear on his face. On the contrary, he was excited. You can actually see my combat power. I have to say that you, a wild monkey, are indeed extraordinary. But that's it. With my 100% combat power, you won't have any power to fight back. Frisia smiled coldly. At the same time as the smile appeared, his moment disappeared instantly. Swoosh! The next second, Frisia's body suddenly came in front of Broly. He punched Broly's chest with his clenched fist without reservation. Come on, let me feel how far the full strength of the Universe Emperor Frisia can fight me. Broly roared, then clenched his fist and slammed into Frisia's fist. Bang! The moment the two fists collided, a loud bang instantly resounded throughout Namek. The powerful energy shock wave quickly spread in all directions with the two people's bodies as the center. The ground, which had already been riddled with holes due to the fight between the two, was now torn into a huge semicircular crater by this huge shock wave. Sizzle! Broly's feet inserted into the ground, plowing for hundreds of meters before stabilizing his body. Although Broly was the suppressed party in this fist fight. But this not only did not make him feel any panic, but made the expression on his face more excited. It's really refreshing. Sure enough, only such a well-matched battle can make me excited. Broly looked at Broly in the distance, and his excitement was beyond words. He felt that the punch he had just exchanged with Frisia seemed to have activated the long-dormant belligerent factor in his body. Now, he just wanted to have a good fight with Frisia. Arrogant wild monkey, the next attack will not be so simple. Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, and an invisible killing intent was released instantly. Swish! Then Frisia's body disappeared again. Swish! Then Broly's body also disappeared. Bang! The collision sounded, and the two bodies collided fiercely again. Although Broly was still repelled by Frisia's powerful strength, this time Broly's retreat distance was obviously much shorter. Broly can fight a monster like Frisia to this extent. Vegeta, who had been planning to escape, stopped immediately when he saw the fight between Broly and Frisia. He was shocked. Frisia's strength was strong, but why was Broly so strong? Amazing, both Mr. Broly and Frisia are so strong. Looking at the two people who kept colliding in the air, Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly. The strength of the two was too strong, even Son Goku could only vaguely see the figures of the two at this moment, and could not accurately capture the movements of the two. The fists of the two collided again and then separated. But this time Frisia's face no longer had the calmness and composure before, and there was only endless panic. What's wrong with this wild monkey? I was able to suppress him just now. I was able to completely suppress Broly just now, but what's going on now? Not only was he unable to suppress Broly, but he had even completely matched his strength and speed. Come on, Frisia, I've been waiting for a fight like this for a long time. Broly still looked at Frisia with excitement. The fight with Frisia completely activated the legendary Scion blood in his body. His own combat power also soared from the original to the current 130 million. He had completely surpassed Frisia, who had 100% combat power. Damn, BD! Looking at the smile on Broly's face, Frisia roared again. Then he attacked Broly again. However, this time, his kick was caught by Broly with one hand. What? How is this possible? How can you catch my attack? Looking at BROLY in front of him, Frisia couldn't help but widen his eyes. His current combat power is 120 million, how could BROLY catch his full-strength attack with one hand? And he was so calm. Has he been playing tricks on me? His strength is far beyond 120 million? Are you surprised, Frisia? BROLY looked at Frisia and sneered. Have you been playing tricks on me? Frisia was completely furious. He could accept that he was not as strong as BROLY, but he could never accept BROLY playing tricks on him. This was simply trampling on the pride of Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, and rubbing it repeatedly on the ground. Congratulations, you got it right. After saying that, BROLY grabbed Frisia's ankle and threw it directly towards the distant mountain. Boom! 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 Loud noises were heard. Frisia's body rubbed against the ground for more than 10 kilometers before finally stopping. Such a powerful Frisia was completely suppressed by Mr. BROLY. Looking at the extremely embarrassed Frisia in the distance, Son Goku widened his eyes again. I thought BROLY's strength should be at the same level as Frisia, but now it seems that I still underestimated BROLY's strength. Damn wild monkey! Frisia stood up slowly, his scarlet eyes were now bloodshot, and he was completely engulfed by anger. Let's go to hell together. Frisia raised his hands, and a super-large energy bomb like magma quickly condensed. Supernova explosion. P.S. Please give me a reward, $1 will do, please support me, dear readers. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28, Transformed into a Superhero, Frisia is desperate. BROLY looked at the super-large energy ball in Frisia's hand with disdain. You are not qualified to die with me. After saying that, BROLY suddenly opened his arms, and then the two energy balls condensed together. Planet Crusher. With a roar, the energy cannon condensed in BROLY's hand instantly blasted towards Frisia. Planet Crusher, this is an ability that BROLY himself has mastered. Boom! The moment the two energies collided, the whole world suddenly became quiet. But after that 0.1 second of silence. Boom! The huge sound instantly resounded throughout Namek, and then Namek began to tremble violently, and then the ground instantly sank. The sky was covered with dark clouds. And the supernova explosion released by Frisia was directly blasted towards universe by BROLY's Planet Crusher. My supernova explosion! Damn wild monkey! Frisia panted, and his face was even uglier. He didn't expect that the energy bullet he released with all his strength was blocked by BROLY so easily. He was really a little desperate now. Could it be that he, the Emperor of the Universe, couldn't even die with the other party? A strong sense of humiliation surged in his heart. Ah! Damn wild monkey! Frisia made a shrill cry. His extreme anger made his whole body tremble. Sizzle! Frisia's muscles swelled again, blue arcs flashed, and the already chaotic chi on his body instantly recovered and grew, and then began to increase again. Sacrificing speed in exchange for increased strength. It seems that you really have no way out, Frisia. Looking at the changes in Frisia's body, BROLY shook his head with some death. Sacrificing speed can indeed gain stronger power, but this will not only not improve one's overall strength, but will make oneself lose faster. Now Frisia is the same as Big Trot when fighting Cell. Hehe. As long as I can improve my strength, I don't care even if I sacrifice my speed. We, the frozen demons, can survive even in the universe, but you scions can't do that. Frisia didn't care about his reduced speed at all. For him, as long as he could get enough power to destroy the planet under his feet, then he could kill BROLY. I know what you're thinking. BROLY sneered. You want to destroy Namek. Even if you sacrifice your speed to greatly improve your strength, you still can't do it. Don't be ridiculous. That's absolutely not the case. In my opinion, your strength is just a little stronger than mine. Now our strength should be at the same level, so you can't stop me at all. Frisia looked at BROLY with a gloomy look, obviously not agreeing with what he said. It seems that you still don't understand the situation. But if that's the case, then I'll let you see my true strength. As he said that, BROLY smiled. Ha! The next second, BROLY suddenly clenched his fists and shouted. The ground beneath his feet collapsed instantly, and a powerful aura continued to gush out. Then the entire planet shook violently like a small boat in a tsunami. It seemed that it would capsize completely. BROLY's original combat power of 130 million increased exponentially at this moment, reaching 13 billion in an instant. Grass-green energy flames gushed out of BROLY's body. At the moment when the energy flames gushed out, BROLY's muscles all over his body bulged inch by inch, and the whole person looked twice as strong. His originally black hair completely turned into grass green at this moment. What? This is impossible? This is absolutely impossible. How could you have such a powerful strength? Looking at BROLY, who had become a legendary Super Saiyan, Frisia shouted hysterically. But soon, Frisia recalled the ancestral precepts passed down by his ancestors in his mind. Don't mess with Saions with golden hair, because they are Super Saions. Super Saiyan? Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Frisia looked at BROLY and almost shouted subconsciously. Although BROLY's hair was not golden but grass green, BROLY looked like the Super Saiyan described in his ancestral teachings. Super Saiyan? Is this the Super Saiyan? BROLY, that BD, he really has become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, who was watching from a distance, was surprised and angry. The surprise was that the legend was true, and they Saions could really become the legendary Super Saiyan. The anger was because he, the dignified Saiyan Prince, could not reach that form. Wow, so amazing, is this the Super Saiyan that King Kai said? If I can also reach this form, that would be great. Son Goku also clenched his fists excitedly. The aura emanating from BROLY at this moment was too strong. Frisia's aura was already very strong, but at this moment, Frisia in front of BROLY was like the difference between the sea and a small ditch. The gap was too big. To be precise, it's a legendary Saiyan. BROLY responded to Frisia's doubts with a cold face. Then he slowly walked towards Frisia. What legendary Saiyan, just a boring legend. Frisia clenched his fists and rushed towards BROLY as if he was attacking suicidal. He alternated his fists and launched a crazy attack on BROLY like a machine gun. However, no matter how hard he attacked, his fists could not touch BROLY's body. How could it be? How could this be? How could the gap in strength between us be so big? Frisia roared with unwillingness while attacking. However, it was useless. It's over, Frisia. After saying that, BROLY grabbed Frisia's fist. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and blasted it suddenly. Puff! BROLY's punch went directly into Frisia's chest and then went out from the back. What? Frisia looked down, showing a look of horror. However, the next second, his body suddenly became like broken tempered glass, covered with cracks. Boom! Under BROLY's energy impact, Frisia's body was directly transformed into countless fragments and scattered all over the ground. Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, also completely disappeared in this universe at this moment. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29, The Ability to Survive in the Universe. After destroying Frisia, BROLY cancelled his transformation into a Super Saiyan. At the same time, Son Goku, Krillin, and others came to BROLY. Mr. BROLY is so awesome. A monster like Frisia died in your hands. Krillin looked at BROLY with admiration. Although BROLY, who had become a Super Saiyan, was frightened by the aura he exuded, Krillin was still excited at the moment. After all, a strong man like BROLY was on their side. Yes, Uncle BROLY, you are really strong. Now that the bad guy Frisia has been destroyed, we can finally revive Uncle Piccolo and the others. Son Gohan clenched his fists and looked at BROLY with excitement. BROLY smiled faintly, then looked at the silent Son Goku. Son Goku, you must have a lot of questions, right? Yes, Mr. BROLY, I would like to ask, is the form you just transformed into a Super Saiyan? Well, I am also a Saiyan, I wonder if I can become as powerful as you. Son Goku looked at BROLY, feeling a little bit expectant and a little bit worried. The impact BROLY brought to Son Goku in the Super Saiyan form was too strong. Son Goku said that he was yearning for such a powerful force, which was a lie. Yes, but not entirely. What I just transformed into is the legendary Super Saiyan, which you can understand as the legendary Super Saiyan. Of course, you can also become a Super Saiyan, but your current strength is too weak. When you become stronger in the future, you will naturally become a Super Saiyan. BROLY looked at Son Goku and explained very patiently. Because of his own relationship, Son Goku did not become a Super Saiyan in Namek like in the original Dragon Ball. But Son Goku's strength has reached 3 million. As long as it is improved a little more, it should not take long to become a Super Saiyan. Although I still don't quite understand what the difference is between a Super Saiyan and a legendary Super Saiyan. But as long as I can become as strong as Mr. BROLY. After getting BROLY's affirmative answer, Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly. After Vegeta, who had been hiding in the distance, overheard the conversation between BROLY and Son Goku, his whole face showed an irrepressible joy. If Kakarot can become a Super Saiyan, then I can definitely do it too. Since even Son Goku can become a Super Saiyan, there is no reason why he, the Prince of Saiyan, cannot do it. King Vegeta, then, can I also become a Super Saiyan? Raditz also said with some excitement. Tisk, don't dream about it, you useless person. Vegeta glanced at Raditz coldly. Okay. Raditz sighed helplessly and did not continue to refute. Mr. BROLY, thank you so much. At this time, Niru and Nira flew over with a planet. Thank you for destroying Frisia, the damn demon. Niru looked at BROLY with admiration. He was really grateful for what BROLY had done for Namek. If BROLY hadn't taken action, I'm afraid that today their Namek would have been completely destroyed by the demon Frisia. You're welcome. I also came for the Dragon Ball. As for destroying Frisia, I promised the Great Elder, so I will do it naturally. BROLY nodded. Then he asked Son Goku and others to bring the 4 Dragon Balls from Frisia's spaceship. Together with Son Goku's 2 Dragon Balls, all 7 Dragon Balls were collected. Mr. BROLY, let's summon Shenron now. The Great Elder may not be able to hold on for too long. Feeling the Great Elder's breath getting weaker and weaker, Dende became worried. Well, let's summon Shenron now. BROLY nodded. Namek language, come out Shenron. Dende shouted the spell to summon Shenron, and then the sky suddenly darkened, and 7 Dragon Balls flashed with golden light. Soon, a toad-like Shenron was summoned. Finally, Uncle Piccolo can be resurrected. Looking at the Namek Shenron in front of him, Son Gohan clenched his fists excitedly. Mr. BROLY, please resurrect Piccolo, so that the gods of the earth can be resurrected together. Son Goku looked at BROLY and said seriously. Well, this is what I promised Mr. Popo. BROLY nodded. Then he asked Dende to resurrect Piccolo. With the twinkling of Shenron Porunga's scarlet eyes, the Earth God and Piccolo were resurrected at the same time. So Mr. BROLY, what is your second wish? Dende looked at BROLY and asked. Let me have the ability to survive in the universe. BROLY directly said the wish that he had planned long ago. His biggest weakness now is that he can't survive in the universe. If Frisia really destroys Namek, then even if he becomes a legendary scion, he may not be able to escape death in the end. Okay, I know. Dende nodded, and then conveyed BROLY's wish to Porunga. Soon, Porunga's scarlet eyes flickered again, and then BROLY felt that his genetic defects were completely repaired. Now he can survive in the universe. No. Mr. BROLY, do you have a third wish? Dende looked at BROLY, his eyes a little erratic. You want to revive those Namek people who were killed by the Frisia army? BROLY looked at Dende and saw through his thoughts at a glance. Yes, no. No. After hearing BROLY's words, Dende immediately panicked. It's useless, Dende. The Shenron can only revive one person at a time. Nell shook his head helplessly. Although the Namek Dragon Ball can be used once every 3 months, the Shenron can only revive one person at a time. It is obviously unrealistic to want to revive all the Namek people at once. Then, what should we do, Brother Nehru? After hearing Nehru's explanation, Dende was obviously a little panicked. Because in their village, except for the 3 elders and another Namek child, almost everyone else was killed by the Frisia army. I have a way. After saying that, BROLY looked at Son Goku beside him. Then let him contact King Kai, let King Kai contact the Earth God, and then let the Earth God and Popo collect the Dragon Balls on Earth. In this way, all Namek people can be resurrected through Shenron on Earth. As for the last wish of Barunga, it was left to Son Goku, and Son Goku naturally chose to resurrect Yamcha. Son Goku, do you want to go to universe with me to practice for a while? After all the things were settled, BROLY looked at Son Goku and asked. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30, Change the main storyline, System upgrade. Train in the universe? But I can't survive in the universe. After hearing BROLY's invitation, Son Goku's expression was obviously a little excited, but he soon calmed down. Because he couldn't survive in the universe. It doesn't matter, we are going to other planets to practice, not really in the universe. BROLY smiled faintly, and then pointed to Frisia's super-large universe spaceship in the distance. Although he can survive in the universe now, the flying speed is far less than Frisia's super-large universe spaceship. So if you want to reach your destination quickly, it is obviously more suitable to use the universe spaceship. That's great! Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly. Then he looked at Son Gohan and said, that. Gohan, please explain to Shishi that I plan to go to other planets in the universe with Mr. BROLY to practice for a while. Well, I know, Dad, don't worry, I believe Mom will definitely understand. Son Gohan nodded very seriously. After seeing BROLY's powerful strength, Son Gohan's heart also yearns to become such a strong man. However, he still needs to learn, but it is a good thing that his father's strength has become stronger. Yet. Krillin, then I'll ask you to go back with Gohan. Son Goku was very excited and wanted to set off to universe to practice immediately. Goku, then you must pay attention to safety. Krillin nodded. After saying goodbye to BROLY and the two of them, they took the universe spaceship they came from and left Namek with Son Gohan. After BROLY said goodbye to Dende and the new Namek elder, he also took Frisia's universe spaceship to leave Namek. King Vegeta, what should we do now? Raditz looked at Vegeta beside him and asked. Tisk, what else can we do? We should also practice well. Vegeta clenched his fists. Although he hated BROLY very much, he envied Son Goku at this moment. Being able to stay with BROLY, a super strong man, to practice, Son Goku's strength will definitely increase at a very fast speed. If he doesn't find a way to improve his strength quickly, he will probably be completely crushed by Son Goku and BROLY the next time they meet. Moreover, Namek's Dragon Ball has turned into stone again, and it is unknown when he can summon Shenron again. It is meaningless for him to stay here. Let's go, Raditz. I suddenly thought of a good place to practice. I must defeat those two bastards Kakarot and Broly when we meet next time. After Vegeta finished speaking, he flew directly to his universe spaceship. And Raditz naturally followed closely behind. On the other side, after setting the destination coordinates, the universe spaceship started the automatic driving mode. Their destination is exactly where Son Goku went after escaping Namek in the original Workyard Rat Star. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Universe Emperor Frieza. The host has been detected to change the main plot of Dragon Ball, and the infinite combat power system has begun to upgrade. Upgrade completed, infinite combat system, LV2 combat power plus 10 per breath. The familiar system prompt in his mind sounded, and Broly raised his eyebrows. Then a hint of excitement appeared on his face. I didn't expect that killing Frieza would accidentally change the main plot of Dragon Ball, and also upgrade my infinite combat system. Now, every time I breathe, my combat power increases tenfold. Hey! The excitement in my heart made Broly take a deep breath. Since changing the main storyline of Dragon Ball can upgrade the system, wouldn't it be possible for me to live a life without training and my strength can be infinitely increased in the future? On the other side, in King Cold's super-large universe spaceship, a universe man who looks like a lizard stumbled in. What did you say? My son Frieza was killed. King Cold looked at the lizard universe man kneeling on the ground with a surprised face. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. King Cold knew how strong his son was. Frieza was a super genius that their frozen demon clan rarely saw in 100 years, but he died just like that. Although King Cold didn't believe that anyone could kill Frieza, he really couldn't feel Frieza's anger at this moment. Who did it? The angry King Cold suddenly jumped up and questioned angrily. What did you say? Super Saiyan? Is the ancestral precept true? Super Saiyan really appeared. After hearing the name of Super Saiyan, King Cold, who was originally furious, sat back again. His expression gradually calmed down from the original extreme anger. If all this is true, King Cold would not dare to go for revenge easily. After all, that is Super Saiyan. The ancestral precepts clearly state that you should not provoke a powerful existence. Kaka. At this time, the main door of the spaceship slowly opened. Then a figure who looked 70% like Frieza, but was much taller than Frieza, slowly walked in. Cooler, why are you here? King Cold looked at Cooler who came in, and his heart, which had originally calmed down, beat rapidly again at this moment. Although Frieza is a rare genius in their frozen demon clan in 100 years, his other son Cooler is the same. Even Cooler's strength is even stronger than Frieza. Don't worry, father. I have asked my men to collect data. It won't be long before we can get the accurate data of that Saiyan. Super Saiyan is just a legend. Frieza must have been killed because of carelessness before he even transformed into his final form. If that idiot had used his strongest form to fight from the beginning, he wouldn't have been killed so easily by Saiyan. Cooler folded his hands in front of his chest, raised his chin, and said confidently. He felt that the reason why Frieza was killed was that he was killed before he transformed into his final form. Otherwise, with Frieza's combat power of 120 million, he would never lose. Yes, you are right, it must be like this. What ancestral precepts are all lies? You and I, father and son, will definitely be able to destroy that damn BD together. King Cold clenched his fists and said very confidently. If it were just him, he might not dare to rashly go for revenge. But with Cooler, it would be completely different. He. Father, I have another new discovery. There is a place called Namek in the northern galaxy, and there is a very mysterious Dragon Ball on Namek. As long as you get the Dragon Ball, you can make any wish come true. After saying that, Cooler showed a sinister smile on his face. What did you say? You can make any wish come true. King Cold was stunned at first, and then his face also showed an extremely greedy expression. If any wish can really come true, then do they still need to work hard to develop universe real estate? Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31, Arrival at Udrit. After a long flight of 1 month, the universe spaceship that BROLY and his partner took finally arrived at Udrit. Wow, is this Udrit? The architectural style is somewhat similar to that of Earth. As soon as he got off the spaceship, Son Goku looked around excitedly. At this time, BROLY immediately noticed that their spaceship was surrounded by the Udrit people. The other party looked very strange, especially their heads, which were like green water drops. Mr. BROLY, why do they look so scared of us? After noticing the fearful eyes of the green water drop people, Son Goku couldn't help scratching his head in confusion. He and Mr. BROLY looked very kind, but why were they so scared? It should be because of this universe spaceship. BROLY raised his eyebrows. He immediately thought of the problem, which was the universe spaceship behind him. This universe spaceship was originally Frisia's main ship, and it was obvious that these Udrit people also knew this. Frisia Core, leave Udrit quickly, or we will be rude. At this time, the green water droplet suddenly shouted. Then his body instantly grew dozens of times larger, and then the green water drops behind him that looked exactly like him also grew dozens of times larger. It looked particularly intimidating. So that's it, they thought we were from Frisia Core. Mr. BROLY, let me explain. After Son Goku finished speaking, he flew directly towards the huge Udrit. And the Udrit was so scared that he retreated again and again when he saw Son Goku approaching. Finally, with Son Goku's hard explanation, these Udrit people were completely relieved. You guys are so awesome for destroying that bad guy Frisia. My name is Pippi, thank you so much. The green water droplet looked at BROLY and Son Goku with admiration. Because the Jinya force had invaded their planet before, they were very excited when they heard that Son Goku had destroyed the Jinya force and BROLY had destroyed Frisia. This was definitely good news for the Udrits. Hello, Pippi, I have something to see the great elder of your planet. BROLY said straight to the point. His purpose of coming to Udrits was to learn instant transmission, and the great elder was the only one on Udrits who could help him learn instant transmission. Okay, Mr. BROLY, please follow me. Pippi nodded, and then the group of Pippi who looked like him disappeared instantly. Hey! What happened? Why did they all disappear? Son Goku widened his eyes and looked at Pippi in disbelief. There were at least dozens of people just now, how come they all disappeared in the blink of an eye? Oh, don't panic, Mr. Goku, those are my clones. Because our Udrit people are very weak, so in order not to be underestimated, we will use clones to increase the number of people when we encounter enemies. Pippi explained with a smile. Clone? I didn't expect that those huge guys just now were all your clones. After listening to Pippi's explanation, Son Goku still widened his eyes. It was indeed the right choice to follow BROLY to universe to practice. You two, please follow me. As he said, Pippi took Son Goku and the two to the room of the Great Elder. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a huge blue water drop man, which was very similar to Pippi except for the different color. Can you call me Pibala? Thank you for destroying the Frisia core. The Great Elder of Udrit stood up and introduced Son Goku and the two with a smile. Excuse me. We want to learn instant transmission. BROLY said directly to the point. It's not hard to master instant transmission, but first you need to learn to control Spiritor. Once you do that, you can derive many tricks. The Elder Pibala explained. Ah? What is Spiritor? Son Goku scratched his head. It was the first time he heard this name. In your words, it should be Chi. P-Bala suddenly explained. At this time, countless P-Bala clones appeared behind him. Each of these P-Bala mastered instant transmission and shuttled back and forth in the room. Even P-Bala, the elder, was relieved of his gigantism and returned to his original size. As you can see, everything we have done is achieved through the movement, division, and expansion of Spiritor. And this kind of thing, every one of us Yudrit can do it. So as long as you Spiritor understand it, you can be like us. The elder P-Bala explained again. Suga. It's really exciting, great elder, please teach us how to control Spiritor. Son Goku clenched his fists, obviously impatient. If you destroy that bad guy Frisia, we won't have to worry about being invaded on Yudrit anymore. So I am willing to teach you how to control Spiritor. The great elder looked at Son Goku and nodded very seriously. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32, Future Trunks appears. Under the guidance of the great elder P-Bala, after 3 months of intensive practice, BROLY finally completed the control of Spirito. This allowed him to use instant transmission at will, and even mastered the clone technique and deformation technique. Although Son Goku's practice was slower than BROLY's, he also successfully mastered instant transmission after half a year. Not only that, the two of them also made great progress in their strength during this half-year training period. Under BROLY's guidance, Son Goku successfully became a Super Saiyan. His basic combat power reached 7 million, and when he transformed into Super Saiyan 1, Son Goku's strength has now reached 350 million. BROLY's strength has increased even more. From the original basic combat power of 130 million, with the help of the system and his own hard work, BROLY's basic combat power has now directly reached 290 million. Hey, it was indeed the right choice to choose to practice with Mr. BROLY in universe. Son Goku exhaled and then exited the Super Saiyan form. Son Goku is very obsessed with the powerful fighting power of Super Saiyan. If he were to fight Frisia at this moment, Son Goku would have absolute confidence that he could completely crush the opponent. Son Goku, it's almost time for us to go back now. BROLY looked into the distance with a faint smile on his face. He could clearly feel that two powerful energies were approaching the direction of the Earth. Although BROLY didn't know why there were two powerful energies, it didn't matter. After all, no matter how strong the opponent was, he couldn't be compared with himself at this moment. Yet, I've been training on Yudrit for almost a year without realizing it. Son Goku scratched his head, his face full of excitement. After leaving the Earth for so long, I don't know if there are any major events on the Earth, so it's better to go back quickly. You have decided to leave. Pippi looked at Son Goku and BROLY with some reluctance. After more than half a year of getting along, Pippi has also learned a lot from BROLY, and the two sides can be said to learn from each other. BROLY learned how the Yudrits controlled Spiritor, while Pippi learned BROLY's strong fighting spirit, which also improved Pippi's strength a lot. Yes, Pippi. I feel that two powerful energies are approaching the Earth. Although I don't know the identity of the other party, we do have to go back. BROLY looked at Pippi and nodded. Is that so? Then you should go back quickly. We will practice together again if there is a chance. Pippi looked at BROLY and Son Goku and nodded with a serious expression. Hee. Pippi, remember to say goodbye to Elder P-Bala for us. Son Goku smiled, but he didn't care about the two powerful energies mentioned by BROLY. After all, he has returned from studying, and he is not afraid even if he meets an opponent like Frisia again. In addition, I will give you the universe spacecraft of the Frisia Corps. We probably won't need it in the future. As he said that, BROLY directly placed the middle finger and index finger of his right hand on his forehead. Whoosh! The next second, BROLY's body disappeared from the spot. Seeing that BROLY had left, Son Goku didn't waste time and used instant transmission like BROLY to disappear from the spot. Son Goku was searching for BROLY's breath using instant transmission. So Son Goku came directly to BROLY's side at this moment. Is this breath Frieza? Hasn't he been killed by you, Mr. BROLY? Son Goku looked at the sky in the distance, showing a look of surprise. As soon as he arrived on Earth, Son Goku sensed the evil aura. Although he couldn't accurately sense the opponent's strength, this aura was as evil as Frieza's aura. It was even more evil than Frieza's aura. It shouldn't be Frieza. The owner of this aura is more evil than Frieza. It's probably Frieza's father King Cold. BROLY frowned slightly. He didn't care about King Cold, because the opponent's aura was even weaker than Frieza's. Compared to this, he is more interested in another chi. The owner of that chi is obviously stronger than Frieza's chi in the final form. But soon BROLY thought of someone. Apart from Cooler, I am afraid that King Cold will not have such a strong chi around him. Although it is not clear how Cooler, who is far away in the South Galaxy, came to Earth with King Cold, but it should be a series of chain reactions caused by his butterfly. Frieza's father. Hearing this, Son Goku couldn't help but frown slightly. No wonder the other party's chi is more evil than that BD Frieza. It turned out that the other party is Frieza's father. Boom! At this moment, 2 round universe spaceships suddenly landed on the Earth. And Son Goku immediately raised his eyebrows. This is Vegeta's chi and Raditz chi. I didn't expect them to come to Earth too. After noticing the other party's chi, Son Goku immediately prepared to fly over. But he was stopped by BROLY. Don't worry, Son Goku. With the previous lesson, they shouldn't dare to harm the Earth. Now the most important thing is to deal with King Cold and the others. BROLY looked into the distance and said lightly. At the same time, he also sensed another breath. Although the other party tried to hide his breath, BROLY still sensed the other party. Without thinking, he knew that this breath that appeared out of thin air was Trunks, who came in a time machine. Boom! At this time, a loud noise suddenly came from the open space in the distance. Then a huge universe spaceship that was exactly the same as Frieza's army appeared in the sight of BROLY and the others. With the hatch opened, several minions universe people walked out quickly with weapons. Then King Cold and Cooler behind him walked out slowly. Is this Frieza's father? Such a terrifying aura. After sensing Cooler's powerful aura, Son Goku widened his eyes in shock. This aura is much stronger than Frieza's at the beginning, and it is not even weaker than his own Super Saiyan form. 11 reads books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33, Super Saiyan Trunks, Vegeta is angry. After feeling the powerful aura of King Cold and others, Krillin and other Z-warriors rushed over at the fastest speed. Uncle Krillin, is this aura Frieza? But hasn't he been killed by Mr. BROLY? Son Gohan asked nervously. I also know very well whether the owner of this aura is Frieza. But this aura seems to be more evil than Frieza's aura at the beginning. Krillin's face was solemn. Regardless of whether the opponent is Frieza or not, this is not something they can deal with. Now he can only pray that Son Goku and BROLY can return to Earth as soon as possible, otherwise, the Earth may really be finished this time. Soon Piccolo and Tien Shinyan and others also rushed over. However, they all concealed their auras. Facing such powerful opponents, they did not dare to act rashly. No, not Frieza. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from King Cold and Cooler, Krillin's body trembled involuntarily. Although I don't know what their relationship with Frieza is, that guy looks very similar to Frieza and they are probably of the same race. Piccolo frowned and was panicking. Although he had been training hard for a year after his resurrection, his current combat power has just reached 500,000. Facing a powerful opponent like King Cold, he dared not act rashly. We have no chance of winning against such a guy. Let's hide and wait for Gaku to come back. Yamcha swallowed his saliva. He didn't want to die again. Whoosh! King Cold didn't give them a chance to escape. He flashed in front of them. He. It turned out to be a few bugs. It's a pity that the guy who killed Frisia doesn't seem to be here. It's a pity, otherwise I can avenge him. King Cold looked at Piccolo and others with disdain, but he didn't rush to attack him. He really didn't take a guy with a combat power of only a few 100,000 seriously. Cooler, are you sure the Dragon Ball you mentioned is on this planet? Yes, Father. According to the information I have learned, the Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wishes on this planet, and these people seem to have a special device that can accurately find the location of the Dragon Ball. Cooler explained. Wow, can we find the specific location of the Dragon Ball? That would be much easier. As long as I get the Dragon Ball, I can become the true master of this universe. King Cold grabbed Krillin's neck and lifted him up. Little bug, tell me where the Dragon Ball is. Krillin. Son Goku, who was hiding in the distance, saw this scene and was about to take action immediately, but was stopped by BROLY. Don't worry. Just as BROLY finished speaking. Puff. The mysterious boy who suddenly appeared from nowhere directly cut off King Cold's arm with his sword. Ah! King Cold, whose arm was cut off, screamed shrilly. The whole person's body retreated one after another, revealing a horrified expression. Ah! Who is it? Krillin also looked at the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him with a look of surprise. Amazing! He cut off that guy's arm with one sword. I can't tell how strong he is. Piccolo frowned slightly, and was also very confused. There were only these strong people on the whole earth, but he had never seen the boy in front of him. Are you the guy who killed Frisia? Your strength is weaker than I expected. I really don't understand how Frisia died at the hands of someone like you. Although Trunks cut off one of King Cold's arms with one sword, it did not make Cooler show any expression on his face. The other party still had a calm face. Frisia? No, not Frisia. What's going on? Trunks glanced at Cooler in the distance, and then frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. According to the development of his own time and space, shouldn't King Cold and the resurrected mechanical Frisia arrive on Earth at this time? But why didn't Frisia come, but a guy who looked 70% like Frisia? Although I don't know what's going on, I'll destroy you all first. Trunks said, and the long sword in his hand returned to its sheath. Destroy us? What a joke! You want to be my enemy, King Cold? UBD, I'll make you pay. King Cold looked at Trunks with a ferocious face. The revenge of the broken arm made him extremely angry. However, before he could react, Trunks's aura suddenly increased explosively. Ha! With a low roar, Trunks' drooping hair instantly stood upside down. The originally light blue hair also turned golden at this moment. Swish! The golden flames continued to gush out from his body. What? What's going on? How did this guy's fighting power increase so much in an instant? Feeling the sudden surge of energy on Trunks, King Cold instantly opened his eyes wide, with an extremely unbelievable expression on his face, and his body trembled slightly at this moment. His combat power is only 90 million, while Trunk, who has become a Super Saiyan, has a combat power of 280 million. What? Super Saiyan. He can actually become a Super Saiyan. Both Krillin and Son Gohan have seen Broly become a Super Saiyan. Although the hair color is slightly different, Son Gohan can be sure that this is the form of a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Gohan, is this the Super Saiyan you mentioned before? But how did this guy become a Super Saiyan? Piccolo raised his eyebrows and was also confused. Of course, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and others were not the only ones shocked. Vegeta, who was hiding on the other side, was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How is this possible? Super Scion, this guy can also become a Super Scion? Who is he? Aren't there only a few of us living Scions? Except for BROLY, how could anyone become a Super Scion in front of me, King Vegeta? Vegeta punched the ground angrily. But no one can answer his doubts. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34, Trunks vs Cooler. Super Scion. That boy, he can also become a Super Scion. Looking at Trunks in the distance, Son Goku opened his eyes suddenly. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, he was under the guidance of Mr. BROLY, and he went through a lot of rigorous training before he finally succeeded in becoming a Super Scion. However, this guy in front of him looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old at most, but he could already become a Super Scion, which shocked Son Goku. Don't worry, Son Goku, watch carefully, the guy who looks like Frieza is very powerful. BROLY said lightly. Well, I know, Mr. BROLY. Son Goku nodded seriously. He naturally noticed Cooler in the distance. Facing Trunks who had become a Super Scion, the other party could still maintain such a calm expression. This is enough to prove that his strength is by no means as simple as it seems on the surface. Wait. How about we make a deal? If you are willing to be my son, I am willing to give you the entire North Galaxy and let you become the new Emperor of the universe. Looking at the approaching Trunks, King Cold felt the breath of death, and his whole body involuntarily stepped back several steps. Not interested. With that, Trunks fired an energy cannon. Without giving King Cold any chance to react, the energy cannon pierced through his chest. Although this attack did not kill King Cold directly, King Cold's vitality was also rapidly draining. If he did not take the time to treat it, death was only a matter of time. Wow! King Cold spit out a mouthful of blood, and then shouted to Cooler in a panic, Cooler, save me, save me. Faced with King Cold's shouting, Cooler was not moved at all, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boom! Trunks showed no mercy, and the powerful energy cannon directly blasted King Cold into powder. Wow, so amazing, that big guy was destroyed so easily by him. Krillin's eyes widened as he watched the scene in front of him. What a terrifying guy! Cold sweat broke out on Piccolo's forehead. It's your turn next. Trunks looked at Cooler and said indifferently. Although he didn't know why the person next to King Cold was not Frieza, but a guy he had never seen before, he had to destroy the other party anyway. He. I really have to thank you for getting rid of King Cold for me. In this way, the entire universe belongs to me, Cooler. I will replace King Cold and become the strongest ruler of the entire universe. Cooler stretched out his arms and looked up at the sky, as if looking forward to a better future. Don't dream, you have no chance to leave the Earth with me here. Trunks laughed indifferently. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, his current combat power has reached 280 million. Even Frieza couldn't be his opponent, so this guy who didn't know his identity at all couldn't be his opponent. It seems that you don't know my identity yet. I'm different from my useless brother. I have one more transformation than him. Cooler said with a sneer on his face. Now I'll show you how big the gap between our strength is. As soon as the voice fell, Cooler suddenly clenched his fists and shouted. As the voice came out, Cooler's body changed. His originally thin body suddenly became extremely tall, with 4 spikes growing on his head, and his muscles bulged high. His aura increased several times in an instant. This powerful aura. Trunks looked at Cooler in shock, with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. The opponent's aura actually surpassed his own in Super Saiyan form? So powerful! No wonder I felt that his aura was stronger than Frieza's, so that's it. Son Goku in the distance naturally felt Cooler's powerful aura. The expression on his face also became tense. Because the aura exuded by Cooler was much stronger than that of Trunks, who had become a Super Saiyan at this moment. Die, arrogant brat! After saying that, Cooler's body suddenly flashed and came directly in front of Trunks. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard at Trunks' chest. So fast! Looking at the fist coming at him, Trunks had no time to think, and subconsciously crossed his arms against his chest to resist. Bang! There was a collision sound, and Trunks' body was directly punched hundreds of meters away by Cooler. The whole person was hit hard on the mountain in the distance. Then, who is that guy? And he actually punched away that unknown Super Saiyan. Vegeta, who was watching the game, opened his jaw in shock, his face full of disbelief. This guy who looks like Frieza is even stronger than Frieza. What should we do, King Vegeta? Otherwise, let's run away quickly. If we continue like this, the whole planet will be destroyed. Raditz said worriedly. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Then Broly and Son Goku appeared in front of everyone at the same time. Goku! It's Goku, and Mr. Broly! Dad, it's great that Dad is back! Seeing the sudden appearance of Son Goku and Broly, Piccolo, Son Gohan and others cheered excitedly. Especially when they saw Broly, it seemed that everything was no longer a big deal. Krillin and Son Gohan had seen how powerful Broly was when they were in Namek, so they knew very well how strong Broly was. Even though the guy in front of them looked very similar to Frieza, he punched away the mysterious Super Saiyan. But in everyone's mind, he still couldn't be Broly's opponent. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35, Son Goku vs Cooler. Two more desperate people are here. Cooler looked at Son Goku and Broly with disdain. Because both of them hid their chi, in Cooler's eyes, they were just trash with single-digit combat power. Mr. Son Goku. At this time, Trunks also noticed that Son Goku suddenly appeared. He had seen Son Goku's photo, so he recognized his identity at a glance. But he had never seen the person next to him. Ah! You know me? Son Goku looked at Trunks with a puzzled look. He didn't expect that the other party actually knew his name, and seemed to know him very well. Yes, Mr. Son Goku, although I don't know why you suddenly appeared here, but now the most urgent thing is to find a way to solve the trouble in front of us. After saying that, Trunks looked at Cooler in front of him with a serious look. Through the simple fight just now, he could confirm that the other party's combat power was indeed above his own. Originally, Trunks was a little worried. If he couldn't beat this guy, it would really bring big trouble to this time and space. But now Son Goku's timely appearance made Trunks feel a lot more at ease. After all, he is Gohan's big brother's father, and his strength must be as strong as the legend. Yeah, that's true. Son Goku nodded, and then clenched his fists and roared. Ha! As the voice came out, Son Goku's aura soared rapidly. The golden flame on his body continued to spurt. The originally black hair also turned directly into the golden color that symbolizes Super Saiyan at this moment. Super Saiyan. Great, Dad has successfully become a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan clenched his fists excitedly. Goku can actually become a Super Saiyan. The moment he saw Son Goku become a Super Saiyan, Krillin cheered excitedly. Unexpectedly, Goku trained in universe for a year and actually mastered the power of Super Saiyan. Is this a Super Saiyan? I feel like I'm almost out of breath before I even make a move. Piccolo clenched his fists, his face also showing shock. Trunks alone had already shocked him, but he didn't expect that Son Goku would also become a Super Saiyan. And Goku's aura seems to be even stronger than that mysterious boy. Tien Shinyan also said with shock. Among all the people present, the one with the most complicated feelings was Vegeta, who was hiding in the distance. What a joke! Kaka wrote that guy actually became a Super Saiyan too. How is this possible? Vegeta was almost driven crazy by Son Goku and Trunks. A mysterious Trunks would be fine, after all, he didn't know him. But Kakarot was just a low-level warrior, how could he become a Super Saiyan before him? Amazing, Kakarot's aura may have completely surpassed Frieza. Raditz was doubly shocked at this moment. His brother, who had a combat power of only 2, has now become the legendary Super Saiyan. This makes Raditz feel very complicated. He has even considered whether to leave Vegeta and follow his brother Kakarot. Although the relationship between the two is not harmonious, he is his brother after all. If he is willing to tell him the secret of becoming a Super Saiyan, maybe he can also become the legendary Super Saiyan. So that's it, is this a Super Saiyan? It seems that the person who killed my brother Frieza should be you. Through the discussion of the crowd, Cooler also confirmed that Son Goku and his golden hair now are the Super Saiyan mentioned in the ancestral teachings of their frozen demon clan. But even so, Cooler still didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, although the strength of these two people is not weak, they are still not comparable to his ultimate form. No wonder your aura is so evil, it turns out that you are the same guy as Frieza. In that case, there is no need for me to show mercy. As he said that, Son Goku opened his legs and made his hands into claws, and took a fighting stance. Uncle Goku, don't be careless, this guy is very strong. Trunks reminded. Don't worry, it's just a good opportunity to test the results of my training this year. After Son Goku finished speaking, he took the lead in attacking Cooler. Whoosh! After becoming a Super Saiyan, Son Goku's speed was very fast. In almost an instant, his body had arrived in front of Cooler. The tightly clenched fist, as if wrapped in a mighty force, suddenly blasted towards Cooler's chest. Humph! Looking at the oncoming attack, Cooler snorted coldly. Then he also clenched his fists to meet it. Bang! The moment their fists collided, the powerful energy aftermath immediately spread rapidly in all directions with their bodies as the center. The ground under their feet was instantly torn into a huge semicircular crater. Although Son Goku did not hold back at all in this punch, Cooler's body still stood still without moving. What a powerful force! Son Goku frowned. He did not expect that his full-strength attack could not even make Cooler retreat. It turns out that the Super Saiyan mentioned in the ancestral teachings is only this level. I still have expectations for you. Cooler looked at Son Goku and shook his head, obviously disappointed. Don't be happy too early, my attack is not over yet. Son Goku suddenly smiled. Swish! The next second, Son Goku's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Even his breath disappeared completely. What? Disappeared. Cooler looked around in shock, but still could not find any trace of Son Goku. Here. The moment the voice came out, Son Goku's body instantly appeared behind Cooler. And the energy of Kamehameha Wave had been condensed at his waist. Kamehameha Wave. Son Goku didn't give Cooler any chance to react at all, and the energy that had been condensed in his hand was directly blasted towards Cooler's chest. Boom! The Kamehameha dragged a long tail and blasted Cooler's body dozens of kilometers away. And Cooler's body was even more powerful under the power of Kamehameha Wave, flying backwards and smashing countless mountains. Finally, under the huge explosion of Kamehameha Wave, a huge mushroom cloud instantly rose in the distance. The originally flat ground was blown into a huge crater. Did it destroy it directly? Trunks looked at Son Goku in front of him with a shocked face. Even though his combat power was not as good as his opponent, he could achieve this step with his strong combat experience. No wonder his mother and Gohan brother gave such a high evaluation. It seems that what they said is true. Mr. Son Goku is really a very reliable existence. No, not yet. Cooler is still alive. BROLY glanced at the distance and then spoke lightly. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, BROLY takes action, Cooler dies. Although Cooler's chi became much weaker, it did not completely disappear. What? Still alive? Trunks looked at BROLY not far away with some surprise. Just now, even he did not notice Cooler's chi, but BROLY actually found it. It seems that the opponent's strength is not weak at all. If so, why have I never heard my mother and Gohan elder brother mention any news about the opponent? This made Trunks very confused. Boom! At this time, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. Cooler, who was buried in the rubble, rushed to Son Goku in an instant. Damn BD, I was injured. Cooler's body was covered with small wounds and purple blood was constantly pouring out. Even the horns on his head that were like spikes were broken. The whole person was extremely embarrassed. But even so, Cooler's fighting power did not weaken too much, and his aura was still very strong. What a powerful guy! Son Goku clenched his fists, his expression was extremely solemn. The Kamehameha wave just now was the strongest attack he could release at present, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't kill Cooler. Uncle Goku, I'll help you deal with him. As the voice came out, Trunks instantly attacked Cooler. Trunks was extremely fast and arrived in front of Cooler in almost an instant. His clenched fists kept swinging at Cooler's body like raindrops. However, this kind of attack was not enough for Cooler, who had a combat power of 480 million. Cooler easily blocked all of Trunks' attacks. How is it possible? How could his strength be so much stronger than I expected? Trunks looked extremely shocked. There had never been such a powerful opponent on the Earth in his time and space. Even the artificial man who almost completely destroyed the Earth was not as powerful as the guy in front of him. Have you fought enough? Then it's my turn next. As he said that, Cooler took the opportunity to grab the fist that Trunks swung. Then he clenched his right fist and punched Trunks' lower abdomen. Bang! With his wrist caught by Cooler, Trunks couldn't escape at all, and then several punches hit Trunks' lower abdomen. Wow! The severe pain from the abdomen made Trunks scream directly. Then he spat out a mouthful of acid. Stop, your opponent is me. Seeing this, Son Goku rushed over without hesitation. As a result, he was hit hard by Trunks thrown out by Cooler. The pain from the abdomen made Trunks unable to continue to maintain the Super Saiyan transformation, and finally turned back to normal. Then, is that guy a monster? Super Saiyan is so vulnerable in his hands. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of shock. The cold sweat on his forehead flowed down his cheeks to his chin, and finally dripped to the ground. Vegeta was really shocked. He thought that Son Goku, after becoming a Super Saiyan, would be able to easily defeat the monster like Frieza, but he didn't expect that Son Goku's power would be so vulnerable in front of that monster. Damn wild monkey! Cooler's body slowly rose into the air, and a huge orange energy ball instantly condensed when his right hand was raised. This huge energy made everyone present clench their fists. Die! Supernova explosion! As Cooler roared, the huge energy bomb condensed in his hand also blasted in the direction of Son Goku and the others. It's over. Trunks clenched his fists unwillingly. He didn't expect that because of his appearance, he would bring such a big trouble to his own time and space. Now, there is no need for the androids to take action, the monster in front of him can destroy the Earth. Although I don't know why you helped us, I still want to thank you. Don't worry, that guy is no match for Mr. BROLY. Son Goku sighed helplessly. I thought I had become a Super Saiyan and could protect the Earth by myself this time, but I didn't expect that my strength was still too weak. In the end, Mr. BROLY was still needed to protect the Earth. Broke? Mr. BROLY. Hearing this, Trunks showed a puzzled look. He had never heard of this name. But the next second, Trunks seemed to think of something and immediately looked into the distance. However, BROLY was no longer there. Whoosh! When Trunks turned his head again, BROLY had already appeared in front of the huge energy ball. BROLY punched out, and the huge orange energy ball was actually blown up by BROLY's punch. The powerful energy shock wave spread instantly. Even the people watching the battle from a distance were blown back more than 10 meters away by this powerful energy wave. You are looking for death, you actually want to use your body to resist my supernova explosion. Looking at the huge crater on the ground, Cooler showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. The blow just now was enough to destroy a planet. This guy with a combat power of only 2 digits actually dared to resist with his body. He was simply seeking death. However, the next second, the smile on Cooler's face suddenly froze. The moment the grass-green energy gushed out, the billowing smoke and dust were instantly blown away by the energy wave. Then BROLY's godlike body also appeared in Cooler's sight. What? Such a powerful energy, what's wrong with that guy's body? Cooler's voice trembled a little. It was the first time he felt such a huge energy in a person. Swish! However, the next second, BROLY's body appeared directly in front of Cooler. You can die. After saying that, BROLY's mouth corners rose, and his hands were already placed on Cooler's chest. What? Before Cooler could react, BROLY's hands suddenly gushed out golden energy. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and Cooler's body was completely blown into slag at this moment. Finally, it turned into a little black smoke and disappeared completely. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37, I am Bulma's husband. So strong. He actually solved that monster with just one move. Looking at BROLY's back in the air, Trunks was shocked to the extreme. Why has this time and space changed so much? Not only did Cooler, a monster whose strength surpassed that of a human, appear, but there was also a mysterious scion whose strength was almost unfathomable. All this shocked Trunks' heart. It's over. Piccolo stared with his eyes wide open, looking at BROLY's back in disbelief. The monster Cooler, which Son Goku and the mysterious Super Saiyan boy could not defeat together, was completely destroyed by BROLY in such an easy manner. This scene brought a strong impact to Piccolo's heart. Great, Mr. BROLY completely destroyed that monster. Son Gohan jumped up excitedly, and then flew in the direction of Son Goku. The Z warriors also flew over. At this time, BROLY also lifted the Super Saiyan transformation and returned to the crowd. I'm so sorry, Mr. BROLY. You'll have to solve this problem in the end. Son Goku scratched his head and said with an embarrassed look. At the same time, Son Goku secretly made up his mind that he would let Mr. BROLY train him more strictly. It doesn't matter. After all, I'm Bulma's husband, and it's my duty to protect the Earth. BROLY smiled faintly at Son Goku and Trunks. However, as soon as he said this, Trunks' originally calm face suddenly showed an extremely shocked look. His eyes were wide open. Sorry. Excuse me, what's your name, and what's your relationship with Miss Bulma? Trunks was obviously a little anxious. My name is BROLY. As you just saw, I'm also a scion, but I'm also Bulma's husband. BROLY explained calmly. However, his words made Trunks' expression freeze again. He never thought that Bulma in this time and space didn't get together with Vegeta. By the way, I don't know your name yet, but I still want to thank you for protecting the Earth with us. Son Goku looked at Trunks with a strange expression, and couldn't help but speak up. That. Mr. Gaku, I need to talk to you alone. Trunks looked at Son Goku and said very seriously. No problem. Son Goku nodded, and then the two flew away. Mr. BROLY, don't you know the boy just now? But he is obviously also your scion, right? Krillin looked at BROLY and said curiously. He is indeed a scion, but I also see him for the first time. BROLY said calmly. It's really strange, if that's the case, then why would he help us? Tien Shinyan and others were also confused. Piccolo on the side was concentrating on listening to the conversation between Son Goku and Trunks in the distance. Namek people have very sharp hearing, so even if the distance is far, he can still hear the conversation between Son Goku and Trunks clearly. However, Trunks did not say that his mother was Bulma, but only said that he was Vegeta's son. Because he still hasn't figured out why this time and space has changed so much. And does BROLY exist in the time and space he is in? He also needs to go back to this time and space to confirm this. So Trunks only told Son Goku about the evil android duo that will appear in 3 years and a series of things that will happen in the future. After listening to Trunks' story, Son Goku was very shocked. He didn't expect that he would die of a heart attack in 3 years. He was very sorry that he couldn't participate in the battle to protect the Earth. Fortunately, Trunks took out a special medicine for heart disease. Son Goku was excited again. Mr. Son Goku, that's all I have to say. I hope you can prepare well and don't let the tragedy of my time and space happen again. Trunks looked at Son Goku and said very seriously. Don't worry, Trunks, I will never let such a future happen. Son Goku held the special medicine for heart disease tightly in his hand, full of confidence. After following Mr. BROLY for a year, his strength has improved so much. Son Goku feels that his strength will definitely reach another level in 3 years. Well, then I'm relieved. Goodbye, Mr. Son Goku, I will come here again in 3 years to help you fight against the androids. After that, Trunks took out the universal capsule of the time machine directly from his arms. As the time machine slowly ascended, Trunks finally looked at Vegeta hiding behind the rocks in the distance. Although the other party had hidden his aura, Trunks still found him very early. Finally, under the eyes of Son Goku, he completely disappeared from the Earth in the time machine. Disappeared? Disappeared? That mysterious boy disappeared directly. Krillin and others were all shocked. They found that Trunks did not leave but disappeared completely. Because his aura was no longer on the Earth. Whoosh! At this time, Son Goku also flew over. Goku, what did that boy say to you? Krillin and Son Gohan and others were all curious. Only Piccolo and BROLY knew very well. Ah, it's nothing, really nothing. Son Goku scratched his head and didn't know how to explain for a while. After all, Trunks had clearly explained that it was best not to tell about his identity, because he still had some things to verify in the future time and space, and rashly telling about his identity might make him disappear. Let me explain, Goku. Piccolo glanced at Son Goku and said. Ah? How can Piccolo say you already know? Son Goku opened his mouth in surprise. I almost forgot that Piccolo's hearing was very good. At this distance, Piccolo must have heard everything. Don't worry, I know what to say. Piccolo immediately smiled after seeing Son Goku's worry. In the end, Piccolo cleverly concealed the mystery of Trunks' life experience and explained to everyone what was about to happen in the future. This incident shocked everyone. Is this all true? It still sounds a little hard to believe. Yamcha's mouth twitched. Time machine, time travel, etc., he still felt a little bizarre. Humph. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, just go and have fun by yourself. I will take this time to practice well, because I won't wait to die. Piccolo looked at Yamcha with indifference. Hey! Vegeta, don't hide anymore, after all, you will be killed by the androids in 3 years. Then Piccolo glanced at the direction where Vegeta and Raditz were hiding in the distance and shouted loudly. Whoosh! 2 figures flashed by, and then Vegeta and Raditz appeared in front of everyone. Happy reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38, Raditz joins the gang, Vegeta completely collapses. Seeing the sudden appearance of Vegeta and Raditz, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and others were all shocked. Vegeta? How come you are here? Yamcha subconsciously took a half step back. The scene of being blown up by the cultivated man appeared in his mind. Krillin and Tien Shinyan even took a fighting stance. Don't worry, everyone. Now we have a common enemy. I think Vegeta will fight the androids with us. Son Goku looked at Tien Shinyan and the others calmly, signaling them to rest assured. But this guy wanted to destroy the Earth at the beginning. I don't feel at ease if he stays on Earth with a guy like a time bomb. Yamcha stood up directly and looked at Vegeta with an unhappy face. He didn't know how others viewed Vegeta, but he would never believe him anyway. Son Goku frowned slightly, and did not continue to refute, but instead looked at Vegeta and Raditz. To be honest, he didn't really believe Vegeta. The reason why he said that just now was entirely because of Trunks. According to Trunks, in his time and space, Vegeta not only settled on Earth with them, but also joined the team against the androids. In the end, he was killed by the androids for protecting the Earth. So no matter what, he was willing to give Vegeta and Raditz a chance to choose. A hole. What a joke! Vegeta, finally got rid of that monster Frieza, but I'm going to die at the hands of the androids on Earth 3 years later. Vegeta clenched his fists in anger. He heard everything Piccolo said. Although it was a little unbelievable, the strength shown by Trunks made him believe it. There was no need for such a powerful guy to lie about such a boring thing. Whether you believe it or not, the reality is in front of you. Of course, you can also choose to leave the Earth with your tail between your legs. After all, this way you won't be killed by the androids who came 3 years later like in Trunks' time and space. Broly looked at Vegeta calmly. Vegeta in the later period of Dragon Ball has indeed changed a lot, and he has become more and more charismatic and more likable. But it is really hard to have a good impression of Vegeta in this period. What a joke! Do you think Vegeta, will choose to escape? Vegeta clenched his fists and looked at Broly with an unconvinced look. Although he was very angry, he did not dare to say anything rude to Broly. The strong fighting power shown by Broly's one blow to destroy Cooler just now made Vegeta dare not provoke him at all. I am willing to stay on Earth and fight with you. Just when everyone was silent, Raditz suddenly scratched his head and stood up. Ahem. Seeing that everyone showed doubts, Raditz's old face suddenly turned red, and he coughed twice, and said a little embarrassedly. Kakarot, I am your elder brother after all. Now that planet Vegeta no longer exists, you are the only relative I have left in this world, so if you don't mind, I am willing to stay on Earth and fight with you. Of course, these words of his were all made up. The main reason why he was willing to stay was the strong fighting power shown by Son Goku. Son Goku even successfully became a Super Saiyan that only appeared in Saiyan Legends. He felt that staying here would definitely be much safer than going anywhere else, and he also hoped to become as strong as Son Goku. Although he didn't know how Son Goku trained to this level. But Raditz believed that as long as he could stay on Earth and train with Son Goku, even if he couldn't become a Super Saiyan like Son Goku, his strength would definitely be greatly improved. What did you say? Raditz, are you planning to betray me? After hearing what Raditz said, Vegeta's eyes narrowed and his face became extremely gloomy. A murderous intent suddenly arose in his heart. It was fine that he didn't dare to provoke Son Goku and Broly easily. After all, their strength was above his. But what was Raditz? He was just a waste whose combat power had not yet exceeded 10,000. He actually dared to disobey him. Vegeta, I said what I really think. Now that Frisia is dead and planet Vegeta no longer exists, it seems that there is nothing wrong with us staying on this planet and living with Kakarot and the others. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Vegeta, Raditz instinctively stepped back. The angry Vegeta could not listen to Raditz's explanation at all. The moment he clenched his fists, the powerful energy in his body suddenly gushed out. You spineless waste, go down with Nappa. The moment the voice came out, Vegeta stepped out with his right foot, and his body was like an arrow from a string, punching Raditz. Feeling Vegeta's terrifying killing intent, Raditz was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. The difference in strength made him unable to think of any resistance. Stop it, Vegeta! Son Goku flashed and came to Raditz in an instant, and easily blocked Vegeta's punch with his palm. Kakarot, thank you. Looking at Son Goku who was blocking him, Raditz couldn't help but feel grateful. He really didn't expect Son Goku to stand up to help him, after all, he had threatened him with Son Gohan before. Kakarot. Don't think that you can't do anything to you just because you have become a Super Saiyan. Go to hell. Being humiliated in front of so many people made Vegeta ashamed and angry. He immediately raised his fist and punched Son Goku again. However, the result was still blocked by Son Goku with one hand. A hole! Vegeta roared and launched a fierce attack on Son Goku. However, in the face of the absolute gap in strength, his attack seemed like slow motion to Son Goku. Calm down. Son Goku punched Vegeta in the abdomen. Bang! This punch instantly sent Vegeta flying hundreds of meters. A hole! Vegeta stood up slowly, his teeth creaking. Although he was extremely angry, he finally loosened his fist helplessly. Kakarot, I will become a Super Saiyan in 3 years and step on you hard. Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot at this moment, and his voice was almost roaring. Well, I'll wait for you. Son Goku raised the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. He hoped to become stronger and challenge himself later. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Vegeta left the Earth on the Universe spacecraft. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39, Bulma, do you remember what you promised me? Watching Vegeta leave the Earth, Son Goku finally looked at Raditz. You can stay on Earth like us, but you need to promise me that you will never hurt any Earth residents. No problem, I will never hurt any Earthlings. Seeing that Son Goku accepted him, Raditz immediately nodded excitedly. Kakarot, can I practice with you? Raditz asked again. Yes. Son Goku nodded. In fact, he didn't want to practice with Raditz, after all, the other party's strength was too weak, and practicing with him was really meaningless. But thinking about it, keeping Raditz by his side seemed to be able to better monitor the other party. Gohan, practice well, I hope to see a stronger you in 3 years. Piccolo looked at Son Gohan and smiled faintly, then his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Finally, Krillin and others said goodbye to each other and left. The androids that will appear in 3 years make each of them feel full of crisis, so they all decided to practice hard after returning. Broly, I wonder if I will have the opportunity to get your guidance in the days ahead. Son Goku looked at Broly and asked expectantly. Originally, Son Goku liked to train with King Kai the most, but now Son Goku thinks that it is faster to train with Broly. Because some of the training methods mentioned by Broly were things that Son Goku had never thought of before. Okay, but we'll talk about those things later. Train your son Gohan well. I can feel that there is a very powerful power hidden in his body. It would be a waste if it is not dug out well. As he said, Broly looked at Son Gohan next to Son Goku. At this moment, Sun Gohan's strength has also been greatly improved after the Battle of Namek. Today's combat power has reached 830,000. Gohan? Okay, Mr. Broly, I will definitely teach Gohan to train well. Son Goku touched Son Gohan's head and nodded with a smile. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Son Goku and others, Broly went straight back to Bulma's home at the Universal Capsule Company. Under the effect of instant transmission, Broly arrived in Bulma's room in the blink of an eye. Bulma looked out the window with a sad face, and didn't notice Broly suddenly appearing behind her. Today Bulma was wearing a pink dress, and her whole body exuded the breath of youth. Ah! Bulma sighed. In the past year since she and Broly separated, she has been waiting for his return all the time. I'm sorry for leaving for so long. At this time, Broly suddenly stepped forward and hugged Bulma's slender waist from behind. Ah! Broly's sudden move scared Bulma. But after seeing clearly that the person behind her was the man she had been thinking about day and night, Bulma's eyes instantly became gentle. Hey, you left for so long without saying a word. Bulma pouted her lips. Although she looked a little angry, her eyes betrayed her excitement at the moment. I have to improve my strength so that I can better protect you, right? Besides, I'm back. As he spoke, the locator of Broly's big hands instantly locked onto the destination. Bulma, do you remember what you promised me before you set off? A sly smile appeared on Broly's lips. What? Bulma was stunned for a moment, and then reacted immediately after a few seconds. She blushed immediately. You. I said that. I said that to get you back safely. Bulma's voice became trembling for a while. But her pretty little face became more and more blushing, and finally Bulma simply closed her eyes and covered her cheeks with her hands. I don't care about that. You promised it yourself. As he spoke, Broly raised his eyebrows, and the window that was originally open suddenly closed, and the curtains followed closely. Then Broly directly hugged Bulma. A few hours later, Broly stretched his body and showed a satisfied look. He had not dressed Bulma for a year since he left, and now he finally vented his anger. Looking at Bulma who was sleeping happily beside him, Broly gently kissed her forehead and then covered her with a blanket. Broly didn't wake up until noon the next day. To be precise, Broly was awakened by hunger, and then he went downstairs at the speed of light. Mrs. Brief had already prepared a sumptuous dinner for him. Broly was not polite at all and just drank a lot of food. After eating and drinking, Broly said goodbye to Bulma. Then he used instant transmission to go to Namek. That's right, he needed to borrow Namek's Dragon Ball again. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Impact Transmission Scion 4th Stage. The key to becoming a 4th level Super Scion is the Scion tail. But the tail alone is not enough. You also need to keep your sanity when you become a giant ape. Only in this way can you successfully become a 4th level Super Scion. The purpose of Broly's trip to Namek this time is to borrow the power of Shenron so that he can still keep his sanity even when he becomes a golden giant ape. Searching for Dende's aura, Broly directly instant transmission to Dende's side. Mr. Broly. Looking at Broly who suddenly appeared beside him, Dende couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. He didn't expect Broly to appear suddenly. This is the instant transmission I learned on Yudrit. Now I can instant transmission to Namek even without borrowing the universe spacecraft. Broly touched Dende's little head and said with a smile. Ah, there is such a magical ability. But Mr. Broly, do you have any important things to do in Namek this time? Dende looked at Broly and asked curiously. He felt that Broly's sudden arrival was definitely not to show him his instant transmission. I need to use Namek's Dragon Ball again. Broly directly explained his purpose. Is that so? No problem, Mr. Broly. The Great Elder will definitely agree. Dende nodded, and then called the Great Elder over. The current Great Elder of Namek was the third elder whom BROLY had saved from Dodoria. Long time no see, Mr. BROLY. I have asked Neru to notify the other elders to send the Dragon Ball. Please wait here for a moment. Mlin looked at BROLY and said very respectfully. Mlin can be said to have great respect for BROLY. The other party not only eliminated Frisia, who was poisoning the Namek residents, with a powerful attitude, but also used the Earth's Dragon Ball to resurrect all the Namek residents who were killed by Frisia's army. This kindness is enough for all Namek residents to remember. Thank you, Great Elder. BROLY smiled and nodded. It turned out that his original choice to resurrect the Namek residents was the right one. Soon, Neru brought all the Dragon Balls here. Finally, Mlin personally summoned Namek Shenron Porunga for BROLY. I wonder what wish Mr. BROLY will make this time. Mlin looked at BROLY and asked. My first wish is to keep absolute rationality when I become a giant ape. BROLY directly said the wish he had thought of a long time ago. This is also the main purpose of BROLY coming here. Okay. Mlin nodded, and then conveyed BROLY's wish to Shenron Porunga in the obscure Namek language. This wish is very simple. Namek language. After Shenron Porunga finished speaking, the scarlet eyes flickered. Then a ray of white light sank from Shenron's body into BROLY's brow. Although there was no obvious change in his body, BROLY could feel that his wish had been fulfilled. Then Mr. BROLY, what is your second wish? Mlin asked again. This time BROLY did not answer immediately, but pondered. Finally BROLY said, let me master the ancient language of God. Mlin nodded and conveyed BROLY's wish to Porunga. It's very simple. Porunga's scarlet eyes flickered again, and BROLY's wish was fulfilled. Because for BROLY, apart from the first wish, he really couldn't think of any other wishes he wanted to fulfill. So with the mentality of not using it for nothing, he thought of this second wish. After all, he will definitely come into contact with Super Dragon Ball in the future, so learning in advance will definitely not hurt. Mr. BROLY has one last wish. Mlin looked at BROLY and said. There is another wish. BROLY frowned, he really didn't know what to make for this last wish. After all, everything he needed had been fulfilled. But if he didn't use it, it would be a bit of a waste. I want to know where Dr. Gero's laboratory is. Finally, BROLY said his last wish. According to the original book, Dr. Gero's laboratory should be on a small island in the south, but there are many small islands in the south, and the androids have no air, so even if BROLY wants to find Dr. Gero's laboratory in advance, it is relatively difficult. Then Mlin conveyed BROLY's last wish to Shenron Porunga. Porunga's scarlet eyes flashed quickly, and soon locked the exact location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Dr. Gero has many laboratories, but most of them are abandoned. There are 12 laboratories that are still in normal operation. They are respectively in. Then Porunga told BROLY the specific locations of Dr. Gero's 12 laboratories. After saying this, Shenron Porunga also disappeared, and the 7 huge Dragon Balls turned back into stones and fell to the ground. There are 12 laboratories. Dr. Gero is really cautious. BROLY touched his chin. No wonder in the original book, Dr. Gero was able to take their genetic samples and implant them into Cell's body without the knowledge of Son Goku and others. But from his 12 laboratories that are still in normal operation, it can be seen how cautious the other party is. Grand Elder Mlin, thank you for this time. No matter what trouble Namek encounters in the future, I will not sit idly by. BROLY looked at the Great Elder Mlin and nodded. In order to be able to use Dragon Ball freely in the future, BROLY naturally does not allow anyone to harm Namek. Mr. BROLY, you are too kind. You saved our Namek people. This little help is nothing. Mlin also nodded to BROLY, and his attitude was still very respectful. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye Dende. After saying goodbye to Dende, BROLY instant transmission directly went to the Earth Celestial Temple. The old Celestial saw BROLY suddenly appear, and his body trembled. Although he knew that the other party was not a bad person, he still felt a little nervous when he thought of the powerful aura that BROLY exuded when he became a Super Scion not long ago. After all, the gap in strength is too big. Mr. BROLY, I don't know what you are doing here this time. The old Celestial looked at BROLY very respectfully and said, I need to borrow the spirit time room. It should be okay. BROLY looked at the old Celestial and said, No problem, please follow me. The old god would not refuse BROLY's request, after all, it would not affect him. Mr. BROLY, you have been in the spirit time room for a day last time, so you must come out one day before this time, otherwise you may be trapped inside the spirit time room forever. Mr. Popo kindly reminded. Don't worry, Mr. Popo, I know this. BROLY nodded on the surface, but he didn't take it to heart. With his current strength, he can completely break the dimensional wall and leave the spirit time room like Majin Buu and Gotenks, so there is no need to care about this restriction. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41, the 4th level of Scion has been reached. The interior of the Spirit Time House is brand new. The ground that was damaged by BROLY's training last time has been completely repaired by Bobo. On the other side is the food that Bobo prepared for BROLY, which is enough for a year. After the warm-up, BROLY began to practice formally. BROLY's primary purpose of entering the Spirit Time House this time is to impact the 4th level of Super Scion. As for the 3rd level of Super Scion, before BROLY left the Spirit Time House last time, he had already reached that threshold. Although he did not succeed at that time, BROLY believed that this time he would easily achieve the 3rd level of Super Scion. The reason is also very simple. Whether it was the previous battle with Frisia or the year of training on Yardrat, BROLY's basic strength has been greatly improved. Although BROLY did not immediately try to transform into the 3rd level of Super Scion during this period, BROLY has sufficient confidence. This time, he will definitely be able to successfully transform into the 3rd level of Super Scion. Then BROLY took a deep breath. He spread his legs and took a fighting stance. Ha! Ah! The roar came from BROLY's mouth. At the same time as the roar came out, BROLY's aura soared instantly. The originally black hair also turned grass green. Crackle! The blue lightning visible to the naked eye lingered around BROLY's body. Swish! The grass green aura also appeared in a jet shape at this moment. The ground under his feet, which had been repaired, collapsed instantly under the pressure of the powerful aura emanating from BROLY. Not enough. This is far from enough. Hey 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 hey! BROLY shouted again. The energy gushing out of his body was like a bottomless pit, and there was no sign of stopping at all. Instead, it continued to soar. The tiles on the ground that were shattered slowly rose into the air under the influence of BROLY's powerful aura. Then BROLY's body changed a little. The originally thick eyebrows suddenly disappeared at this moment, replaced by 2 particularly prominent brow bones. The grass-green hair grew rapidly, and finally fell on BROLY's back. Coupled with the arcs of electricity lingering on the grass-green flames around his body, BROLY looked extraordinary at the moment. Is this the 3rd stage of the Super Scion? BROLY exhaled, and carefully felt the energy changes in his body. The strength improvement brought by the 3rd stage of the Super Scion was even stronger than BROLY expected. A rough estimate shows that the increase brought by the 3rd stage of the Super Scion is about 50 times higher than the 2nd stage of the Super Scion. That is, a 150-fold increase in strength. Then BROLY checked his current combat power index. Host, BROLY. Combat power, 495 trillion. System, Infinite Combat Power System, LV2 Combat Power plus 10 per breath. Sure enough, it is 150 times, just as I expected. After seeing his accurate combat power, BROLY's mouth showed a curve. He just estimated a 150-fold increase in strength, and the result was exactly the same as he expected. This also made BROLY deeply understand one thing: the importance of basic combat power for Scion. Before transforming into Super Scion, BROLY's basic combat power was only 330 million. However, after the 100-fold increase of Super Scion 1 and Super Scion 2, plus the 150-fold increase of Super Scion 3, BROLY's current strength has directly reached an astonishing billion, that is, 495 trillion. Such an intuitive improvement in strength forced BROLY to pay attention to the improvement of basic combat power. After all, how high his strength ceiling is still depends on how strong his basic combat power is. As long as his basic combat power is strong enough, I am afraid that even if he only transforms into the most ordinary Super Saiyan 1, he can crush any form of Son Goku's transformation in the original work. Thinking of this, BROLY couldn't help but curl up his mouth. Because of the system, his basic combat power will increase by 10 points every time he breathes. Even if you do nothing in a year, your basic combat power will be improved by 84 million. And most importantly, your system can be upgraded. According to the system description, as long as you can change the main plot of the Dragon Ball world, the system will have a chance to be upgraded. BROLY took a deep breath and tried to calm his restless heart. Hey! Never mind, the most urgent thing is to try to break through the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. BROLY clenched his fist and planned to impact the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. Then BROLY raised his right hand and released an artificial moon directly. The artificial moon hung in the air like a real moon. And BROLY only took a look, his eyes immediately became empty, and the whole person seemed to be attracted and stagnant in place. The next second, BROLY's chest began to rise and fall violently, and his heart seemed to jump out. Roar! Finally, with BROLY's roar, his face completely turned into a giant ape, and his whole body was covered with golden hair. A moment later, the whole person completely turned into a golden giant ape. Roar! Roar! The golden giant ape BROLY kept beating his chest, and roars continued to come out. Powerful energy cannons kept spraying out of his mouth. However, this crazy behavior only lasted for 2 minutes, and soon BROLY completely regained his sanity. Drink! Go beyond the limit for me! The golden giant ape BROLY roared. A dazzling golden light emanated from his body. Then the body of the giant ape BROLY began to change, and then became the size of a normal person. As the golden light dissipated, BROLY changed into a brand new posture. At this moment, his appearance has changed dramatically. The original clothes on his body disappeared, and the surface of his skin was covered with a layer of red hair. The green hair also turned back to black, but at this moment BROLY's hair was more coarse, and the red eye sockets made him exude an evil aura in the blink of an eye. The most obvious thing is the red tail behind BROLY. And this is BROLY's 4th level of Super Saiyan. Unlike Son Goku's 4th level Super Saiyan in the original, BROLY, the 4th level Super Saiyan, is more muscular. And the aura gushing out of his body is not golden, but dark green. This makes BROLY look more domineering than Son Goku and Vegeta's 4th level Super Saiyan in the original. P.S. Please support, all the masters, please support. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42, Self-Created Moves, Energy Compression Cannon. Is this the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan? BROLY looked at his body, his face showing indescribable excitement. This power is really shocking. BROLY clenched his fists and carefully felt the changes in his body. At this moment, he could clearly feel the difference between the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan and the 3rd stage of the Super Saiyan. The most obvious difference is the increase brought by the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan. Although both are 150 times, the increase brought by the fourth stage of the Super Scion is more intuitive. This made BROLY's strength soar from the original 495 trillion to 7.5 kyo. Then BROLY used Spirito to create a clone. Facing the clone that released powerful power like himself, the Scion belligerent factor in BROLY's body was instantly activated. Then the two started a fierce fight. After fighting for about 10 minutes, BROLY came to a conclusion. That is, the fourth stage of the Super Scion consumes very little energy without releasing super strong energy waves. Even lower than the first stage of the Super Scion, the energy consumption is lower. For BROLY, even if he keeps this form, it will not have much impact. Sure enough, the fourth stage of the Super Scion is a qualitative change compared to the third stage of the Super Scion. BROLY exhaled, and then clenched his fist again. The whole person became more and more excited. With his current strength, the entire Dragon Ball world is probably only the gods of destruction and angel can pose a threat to him. However, BROLY was not in a hurry to leave the Spirit Time House, but continued to practice. And this time, because BROLY mastered the relationship of Spirito, he could directly use Spirito to create a clone to fight together, which made BROLY's practice more fun. However, when he practiced for the third month, BROLY also found the problem he was currently lacking. Combat experience and combat skills, these BROLY almost have no problem. But BROLY still lacks some energy cannon moves. He currently only has some basic energy cannon attacks. Apart from the Planet Crusher that BROLY himself has mastered, there are no other moves. So BROLY plans to create some moves of his own. And because of a year of training on Yudrit, BROLY's perfect control of Spirito allows him to create any moves freely. However, if you want to master it, you need to practice hard in the later stage. Finally, after a week of hard work, BROLY successfully created his own energy cannon. Energy Compression Cannon. As for why BROLY named it the Energy Compression Cannon, the reason is actually very simple. That is to condense the energy cannon in your hand at a very fast speed and then compress it instantly. This is like the original power of the energy bomb is only 1000, but the power of the energy compression cannon after being compressed by BROLY can reach 1000 to the square. The power of the compressed energy cannon is not added, but multiplied. Even if BROLY is strong enough, he can compress the energy compression cannon to the original 100th power. Even BROLY dare not imagine how powerful that power is. Just now, he only compressed the energy bomb to the 5th power, and the power of the energy compression cannon almost caused the entire spiritual time house to collapse completely. Although BROLY felt that he could continue to compress, he did not dare to try it easily. If this space really collapsed, he didn't know if he could get out of it. So BROLY did not continue to try to compress the energy compression cannon. Although in the spiritual time house, you can get more combat power from the system in the shortest time in the outside world, but a person's life is really too boring. In the end, BROLY left the spiritual time house when he practiced for 10 months. Although he only practiced for 10 months, BROLY's combat power has increased from the original 330 million to the current 480 million. The first thing BROLY did after leaving the spiritual time house was to return to the Universal Capsule Company. After a hearty meal, BROLY played duo with Bulma again. After being released, BROLY searched for the 12 locations mentioned by Shenron Palunga one by one. BROLY flew very fast and arrived at the nearest laboratory in almost no time. After breaking the door with a punch, what came into view were Dr. Gero's various experimental equipment, and even a few dilapidated culture chambers. Unfortunately, there were no androids in these culture chambers, and judging from the dilapidated degree of the culture chambers, this laboratory may have been unattended for several months. Although there was no gain. However, BROLY still put the experimental data and experimental equipment left by Dr. Gero into the universal capsule. These things may not be of much use to him, but for Bulma, a scientific genius, they will definitely be of great use. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43, The Rajli Brothers. Next, BROLY went to other laboratories. However, the results were the same. There were only some experimental equipment and various daunting experimental data in the laboratory, which made BROLY not gain any substantial results. When he went to the 8th laboratory, BROLY's eyes suddenly lit up. Outside the laboratory, 5 android soldiers were escorting a group of people into the laboratory. Looking at the escorted people, BROLY was immediately attracted by a blonde girl about 17 years old. The other party was Lazuli, who had not yet been transformed into Android 18. And the short-haired boy next to Lazuli was Radith's younger brother, Android 17 Lapis. "Damn it, where are you bastards taking us?" Lapis clenched his fists and roared at the android soldiers in front of him with anger. "Pa!" However, the boy was greeted by a fierce slap from the android soldiers. "Stop talking nonsense, be honest. It's your honor to be transformed into a robot by drive. Jero. Hurry up and follow me." The robot soldier looked at Lapis, who was slapped away by him, with a mocking face. "A hole." Lazuli helped Lapis up and looked at the robot soldier in front of her with extremely angry eyes. Although she was extremely angry, she did not dare to act rashly. Because she knew that she was no match for these robot soldiers. Click! The crisp sound of opening the door sounded, and then the heavy door of the laboratory slowly opened. "Drive." Jero walked out slowly. "Drive. Jero, the people have been brought here. I wonder if there are any useful experimental materials among these people." The leading robot soldier saw Drive. Jero and immediately stepped forward to report respectfully. However, Drive. Jero did not speak. He took 2 steps forward, then turned on the detector and scanned the crowd. Their combat power index is 15 and 16, which is very good. Dr. Jero, who was originally disappointed, became excited after scanning Lazuli and Lapis. "I understand, Dr. Jero." The android soldiers who received the order directly drove Lazuli and Lapis out of the crowd. As for those scum whose combat power was only 5, the android soldiers were ready to kill them on the spot. Just when the android soldiers raised their weapons and were about to attack, the body of one of the android soldiers exploded instantly. What happened?" Dr. Jero, who noticed the abnormality, looked around vigilantly. The rest of the android soldiers also raised their weapons. Swoosh! "Are you looking for me, Dr. Jero?" At this time, BROLY's body teleported directly in front of Dr. Jero. What, BROLY, why are you here?" After seeing the face of the person in front of him clearly, Dr. Jero's face immediately showed an extremely horrified expression. Then he almost didn't hesitate, and jumped forward to distance himself from BROLY. Who is that guy? How could he make Dr. Jero, that BD, so scared? Lazuli looked at BROLY's back with a surprised look on her face. Although she didn't know who the man who suddenly appeared in front of her was, she still knew something about Dr. Jero, the madman. What she didn't expect was that there was someone in this world who could make a madman like Dr. Jero so scared. "I didn't expect you to know my name. Does this mean that you have collected my genes?" BROLY frowned slightly. It seems that Dr. Jero, the old coin, has been monitoring all the Z fighters for a long time. And he is obviously no exception. The only uncertainty now is whether Dr. Jero has mastered his genes. If the other party also injects his genes into Cell, I wonder how Cell will grow. What? How do you know? BROLY's words made Dr. Jero tremble. He didn't expect BROLY to find out about his gene collection. This gave him a bad feeling. Then Dr. Jero no longer hesitated and released his strongest attack directly at BROLY. The powerful energy bomb instantly devoured BROLY's body. "Everyone, attack!" But Dr. Gero, who knew that BROLY was powerful, didn't dare to be careless at all, and then ordered people to find soldiers to launch a crazy attack on BROLY. The attack was explained, and the smoke and dust dissipated. BROLY's body appeared in front of everyone again intact. What? Who is this guy? Our attack just now didn't work on him at all. The soldiers looked at BROLY in shock. They had just used up all their firepower, but their attack couldn't even hurt BROLY. You haven't answered my question yet. Dr. Gero. The moment the voice fell, BROLY raised his right hand and counted the number of people in the air with his fingers. Then 5 death rays instantly pierced the chests of all the soldiers. Wow, so awesome, he killed all the android soldiers in an instant. Looking at the android soldiers falling one by one beside them, the Lajli siblings were shocked beyond words. In their eyes, the android soldiers were almost invincible monsters. No matter whether they were shot with guns or bombarded with shells, they could not cause any harm to them. However, BROLY actually destroyed all the android soldiers so easily. The visual impact brought to them by these words was simply too strong. Strange, monster, you are the real monster. Dr. Gero was shocked by BROLY's power and opened his jaw wide. Then he ran away like crazy without any hesitation. BROLY was not in a hurry to catch up. He wanted to see what Dr. Gero could make without people looking for number 17 and number 18. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44, Dr. Gero's Plan. Saved. Great, we are saved. Thank you so much, little hero, thank you for saving us. Seeing that Dr. Gero was actually scared away by BROLY's strength, the people who were originally held hostage cheered excitedly. Then after thanking BROLY, they left the place without stopping. Aren't you going to leave? BROLY turned and looked at Lajli and Lapis, who had not left behind. Thank you for saving my life. Raditz looked up at BROLY, biting his lips tightly, his eyes were extremely firm. Can you help me become stronger? I want to worship you as my master. Dr. Gero, that BD, killed all our relatives. I want to kill him myself to avenge my relatives. BROLY looked at Lajli, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He came for Lajli, so how could he refuse the other party's request? Yes, my sister and I think the same. That BD dared to treat us like this, I must find a way to take revenge. Lapis clenched his fists, his eyes were very angry. The slap from the captain of the android just now made his left face still swollen. Forget about becoming his disciple. Dr. Gero is very strong, you can't succeed. BROLY shook his head, and then pretended to turn around and leave. But then, Lajli actually hugged BROLY's arm directly. Please, I know you have a way to make us stronger, no matter how difficult the process is, I can accept it. Lajli looked at BROLY with firm eyes. Are you sure? My repair method is not something that everyone can bear. BROLY looked at Lajli in front of him and said seriously. Sure. Lajli nodded heavily, almost without hesitation. In that case, then follow me. BROLY nodded, and then took the two of them to King Kai Star by instant transmission. Hello, King Kai. BROLY looked at King Kai and greeted him with a smile. BROLY. BROLY. King Kai was naturally frightened when he saw BROLY suddenly appear. He dared not easily provoke this guy who easily eliminated Frisia and then defeated Cooler with one move. I need to practice here for a while, it should be okay. BROLY looked at King Kai and said with a smile. No problem, this is naturally no problem. King Kai nodded repeatedly. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just practice, not an excessive request. I'll let Bobris prepare food for you, Mr. BROLY, please wait for a moment. After that, King Kai hurried away. Although he knew that BROLY was not a bad person, Broly's strength still made him a little worried. You will practice here for the next period of time. In addition, the gravity here is 10 times that of the Earth. You may not feel anything now, because I used chi to protect your body. But I will take back the chi I released next, so the gravity should become 5 times that of the Earth. Be prepared. Broly looked at Lajli and Lapis and said. 5 times the gravity? No problem. Lajli clenched her fists, her attitude was very firm. Seeing this, Broly smiled slightly, and then directly took back some of the chi. Gravity was also transmitted to Lajli. Great, so powerful, is this 5 times the gravity? I feel like my body is about to be crushed. Lapis clenched his teeth. He didn't expect that his body could not bear it with only 5 times the gravity. Although Lajli on the other side was also struggling to bear it, there was no sound. Slowly take steps, move your body little by little, so that you can adapt to the gravity here as soon as possible. Under Broly's guidance, after about 2 weeks, Lajli had completely adapted to the 10 times gravity here. As for Lapis, although it was a bit reluctant, he could move freely. Finally, Broly spent another 3 days to guide Lajli to feel the existence of chi. After a week, Lajli successfully learned the flying technique. This repair speed even surprised Broly. He thought that Lajli would not be able to fly after leaving her identity as a person looking for someone, but he didn't expect her learning talent to be so amazing. It took only 1 month to successfully master the flying technique, and even achieve high-speed flight under 10 times gravity. Lajli Combat Power, 398. Lapis Combat Power, 165. Looking at the current combat power of the two, Broly is still quite satisfied. Although they are still not comparable to the Z fighters, their strength has been improving very quickly. Even King Kai didn't expect that 2 ordinary Earthlings could grow so quickly. At this rate, their strength will definitely become stronger in 2 years. Earth, Southern Island. In Dr. Gero's laboratory. Humph, damn Son Goku, and that damn Scion Broly. I will make you pay the price. Dr. Gero looked at the big screen in front of him with a gloomy look. The picture on the screen was the battle data of Son Goku, Piccolo, Broly and others. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Son Goku's combat power has improved a lot, but Dr. Gero finally estimated his current combat power value through unremitting efforts. Even the combat power values of Cooler and King Cold were calculated by Dr. Gero. The only thing that made him panic was Broly. Since his surveillance robot captured the details of Broly's battle last time, Dr. Gero was deeply shocked. That powerful combat power was not something he could calculate at all. Ha ha ha. Broly, you will regret letting me go. Dr. Gero looked at Broly's image on the big screen and laughed triumphantly. He thought that since Broly found out that he was secretly collecting genes, he would definitely not let him go easily. However, what Dr. Gero did not expect was that Broly not only did not hunt him down, but also let him go easily. Wait, Broly, I will use all of your genes to create the most powerful artificial man in this universe, and then kill all of you completely. Looking at the culture tank behind him, Dr. Gero's face showed an extremely cold expression. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45, System Upgrade Again, a mysterious man suddenly appears. King Kai Star. Broly, who was guiding Lajli in her training, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing the fate of Lajli and Lapis. The host has changed the main plot of Dragon Ball. The Infinite Combat System has begun to upgrade. Upgrade completed, Infinite Combat System, LV3 Combat Power plus 100 per breath. The system prompt in his mind made Broly stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. He didn't expect that saving Lajli would directly upgrade the system again. Combat power plus 100 per breath. He can get about 850 million basic combat power in a year, which is a huge improvement for BROLY. Even BROLY can clearly feel his body getting stronger every time he breathes now. Mr. BROLY, lunch is ready. King Kai, who prepared lunch, shouted to BROLY from a distance. BROLY nodded, and then looked at Lashley, who was still training. Let's stop here for the morning training. Let's continue after we have a full meal. Yes. Lashley was silent for a moment before she looked at BROLY and nodded. But BROLY could see that he seemed to be worried. Finally, after lunch, Lashley couldn't help but look at BROLY with an evasive look in her eyes, but her expression was a little stubborn and she said, "That. Can you let me see how strong you are?" Through the training for a year and a half, Lashley naturally realized how powerful BROLY was. She was eager to catch up with BROLY through unremitting efforts in training. However, as the training time continued to increase, Lashley found that no matter how hard she practiced and improved her strength, there was always a huge gap between her and BROLY. Even when she was training with BROLY, she couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. This made Lashley feel frustrated, but she also admired BROLY very much. In addition, BROLY scared the monster Dr. Gero with just one sentence, so Lashley really wanted to see with her own eyes how powerful BROLY's real strength was. Yes, brother-in-law, show us all your strength and let us open our eyes. At this time, Lapis also showed an expectant expression. When he first arrived at King Kai to practice, Lapis always called BROLY Mr. But as they spent more and more time together, Lashley spent more and more time practicing alone with BROLY, which made Lapis, the smart brother-in-law, immediately smell the scent of love. Immediately changed his words and stopped calling BROLY Mr., but simply called him brother-in-law. At the beginning, Lashley was naturally embarrassed, but later, as Lapis called him more and more, Lashley seemed to be completely accustomed to this title. As for BROLY, he was also very pleased with the cleverness of his brother-in-law. Well, since you want to see it so much, I'll let you see it for a bit. After saying that, BROLY's mouth curled up into a smile. Please wait a moment, Mr. BROLY. Could you please be a little more restrained for a while? Just before BROLY finished warming up and was about to breathe, King Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a worried look. Last time, because he accidentally offended gods of destruction Beerus, his King Kai star had become very small, and he didn't want to be destroyed by BROLY again. Okay, I'll hold back a bit. BROLY nodded, then opened his legs and took a posture of exerting force. Ha! As the roar came out, BROLY's black hair turned light green, and he was in an inverted posture. Crackling! Blue arcs surrounded the grass-green flames. Under the influence of BROLY's powerful energy, the entire King Kai planet shook violently. The terrifying energy emitted by the second stage of the Transcendent Scion directly caused the ground of King Kai's planet to collapse instantly. Under the impact of the hurricane formed by BROLY's powerful energy, King Kai and others hid far away. But even so, if Bobrus, who was slightly weaker, hadn't grabbed the big tree next to him, he would have been blown to universe. So powerful, he is indeed the guy who can destroy Cooler with one move. This is when he is holding back. I wonder what he can achieve if he lets go and releases all the energy in his body. I wonder if he can compete with that adult. King Kai said inwardly, feeling BROLY's terrifying aura. What a terrifying aura! Even at such a long distance, I feel as if my neck is being tightened. Is this the full strength of my brother-in-law? He is so strong. Lapis hid behind King Kai. He didn't know whether he was frightened by BROLY's terrifying aura or because he was too excited. His whole body trembled violently. So powerful, I am afraid I can't achieve such strength even if I practice for a lifetime. Looking at BROLY's figure, Lashley couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. I thought that if I put in 1,000 times more effort, I would definitely be able to reduce the gap in strength between myself and BROLY. Unexpectedly, the gap in strength between the two was like a firefly and a bright moon, not in the same dimension at all. But a few seconds later, Lashley swept away the previous disappointed expression, replaced by a face full of joy and excitement. Her man is so powerful, of course she should feel happy. Lashley was extremely grateful in her heart, grateful that she did not fall into the hands of Dr. Jarrow, and grateful that she met BROLY, a powerful and perfect man. If King Kai had not explained it in advance, BROLY really wanted to become a 4th-level Super Scion to feel the extent of his current strongest power. Because of more than a year of training, coupled with the blessing of the infinite combat power system, BROLY's current basic combat power has reached 980 million. The improvement of basic combat power allows BROLY to feel the explosive improvement of strength when he becomes a Super Scion. In the end, in order not to affect King Kai Star, BROLY gave up the plan to continue transforming. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from a distance. Then a figure that made King Kai's body tremble appeared on King Kai Star. P.S. Are there any readers reading? You can leave a comment or give a flower to let the author know that someone is reading. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46, BROLY's Conditions, Challenge Whis. Although BROLY could only see the back of the person from where he was, the clothing style he wore surprised BROLY. Especially the silver-white crew cut and the familiar staff in his hand. Whis. BROLY opened his eyes suddenly. He didn't expect to meet Angel Whis from the 7th universe here. Whis. Mr. Whis. King Kai, who was hiding behind the house, immediately came to Whis tremblingly after seeing the identity of the person. Long time no see, King Kai. Whis smiled at King Kai, and then looked in the direction of BROLY. Yet. Long time no see, Mr. Whis, is Mr. Beerus here too? North King Kai swallowed his saliva and looked behind Whis with some palpitations. But he didn't find any trace of Beerus. Ho ho ho. Don't be afraid, King Kai. Lord Beerus is still sleeping, so he didn't come. Looking at King Kai's frightened expression, Whis couldn't help but cover his mouth and smile. Is that so? That's great. Hearing this, King Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Whis is also scary, as long as Lord Beerus doesn't come, it's fine. He is really afraid of Beerus. He is afraid that the other party will make his King Kai Star smaller again. By the way, King Kai, are these all your friends? They all look like ordinary humans. And when I just passed by, I felt a very strong breath, so I came to see it out of curiosity. After saying that, Whis looked at BROLY in the distance again. As for Lashley and the others, he obviously didn't care much. It is extremely rare in this universe that a human can cultivate his strength to this level. Ah? Mr. Whis, you mean Mr. BROLY, right? They are both Mr. BROLY's friends, and the powerful energy you just felt should also come from Mr. BROLY. King Kai was relieved after confirming that Beerus was still asleep. Hey! Mr. BROLY, please come over here. Then King Kai shouted loudly in the direction of BROLY. After hearing King Kai's call, BROLY flew over immediately. BROLY thought that the reason why he didn't feel Whis's chi was probably because the other party was hiding a deeper relationship, so if he got closer, he should still be able to feel it. But after getting closer, BROLY still couldn't feel a trace of chi fluctuations on Whis. This also made BROLY feel the difference between chi and God's chi. I, who had never practiced God's chi, could not feel the fluctuations of God's chi. Mr. BROLY, let me introduce you, this is Mr. Whis, the angel of our universe. Mr. Whis, this is BROLY. King Kai introduced the two directly. Hello, Mr. BROLY, that powerful energy just now should be from you, right? Whis looked at BROLY and said politely with a smile. It should be. BROLY nodded. For some reason, although he couldn't feel how strong the energy on Whis was, BROLY couldn't control the belligerent factor in his body when he saw Whis in front of him. Even BROLY's fists tightened unconsciously, as if he wanted to fight with Whis. It's interesting. I didn't expect Mr. BROLY to be able to cultivate his strength to this level. This is indeed very rare. But that doesn't seem to be all your strength, right? Whis glanced at BROLY's clenched fist, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a faint smile. What? That terrifying aura just now, isn't it the full strength of my brother-in-law? Listening to Wiss's words, Lapis couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at BROLY in disbelief. The aura that BROLY had just exploded had deeply shocked his soul. Lapis had never thought that it was not BROLY's full strength. Although Lajli was also a little shocked, she was more excited and proud. That's right. King Kai was worried that I would destroy this planet if I released my full strength, so I reserved some of my strength. BROLY said truthfully. In front of Whis, there was nothing to hide. Ah, don't say that. My King Kai planet is already very small. If it shrinks further, I'm afraid I can only move with my luggage. Listening to BROLY's explanation, King Kai couldn't help but blush. As expected. Whis smiled, and then tapped the ground with the staff in his hand. A green light curtain instantly enveloped the entire King Kai planet. I have now wrapped this planet with divine power. Mr. BROLY, can you let me see your full strength? Whis looked at BROLY and said seriously. A peaceful life is very boring, and Lord Beerus sleeps all year round. Today, he finally found a powerful human being. Whis naturally wanted to see how strong the other party was. I can show you my full strength. But in exchange, how about you play with me? BROLY clenched his fists and showed a confident smile. At this moment, the belligerent factor in his body has shown signs of boiling. Even if Whis does not take the initiative to ask, BROLY will ask to fight with the other party. For the super blood in his body, the more he fights with powerful opponents, the stronger he will become. Mr. BROLY, are you crazy? This is Mr. Whis, our angel of universe. Okay, I agree to your request. Without waiting for King Kai to finish his words, Whis interrupted directly. In that case, I'll start. After saying that, BROLY immediately spread his legs and shouted in a low voice. Ha! Accompanied by BROLY's roar. The grass-green energy flame instantly gushed out of BROLY's body. And the momentum emanating from BROLY's body also surged instantly. Then BROLY's black hair instantly turned light green. But the surging aura on his body had no intention of stopping at all. On the contrary, it continued to surge. Crack, crack. Even the ground of King Kai Star, which was wrapped by Wiss's divine power, gradually showed cracks at this moment. Then BROLY's body changed a little. The originally thick eyebrows suddenly disappeared at this moment, replaced by two particularly prominent brow bones. The grass-green hair grew rapidly, and finally fell on BROLY's back. Hey! With BROLY's last shout, BROLY's continuously surging aura gradually stopped. As a human being, you can cultivate yourself to this level without the guidance of God. Mr. BROLY, I have to say you are really amazing. Whis praised, but his expression was not moved from beginning to end. Happy reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47, Underestimated by Whis. Is this Mr. BROLY's true power? It's ridiculously strong. Feeling the terrifying energy emitted by BROLY in the third stage of the Super Saiyan form, King Kai's body was trembling. Except for Lord Beerus, it was the first time that he felt such a powerful energy in a person. Great, so powerful, my brother-in-law's strength is really terrifying. At this moment, Lapis was shocked beyond words by BROLY's powerful strength. In his opinion, BROLY in the second stage of the Super Saiyan form was already very powerful. But he never thought that BROLY's full strength was hundreds of times stronger than the strength he had shown before. "Sister, I'm afraid I got it from you. Otherwise, a super strong man like my brother-in-law would probably not even look at me." Lapis looked at his sister Lashli with a frustrated expression. He originally thought that the reason why BROLY was willing to teach them to practice was that he must have taken a fancy to his real strength and future growth. But now it seems that he definitely got it from his sister Lashli. "Stop talking so much and watch carefully." Lashli hit Lapis's head hard, which made him quiet down. Although Lapis did talk a lot, Lashli didn't mind. She also felt that Lapis was right. The reason why BROLY was willing to teach them to practice and become stronger must be because of her. "I have already shown all my strength." "Then Mr. Whis, can we start now?" BROLY raised his fist and said excitedly. He couldn't wait to have a good fight with Angel Whis. "Wow!" Facing BROLY, who was eager to try, Angel Whis covered his mouth and smiled. He thought BROLY was just talking, but he didn't expect that the other party would really challenge him. "You know, even the strongest person in the entire universe, Gods of Destruction Beerus, didn't dare to make such a request easily." "What? Are you going to regret it?" Whis's behavior made BROLY frown slightly, and his face suddenly showed displeasure. "I'm not going to regret it, but if you want to challenge me, you have to be prepared." Whis put away his smile and said seriously. "In that case, I'll start." BROLY clenched his fist. Then his body disappeared instantly. Swish! When he reappeared, BROLY's body was already in front of Whis. Whoosh! An unexpected punch, like the rage of thunder and lightning, hit Angel Whis' chest fiercely. However, facing this sudden attack, Angel Whis' face remained calm. At the moment when BROLY's fist was less than 5 centimeters away from his chest, Whis dodged the incoming fist with a gorgeous sideways movement. As expected of Mr. Whis, he dodged Mr. BROLY's attack so easily. Although King Kai didn't see clearly when BROLY made the move, he saw the result. That was Whis dodging Whis' attack easily. "Wow! I didn't expect Mr. BROLY to punch so fast. I'm really surprised." Whis still had a smile on his face and said lightly. "Tisk." BROLY snorted coldly. Although his attack was easily dodged by Whis, he was not too surprised. After all, the opponent was Angel, so BROLY was naturally prepared. "Come again." Almost at the same time as the sound came out, BROLY attacked Angel Whis again. This time BROLY's attack was not only faster, but also more coherent. Obviously, he didn't intend to give Whis any chance to breathe. Swinging both fists together, the fist shadows launched a crazy attack on Whis like raindrops. Such a fierce attack made King Kai and Lashli, who were hiding in the distance, dumbfounded. The speed of BROLY's punches was so fast that they could only see a series of light and shadows flashing in the air. Facing BROLY's swift attack, Angel Whis' expression remained calm. Obviously, BROLY's attacking style could not make him take it seriously. BROLY stopped after throwing hundreds of punches without any effect. The initial fight just now also made him feel Angel's strong fighting power. Especially Angel's almost abnormal reaction speed. No matter which direction he attacked Whis from, the opponent could dodge with the smallest body movement. "Mr. Whis is really strong." BROLY spread his hands, and then directly cancelled the transformation and returned to normal. "Hey! Are you going to give up so soon? I thought Mr. BROLY would persist." Seeing that BROLY actually returned to normal, Angel Whis was a little surprised. He didn't expect BROLY to give up so quickly. If he gave up so easily, there is really no need to pay attention to him. There is no need to waste time on someone who wants to give up so easily. "Give up? How is that possible?" BROLY said with a smile on his face. "That was just a warm-up exercise. The real battle is just beginning now." After that, BROLY clenched his fists again, Ha! As he growled, powerful energy instantly gushed out of his body. Even at this moment, BROLY could faintly hear the roar of a giant ape. Rustle, rustle. Grass-green energy continued to gush out, and the range covered by the aura continued to expand. After a few seconds, the grass-green aura entered his body, and BROLY's body also underwent earth-shaking changes. Although he still had black hair, BROLY's hair became more coarse at this moment, and his red eyes made him exude an evil aura in the blink of an eye. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48, Super Scion 4th Stage Full Power Form. Looking at BROLY, who had changed dramatically in appearance, Wiss's slightly sleepy eyelids suddenly opened. Then he showed a look of surprise. After a few seconds of surprise, Wiss's face showed an expectant smile. Wow! I see, Mr. BROLY has hidden his strength. I underestimated you a little. Wiss looked at BROLY in front of him with a serious expression. Although BROLY no longer spurted out energy after becoming a 4th level Super Scion, this does not mean that BROLY at this moment is weaker than the previous 3rd level Super Scion. On the contrary, this form of energy being restrained in the body is the perfect performance. Although it may seem that there is no energy gushing out, it is more deterrent. But this can minimize the consumption of energy, allowing BROLY to almost always maintain this form. So handsome. Noticing BROLY's changes, Lajli, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but blush on her pretty face. Although she could not accurately feel how strong BROLY, the 4th level Scion, was, she could clearly feel the special charm that BROLY exuded at the moment. Even though the distance was very fast, she was still deeply fascinated by BROLY's form. Amazing, Mr. BROLY actually retained his strength. This is probably his strongest form. It's amazing. Even Mr. Wiss didn't see it for a while. King Kai clenched his fist slightly. At this moment, he was actually looking forward to the next contest between the two. One side was Gods of Destruction's teacher, Angel of Universe. The other side was the strongest person he had ever seen except Gods of Destruction. This made King Kai very much looking forward to the extent of the two people's battle. Are you ready, Mr. Wiss? Next, I really have to fight with all my strength. BROLY, in the 4th level Scion form, raised his mouth with a confident arc. Go ahead, Mr. BROLY. Wiss smiled, but he became more and more interested in BROLY. There are not many things in this universe that can interest him, and BROLY in front of him is obviously one of them. Take it. After saying that, BROLY stepped out with his right foot. Crack! The place where BROLY stepped on was instantly sunken. Then BROLY's body turned into a red arrow and shot towards Wiss. The speed of BROLY, who turned into the 4th order Scion form, was much faster than before, and he arrived in front of Wiss in almost an instant. Whoosh! The fist that was clenched tightly at some point, as if carrying a force of 10,000 kilograms, suddenly blasted towards Wiss' chest. So fast! Wiss raised his eyebrows, and then hurriedly crossed the staff in his hand across his chest. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of fists and metal colliding, BROLY and Wiss both stood in the air as if they were still. Although the power of BROLY's punch was enough to destroy the stars and the world, it still failed to make Angel Wiss' body retreat half a step at this moment. Did you block it perfectly? BROLY's eyes quickly looked at Wiss. He didn't expect that even if he became a 4th level Super Scion, his attack still couldn't make Wiss retreat even half a step. But this did not make BROLY depressed. On the contrary, it completely activated the Scion's belligerent factor in his body. BROLY felt his blood boiling at this moment, and an unprecedented refreshing feeling spread from inside to outside. I was really shocked. I thought Mr. BROLY's change was only in appearance, but I didn't expect your speed to be so much faster than before. Wiss said this with a smile. But he was still very surprised at BROLY's sudden surge in strength and speed. I didn't expect that a seemingly ordinary human could surpass his own limits through continuous transformations and reach new heights. As expected of Mr. Wyss. Even when facing a heavy punch from my fourth-order scion form, he didn't retreat a single step. But it's only fun this way. After all, if the opponent's strength is too weak, it would be too boring. Feeling the restless blood in his body, BROLY's expression became more and more excited. Even because he felt the relationship with the powerful opponent, BROLY's body trembled with excitement under the effect of the belligerent factor in his body. Is the body shaking due to excitement? Noticing the changes in BROLY's body, Wyss's expression suddenly became serious. The opponent's body seemed not to be afraid of his own strength, but was excited to the point of shaking. It seems that I really need to be more serious. Wyss exhaled, and the anti-smile that had been hanging on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a serious face. Because at this moment, Wyss also wanted to see how far BROLY's limit could reach the level of God. Are you going to be serious? That's right, then let you see the full power of my 4th level Super Scion. As he said that, BROLY's eyes suddenly became sharp. Then he clenched his fists. Hey, ah ah ah! Accompanied by the roar. Powerful energy gushed out of BROLY's body in an instant. Crackle. As the energy gushed, the blue arc visible to the naked eye lingered around BROLY's entire body. Although BROLY's appearance did not change at this moment. But the energy emanating from his body has made a qualitative leap. Has your strength increased again? Mr. BROLY, I am really more and more interested in you. Wyss looked at BROLY with a serious expression. Although he knew that the other party could not be his opponent. But facing the powerful aura emanating from BROLY, Wyss unconsciously became more serious. He wanted to see where BROLY's limit was. Mr. Wyss, I'm going to attack. BROLY's mouth curled up. The next second, he launched an attack on Wyss again. At this moment, Wyss did not continue to choose to use Ultra Instinct to dodge, but took the initiative to step forward to cater to BROLY's fighting style. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the powerful energy aftermath immediately spread in all directions with the location of the fist collision as the center. Boom boom! The King Kai star, which was originally reinforced by Wyss, was directly torn into a huge cemetery at this moment. But the two did not stop because of this, but continued to collide in the air, separated, and then continued to collide. Boom! 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 The planet under their feet was like being bombed by missiles, and huge cemeteries emerged one after another. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49, The fight gets stronger and stronger, Wyss is shocked. Looking at the planet that was destroyed by the fight between the two, King Kai was almost crying. My King Kai planet. Although his heart was bleeding, King Kai had no way out. One of them was BROLY, who was so powerful that it was frightening, and the other was the master of the strongest gods of destruction in the universe. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. It's so refreshing. After being knocked back hundreds of meters by Wyss's punch, BROLY's expression was not only not depressed, but he shouted excitedly. The battle with Wyss made BROLY's belligerent factor in his body completely active. His basic combat power was rising. This unprecedented feeling made BROLY very happy. It seemed that in his eyes, the one fighting against him was not Angel Wyss, but a training tool that could quickly improve his strength. This. Angel Wyss looked at BROLY in surprise. The fierce battle between the two had lasted for more than 20 minutes. BROLY was beaten away by him again and again. But BROLY's aura not only did not decrease, but it was like a perpetual motion machine, becoming braver and stronger as he fought. Such a magical situation was the first time that even Angel Wyss encountered it. Mr. Wyss, I know I am not your opponent, but I still hope you can be more serious and show more powerful strength to compete with me. After all, the attack like you just now is far from defeating me." BROLY's mouth corners slightly raised. Although he would be repelled a long distance every time he fought with Whis. But as the number of fights increased, BROLY gradually adapted to Whis's offensive rhythm, and even the distance of his body retreating was gradually shortened. "Wow! I have to say, Mr. BROLY, your growth rate is indeed very abnormal. But this makes me more and more interested in you." Angel Whis smiled again with his mouth covered. Although BROLY's growth rate is indeed very abnormal, it is naturally unrealistic to reach the level that can threaten Angel. "In that case, I won't be polite." BROLY suddenly squatted after saying that. He condensed a huge energy ball in each hand. Then the energy ball became smaller and smaller under BROLY's continuous compression. The energy ball, which was originally about 5 meters in diameter, was finally compressed to the size of a football. Compressing energy? That's quite interesting. Whis looked at BROLY with interest, and obviously did not intend to stop him. He really wanted to see what kind of surprise BROLY could bring him next. "Ha!" Then BROLY roared, and the 2 football-sized energy balls in his hand were instantly kneaded together. But this was far from over. Then, I don't know when BROLY appeared around him again. And BROLY just stretched out his palm, with a faint smile on his lips. The next second, more than a dozen huge energy balls behind him instantly flew towards BROLY's palm. Condensation, compression, condensation again, compression again. "Wow, so amazing, Mr. BROLY can actually compress his own energy to this extent." King Kai opened his mouth in shock. Although ordinary people can also compress energy, under normal circumstances, they can no longer control it after compressing it once or twice. However, BROLY actually compressed such a huge energy ball dozens of times. What shocked King Kai the most was that this energy ball that had been compressed dozens of times was still under BROLY's control. Mr. BROLY can really always bring unexpected surprises to people. Looking at the energy ball in BROLY's hand, Whis's face showed appreciation. As the angel of the 7th universe, Whis has no idea how many tens of thousands of years he has lived in this universe. But among the many cultivation geniuses he met during this period, BROLY is definitely one of the best. "Are you ready to take it, Mr. Whis?" BROLY finished speaking, with a smile on his lips. Swish! The next second, BROLY's body disappeared directly on the spot. "Hey!" Whis raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Whoosh! However, at this moment, BROLY's body suddenly appeared behind him. Energy compression cannon. BROLY did not hesitate at all and used the energy compression cannon directly on Whis' back. BROLY did not hold back in this process, because he knew the difference in strength between him and Angel. Even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to hurt Whis, so there was no need to hold back at all. Facing the energy compression cannon attacking from behind, Angel Whis's face also showed a solemn expression. Even he did not dare to be careless about an energy bomb that had been compressed dozens of times. Boom boom! Accompanied by the flashing of dazzling white light. The energy aftermath of the explosion spread rapidly, and under the continuous impact of this energy, the King Kai star under his feet shook violently. Even the planets that were slightly closer to the King Kai star were shattered at this moment. If BROLY had not used instant transmission to escape in time, he would probably have been seriously injured by such a close-range explosion. The explosion lasted for 2 minutes before gradually subsiding. When the smoke and dust quickly dissipated, Angel Whis' figure was exposed to everyone's sight. Because of the angel barrier, Whis was not injured. But his angel barrier, which protected his entire body, was now full of cracks, as if it would break at any time. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 50, Recruiting BROLY, Gods of Destruction backup. Failed again. Looking at the completely uninjured Angel Whis, BROLY couldn't help but exhale. Now it seems that he still underestimated Angel's strength. The strongest attack he released with all his strength couldn't even hurt the opponent. It actually broke my angel barrier. It's unbelievable. Looking at the cracked angel barrier in front of him, Whis showed a surprised expression on his face. Whis knew very well how strong the angel barrier was. But now his angel barrier was broken just like that, which made Whis feel extremely surprised. This shows how strong BROLY's last attack was just now. So powerful. As expected of Mr. Whis, even that level of attack couldn't hurt him. King Kai looked at Angel Whis in surprise. Even the planet strengthened by Angel was destroyed like this. You can imagine how terrifying that attack was. Mr. Whis, let's continue the fight. BROLY looked at Angel Whis, clenched his fists, and planned to continue fighting. Although the previous attack almost consumed all the energy in his body, BROLY can still continue to fight with the strength of his body. However, it is unrealistic to release a powerful energy cannon again. Swish! Angel Whis did not respond, but slowly landed in front of BROLY. The previous attack should have consumed almost all your energy. I don't think there is any need to continue fighting. Angel Whis said. He could see that although the previous attack consumed a lot of BROLY's energy, BROLY still had a strong fighting power at this moment. However, through the previous battle, he already knew BROLY's strength and his terrifying growth ability. So naturally there was no need to continue fighting. Although the previous attack did consume a lot of my energy, I can still fight now. As he said, BROLY couldn't help but clench his fists. Grass-green energy also gushed out. But the momentum emanating from his body was obviously not as strong as before. Ho ho ho. I know, you will have many opportunities to challenge me in the future, so let's stop here today. Angel Whis covered his mouth and smiled. Then he looked at the King Kai planet that was destroyed by the two of them. I'm so sorry, King Kai, I accidentally destroyed your planet like this. Whis looked at King Kai in the distance and said embarrassedly. It's okay. It's okay, Mr. Whis, just some ground was destroyed. I also want to thank you for strengthening my King Kai planet, otherwise, I'm afraid King Kai planet no longer exists at this moment. In the face of Wis's value, King Kai waved his hands quickly. Although he was very depressed in his heart, he couldn't say much. After all, the other party was Angel. And King Kai planet was only destroyed, not shrunk or destroyed. As long as it took some effort, it could still be repaired. I'd better do a little bit to restore it here. After Whis said this, he stretched out his palm, and the angel staff immediately appeared. Then, as Whis waved his staff, the destroyed ground and buildings were restored to their original positions. Although it was not restored to its original state, it was much better than before. Thank you so much, Mr. Whis. Seeing that his planet was basically restored, King Kai's face was immediately filled with excitement and gratitude. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Whis smiled and nodded. Then he looked at BROLY in front of him. I wonder if Mr. BROLY is interested in going to the Gods of Destruction world with me to practice. Whis looked at BROLY and took the initiative to extend an olive branch. As a human being, BROLY was able to practice to this level without the guidance of gods, which had already attracted Whis' attention. Coupled with the terrifying growth rate that BROLY showed in the battle just now, Whis was very shocked. So Whis took the initiative to invite BROLY. Gods of Destruction world. BROLY scratched his head and pretended to be puzzled. But he was secretly happy in his heart. The battle with Whis just now greatly improved his strength. His original basic combat power of 980 million has now soared to 5.9 billion. If he can stay in the Gods of Destruction world, he will definitely have the opportunity to challenge Whis in the future, so his strength will definitely be improved very quickly. I almost forgot that Mr. BROLY doesn't know about the Gods of Destruction world yet. In this case, let me explain it a little bit. Then Whis told him about the 12 universes and the gods of destruction Angel Supreme Kai. BROLY was naturally very cooperative and showed a surprised expression. But the two siblings of Rajli on the other side were really shocked. They never thought that this world was so vast and there were so many powerful gods. Of course, the one who surprised them the most was BROLY. They didn't expect that Whis, the master of gods of destruction, would take the initiative to invite BROLY to practice in the gods of destruction world. You should know that gods of destruction is the most powerful existence in their universe. It can be seen that BROLY's talent and potential are probably comparable to gods of destruction. So Mr. BROLY, are you willing to go to the gods of destruction world with me to practice? In addition, we angels usually only guide gods of destruction and gods of destruction candidates to practice, so if you are willing to accept my guidance, you will most likely become the backup gods of destruction in our 7th universe. Angel Whis said this. King Kai on the side suddenly widened his eyes in shock, his face full of disbelief. The backup gods of destruction, that is the future gods of destruction of the universe, as long as Mr. Beerus steps down, then Mr. BROLY will be the new gods of destruction of this universe. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th.